Chapter 213. Outside the window, it was still raining. In the study, Ji Hyotani was holding the paper that Ji Xingxuan brought back. Next to his hand was a yellowish notebook. He compared the handwriting on the paper, and dipped a bit of Matsutake tea into the corner of the paper to check the age of the paper. After a long while, a happy expression appeared on his face. It's true. The handwriting on this paper is exactly the same as the notebook left by Yunhua Ez in the Celestial Commissioner's treasury. Also, this paper is indeed 20 years old. That's why it turned green after being stained with Matsutake mushroom. Xingxuan, you've done a good job. When Ji Xingxuan heard this good news, she was not as happy as Ji Hyotani. She turned her head to look outside the window and smiled bitterly. But I've lost the rock and the person has not been caught. Ji Hyotani had heard about the exchange between Ji Xingxuan and the anonymous person at Eternal Spring Square from her maid. He thought that she must be upset after losing her most beloved item. He comforted her, don't worry. Grandfather has already sent people around Eternal Spring Square to investigate the person's appearance. Once we find the whereabouts of the thief, we will definitely get the item back for you. Ji Xingxuan turned around to look at Ji Hyotani and said, to catch that person, I'm afraid it won't be easy. On my way back, I've thought about it. Today's incident is too much of a coincidence. How could there be a heavy rain at noon? I've also questioned the few beggars. They all said that no one ordered them to do so, so how could they coincidentally start a disturbance at that time? When the guards caught the little beggar who tried to steal the money, they didn't let him out of their sight on the way back. However, they didn't see the rock. This is abnormal. I've thought about it. The anonymous person must have planned all of this beforehand. In such a short period of time, he was able to take advantage of the right time, the right place and the right people. This kind of person is not only astute, he must also be very skilled in disguise. Ji Hyotani frowned. The person who gave you the umbrella must be this anonymous writer. Are you sure you didn't see his face clearly? Ji Xingxuan's eyes flickered. Sighing softly, she hung her head and said, it was raining heavily at that time and I fell down. I only saw a silhouette, but did not see what kind of clothes the person was wearing. Whether it was a man or a woman, I do not know. Not knowing that she was hiding something, Ji Hyotani nodded, knowing that the chances of finding the calamity blocking stone was next to zero. Seeing that she was struggling over this, his expression turned serious, saying, whether you can find it or not, don't think too much about it for now. Later, go get your protective jade and put it back on. There are still 3 days until the Big Yin examination. You should focus on preparing for it. Now that you have Yunhua Ez's paper in your hands, you should think about how to solve the questions. You can't just copy his answers. What do you think of the phrase, a son will be born in this year? Great fortune will bring disaster. What do you think? Let me hear it. Hearing this, Ji Xingxuan suppressed the irritation in her heart and held her empty wrist. I think that, combined with the sign of the 3 stars, this sentence is a metaphor. After this sign appears, there will be a person who will be born with great wealth during the next spring festival. But his life will bring disaster to the heavens. She had an indescribable premonition that sooner or later, she would meet the person who gave her the umbrella in the rain again. Braving the heavy rain and returning home, Yushu was shivering from the cold. She scooped up half a basin of warm water from the stove and brought it back to her bedroom. She quickly washed her hands and face, took off her wet clothes and threw them to the side. Naked, she crawled into bed. Jingchen was also quite wet. But now that his martial arts had recovered, he was not afraid of the cold. After changing out of his wet clothes, he went to the kitchen and added firewood to boil water with one hand. It took a long time for Yushu to warm herself up. She pricked up her ears and listened to the movements outside the house. She wrapped herself in the quilt and shouted, Jingchen, be careful not to get your hands wet. Jingchen, who was preparing to make tea in the kitchen, stopped what he was doing. He raised his right hand to look at the traces of wetness on the gauze. He turned to see that the fire on the stove was still burning. He bent down and put his hand on it. When the moisture on it evaporated, he continued to pour tea. He carried the brewed hot tea into the big house and knocked on Yushu's door. Xiaoyu. Oh wait. Yushu reached for the chest top and panties at the head of the bed. She put them on under the quilt, and then put on a pair of pants. She was reluctant to leave the quilt that she had just warmed up, so she wrapped herself in the quilt. Only her head was exposed, and she stepped out of the bed in her shoes to open the door. Jing-Chen walked in with a cup of tea in one hand. Seeing that she was wrapped in the quilt and stomping her feet, he said to her, "Go sit on the bed." Yushu embarrassedly laughed twice, then jogged back to the bed, kicked off her shoes, and put her feet back under the quilt. She watched as Jing-Chen put the tea on the desk, poured a cup, and handed it to her. Yushu stretched out her hands from under the thick quilt, and carefully took the cup. The slightly hot cup made her sigh in comfort. She lowered her head and blew on it. Then she couldn't help but take small sips. Jing-Chen patiently stood by the bed, waiting for her to slowly finish drinking the water. Then he took the empty cup and put it back on the table. He turned around, pinched the cold bead from his sleeve, and handed it to her. Yushu took it with a smile and carefully looked at it in the light of the window. She held it in her palm and rubbed it for a while. Her palm quickly heated up, but the bead was still cold. "It's true. This is the yellow frost stone you gave me." The joy of regaining something she had lost made her smile from ear to ear, even if this treasure didn't belong to her. Yushu pinched the yellow frost stone and handed it back to Jing-Chen. She was thinking about how to ask him to let her wear the death-blocking stone for a while to get rid of bad luck. When she studied the cycle of his Kata star, she would return it to him. However, before she said anything, Jing-Chen said first, "You keep it." Ah. Yushu was stunned and didn't know what to say. She hesitated for a while, then slowly said, "This is the treasure of your sect. I lost it because I was careless. It was not easy to find it, and you are giving it to me again. Didn't you dream that your master said this death-blocking stone can't be given to others easily?" Jing-Chen looked at the yellow stone in Yushu's hand, and there was no reluctance on his face. He moved his gaze to Yushu's face that was slightly red from the hot tea, and said, "You said that you can't give it to someone with bad intentions. However, I am your best friend and close like a brother, so naturally I can give it to you. Why can't I?" When Yushu heard the words best friend, she was still able to grin happily. But when she jumped to the words as close as brothers, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. She secretly muttered to herself, wondering when this idiot would find out that she was a real woman. She snorted twice and retracted her hand into the blanket, saying, "Then I'll keep it for you for now. When you want it later, I'll return it to you." Jing-Chen didn't say much and nodded in agreement. His gaze turned and saw her small neck exposed from the quilt. His gaze landed on a mud spot on her slender collarbone. He paused for a moment, then stretched out his hand, pressed his thumb on it, and gently rubbed it. Yushu didn't pay attention and was scratched by him on her neck. The itch made her shrink her shoulders. When she realized how frivolous his action was, she stretched out her hand from the quilt, grabbed his wrist with one hand, and covered her neck with the other. She raised her head and stared at him. "What are you doing?" She didn't expect that when she moved, the quilt on her body directly fell from her shoulders. She only wore a small shirt that wrapped around her chest, and most of her shoulders were exposed to the air. Her smooth shoulders were different from a man's rough shoulders. Under the small green shirt, the curve of her chest was not very obvious, but it was indeed flatter than a man's. Jing-Chen stood at the side of the bed, looking down from above. Everything was clear at a glance. No one expected this scene, and both of them were stunned at the same time. It wasn't until Yushu sneezed from the cold that she let go of his wrist with a stiff expression. She pulled the quilt up to her waist and covered herself tightly. She didn't even look at Jing-Chen's expression at the moment. She pressed her forehead with one hand and said in a muffled voice, "Go out and close the door." This sound broke the silence. In Jing-Chen's mind, the scene he just saw appeared clearly, and some details of his daily life flashed through his mind. His eyes blinked slightly, and he suddenly realized something. He suddenly turned around and walked out of Yushu's room with one hand. As soon as the door was closed, Yushu couldn't keep her face. She tilted her body to the head of the bed, and held the small stone in her hand. She hit the pillow and squeezed out a frustrated moan from her throat. Outside the door, Jing-Chen stood there for a while. He slowly raised his hand, clenched it into a fist and pressed it between his eyebrows. Behind his wet temples, there was a red tip of his ears. Yu Shu and Jing Chen stayed in their respective rooms until dusk. The rain stopped and Yu Xiaoxiu came back from school. Open the door, I'm back. Yu Xiaoxiu knocked on the door several times before he saw Jing Chen opening it. He didn't notice his unnatural expression, so he smiled at him and closed the door. Then he ran into the room with his school bag and said excitedly, Brother, let me tell you, today Brother Shui. Hey. He pushed the door of the bedroom with his hand and wanted to go in, but found that the door was locked from the inside. Yu Shu had already dressed up and was sitting at the desk to recite a book. She didn't read much in the afternoon. When she heard Yu Xiaoxiu knocking on the door, she didn't move. She didn't want to open the door for him. She turned a page of the book and answered lazily, Brother Shui, what's wrong? Yu Xiaoxiu thought that she was changing clothes inside and it was not convenient for him to go in. So he stood at the door with his school bag in his arms and said, Brother Shui went to the study garden to find me today. He asked me when I don't have to go to school. He said he would take me to ride horses outside the city, but he asked me to come back and ask you. You have to agree. Because Yu Xiaoxiu had mentioned this to Yu Shu before, she just said oh and said absent-mindedly, If you want to go then go. Hearing her promise, Yu Xiaoxiu scratched his head and continued, Brother Shui also asked me to tell you that he is busy with the yamen these days, so it's not convenient for him to come to the south of the city to find you. He said that when you go to take the exam in the first day of the new year, he will send a carriage to pick you up in the morning. He wants you to prepare for the exam. Hearing this, Yu Shu's face became expressionless again. She put the book upside down on the table and held her chin helplessly. Although she was grateful for Shui Rui's willingness to help others, she couldn't help feeling bitter. It seems that I have to find a chance to make it clear to him. It's not good to keep doing this. Chapter 214. The weather was cold, so Yu Shu was too lazy to make dinner. In the evening, when Yu Xiaoxiu came back, she changed her boots, put on a cotton coat, and wrapped herself up tightly. She planned to buy some cooked food on the street to eat. There was a yellow paper lantern hanging under the eaves of the small courtyard. Jing Chen swept the rainwater in the courtyard and put down the broom against the wall. When he turned around and saw Yu Shu coming out of the house, he turned around and picked up the broom again. He continued to sweep along the clean corner of the wall. Yu Shu saw his small actions and almost laughed out loud. She lightly coughed, threw a piece of silver in her hand, and walked past him as if she didn't see him. When she reached the door, she opened the door and stepped out. Then she heard Jing Chen's question. It's dark, where are you going? She hid the smile on her face and turned her head. Her expression was the same as usual, as if nothing had happened during the day. I'm going to Lu Er's shop to buy some meat to roast. I'll come back later to make some egg drop soup for dinner. Jing Chen looked up at the dark sky and held the broom in his hand. He seemed to hesitate for a moment before saying, I'll go with you. Yu Shu looked at Jing Chen openly, but he didn't dare to look at her. She couldn't help but want to play with him, so she nodded to him. Then let's go. As he spoke, he called out to Yu Xiaoxiu, who was still in the room, and told him to watch the door. Then he walked out the door with his sleeves in his hands. After walking a distance, he realized that Jing Chen wasn't following him. He turned his head and saw that Jing Chen was 7 or 8 steps behind him, so he stopped and waited for him. He urged, Hurry up, I'm hungry. Jing Chen had to quickly walk to her side, but there was a large distance between them. From afar, the two of them looked like they didn't know each other. The alley was dark, so Yu Shu couldn't see his expression when she turned her head. So she deliberately leaned towards him. She moved a step to the right, and Jing Chen moved a step to the wall. As he walked, he almost stuck to the wall. Pooh! Yu Shu finally couldn't hold back her laughter. She grabbed his sleeve and pulled him towards her. She sneered. Why are you hiding? Do you think I can eat you? If I take a detour, I'll hit the wall. If the sky was a little brighter, one would be able to see the slight embarrassment on Jing Chen's face. He couldn't break free from Yu Shu, so he let her pull his sleeve forward and didn't move to the side. Jing Chen had a pure mind, and he had lived in seclusion in the mountains all year round. He had little contact with the common people. Whether it was before or after he lost his memory, he was vague about the specific differences between men and women. However, people had a trace of instinct. When he saw the scene in Yushu's room during the day, he clearly felt that Yushu and he were different. Previously, Yu Xiaoxiu had instilled in him a lot of different concepts between men and women. He had also read some books about human relations. Therefore, when he thought that the person he spent all day and night with, who was like a brother to him, was most likely a girl, he felt at a loss. Therefore, he should have been in a position to question Yushu about the fact that she had been hiding things from him all this time. Now all he could think about was how to treat her. When the two of them walked to the entrance of the alley, Jingchen finally mustered up the courage to ask, "Xiao Yu Yor? There's a fried sugar cake stall." It was unclear whether Yushu had intentionally or not interrupted Jingchen's words. She dragged him and ran across the street excitedly. Jingchen had no choice but to swallow his words. He was dragged by her to the food stall that was emitting smoke and smoke. As soon as there was a pot of fried sugar cake in front of them, Yushu stuck her head out to look around. Soon, she had bought 6 sugar cakes in one go. She wrapped them in a few layers of oiled paper and held them in her arms. Because they were too hot, she did not dare to eat them directly. Therefore, she could only smell the aroma of the cakes to satisfy her craving. She did not eat much for lunch, so it was rare that she was hungry. Jingchen saw that she was focused on the sugar cake, so he did not say anything else. He quietly walked beside her. The two of them bought 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish from Lu Er's food stall on Huixing Street. They also picked up a few tea eggs, which Jingchen carried. When Yushu's sugar cake was about to enter her mouth, she weighed one in the oiled paper and took 2 bites. As the sugar juice slipped into her mouth, she sucked in air and finished it quickly. Then, she pinched another one and handed it to Jingchen. "Here, you haven't eaten much during the day. Eat it first." Jingchen's hands were full of food, so he could not take it, so he shook his head. "You eat it." Yushu looked at him and rolled her eyes. She raised the sweet cake high and brought it to his mouth. She giggled and said, "Come have a bite." When Jingchen was injured, Yushu had personally fed him many times, so he was used to her actions. When he saw her bring the cake to his mouth, he subconsciously opened his mouth. When he tasted the sweetness in his mouth, he suddenly realized that it was inappropriate. So he bit the cake in his mouth. He did not know whether to swallow or spit it out, so he could only puff up his cheeks. Yushu looked at him. She was laughing in her heart, but she pretended that nothing had happened. She asked him, "How is it? Is it delicious?" Jingchen had something in his mouth, so he could not speak. This child was also very honest, so he did not know how to respond with an N. Yushu teased him even more. She put the oiled cake to his mouth again. "Is it not delicious?" "I think it's delicious. Have another bite." Jingchen had a difficult expression on his face. He had no choice but to stiffen his neck and swallow the mouthful in his mouth. Because he swallowed too quickly, he accidentally choked and coughed violently. Cough, cough. When Yushu saw this, she immediately stopped teasing him and quickly patted his back. "Cough, no cough, cough, it's okay." Jingchen calmed down and waved his hand at Yushu. Yushu looked at his flushed face and rubbed her nose guiltily. She no longer had the mood to tease him. When she saw that they were about to reach the entrance of the alley, she slowed down and slowly said, I lied to you. It's my fault." Jingchen did not react for a moment. He asked in confusion, "Lied to me about what?" If these words came from someone else's mouth, Yushu would think that he was asking the obvious. But this person was Jingchen. She knew that he was not a cunning person. After a few steps of silence, she stopped at the entrance of the alley. She turned around and faced Jingchen. Although she felt embarrassed, she still looked straight into his eyes. It's just that I'm actually a girl." She still wanted to take the initiative to say these words. She did not wait for Jingchen to confirm it with her. When Jingchen heard her admit it herself, he was even more certain that she was a girl. The scenes of their interactions flashed through his mind. The two of them were as close as brothers. His chest suddenly felt heavy, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Yushu had never seen Jingchen lose his temper, but she did not think that he would not be angry. She looked at his face with the light of the lantern in front of the shop across the street. She carefully asked, "Jingchen, are you angry?" "No." Jingchen shook his head. Although he was feeling complicated, he would not be angry with her. Really? Yushu asked suspiciously. She was actually worried that Jingchen would be dissatisfied with her lie if he found out that she was a girl. That would ruin their relationship. That was why she stayed in the house for the whole afternoon. Yushu could see Jingchen's expression clearly. But Jingchen could see her expression even more clearly. He could tell that there was some uneasiness on her face, and knew that she was feeling uneasy. The suffocating feeling in his chest instantly dissipated. He thought for a moment and said seriously, "In this world, who hasn't lied to others before? It's just a matter of how much you lie or how little you lie, whether you lie to a bad person or a good person. It's not wrong to lie to others, but it depends on what you're lying to. Although you lied to me, you didn't do anything to harm me, nor did you harbor any ill intentions. Why should I be angry?" He knew that Xiaoyu liked to lie. Perhaps she had lied to him about more than one thing. However, he also knew that she did not mean him any harm. Why does this sound so familiar? Yushu muttered. You said it before, Jingchen said. Yushu suddenly remembered that she had said these words to him before. Seeing that Jingchen remembered it so clearly, she grinned and hugged the remaining half a bag of fried sweet cakes. Her chest felt warm and her heart felt as if a large stone had been dropped. She patted his arm and said with a smile, Jingchen, I like your magnanimity. If you were an official, you would definitely be a prime minister. It wouldn't be a problem for your stomach to support 7 or 8 boats. Ha! She originally thought that she would have to waste her breath to explain to him. She did not expect that she would be comforted by him instead. This was really funny. Was it because she had the yellow frost stone that her luck changed so quickly? Although Jingchen was still a little confused and could not adapt to Yushu suddenly becoming a girl, he also smiled when he saw her happy expression. The awkward atmosphere between the two of them dissipated in an instant. The two of them were cloudy and sunny, but the intimate scene between the two of them did not look so good in the eyes of Xue Rui, who was not far away. Xue Rui was really busy these past few days. First, the case with Taiheng Merchant Association was settled, and he took the opportunity to discuss a business deal with the owner of the Merchant Association. Then the Supreme Court took over 2 cases, and he had to personally look over them. Lastly, the decorations of his restaurant were almost done, and he was going to open the next day. He had no time to spare, so he couldn't care about Yushu. He passed by Baichuan Academy in the afternoon, and went in to see Yu Xiaoxiu. He suddenly received an official document in the afternoon, saying that he had to go to Luz for a few days. Coincidentally, he had missed Yushu's first exam. Thus, he rejected a banquet in the evening and took a horse carriage to the south of the city to see her. He wanted to see her and give her some instructions. Who would have thought that the moment he arrived, he would see her talking and laughing with someone on the streets? She was a completely heartless girl. Xue Rui raised his eyebrows. He was not really angry at who she was doing what with. He was angry that she was not nervous at all before the exams. Which one of the others did not study day and night when they participated in the major yen examinations? She, on the other hand, was out strolling in the middle of the night. Ashu. Chapter 215. It's so late. Why are you here? Yushu looked at the approaching figure and spoke. Jingchen turned around as well, and he was slightly surprised to see that the person who came was Xue Rui. Xue Rui met Jingchen's gaze and nodded. The two of them were considered to have greeted each other. Then he said to Yushu, I have to go out on a business trip for a few days. I came to find you to calculate my schedule. Is it convenient for you now? Yushu felt strange that the Xue family didn't even have a guest fortune teller. Why did he need to come to her for such a daily thing? However, she still answered, Why not? Have you had dinner? Xue Rui nodded. Then he looked at the food in their hands and asked, You haven't eaten yet? Yushu raised the sugar cake in her hand. It's too cold to cook. Let's go and buy some. Let's go back to my home first. Xue Rui glanced at Jingchen and nodded. Okay. Yushu didn't think much about Xue Rui's sudden visit. She took him home. Yu Xiaoxiu was very happy to see Xue Rui. He called him Brother Xue and ran to the kitchen to boil water and make tea without Yushu's order. Jingchen walked behind Yushu and Xue Rui and placed the food in his hands on the table. Initially, he wanted to return to his room, but when he reached the door, he thought about it again. Xiaoyu had become a woman now, so it was not convenient for her to be in the same room as a man. Thus he stood at the door and did not walk out. He turned around and watched the two of them talk. Yushu led Shuirui to sit down at the table and asked, "When will you go out? What do you want me to do?" Shuirui said, "Tomorrow morning, help me calculate the weather for the next few days. You've kept my 8 characters of the 8 trigrams of fortune from last time. Also, check if there's anything to avoid during this trip, and if it's going smoothly." "Tomorrow morning? I'll do it for you now. Have a seat first." Yushu stood up and walked into the room. Shuirui stopped her. "You haven't eaten yet. You eat first." "I'm not in a hurry." Yushu waved her hand. "It's okay. I just ate." She turned around and saw Jingchen still standing at the door. "Jingchen, eat first. Don't wait for me." After that, she went into the inner room, lit the lamp and spread the paper. She took out the horoscope that Shuirui left for her last time. It was rare for Shuirui to ask her for help. She must do a thorough calculation. Moreover, Jingchen was also here. She didn't know if it would affect him. Now, only Shuirui and Jingchen were left in the central room. For a moment it was quiet. Shuirui stood up and walked one round in the living room that wasn't very big. He looked at Yushu, who was engrossed in her calculations, and did not pay attention to what was happening outside the window. He turned around and looked at Jingchen, who had been standing at the door and quietly watching him since just now. He asked, "Young swordsman Jing, why are you looking at me like that?" Jingchen thought for a moment and said honestly, "I think you look familiar. I seem to have seen you before." Shuirui smiled and walked back to the table. He shook his head and said, "Young hero Jing, if I had seen you before, I would never forget you. What a pity." What he meant was that they had never met before. Shuirui then pointed to the empty seat across the table. "Sit down." Jingchen walked over and sat down. His line of sight was still on Shuirui's face. If it was someone else being stared at like this by Jingchen, they would have long felt uncomfortable. However, Shuirui acted as though nothing happened and asked, "You have been staying in Anling City for a period of time, right? I heard from Ashu that you came to the capital city to handle some matters. May I ask, how is the matter going?" Although Yushu didn't explain Jingchen's background, Shuirui got a lot of information from the case of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce. So he knew that Jingchen was fished out of the river on the way. He was seriously injured and was taken care of by Yushu. Then he escaped from the boat with her. Shuirui saw that Yushu was very close to Jingchen. It was obvious that she was in distress. However, he was worried that Jingchen, a man in the Jianghu, had a grudge against him and would harm Yushu sooner or later. Shuirui knew as well that Yushu was a person that extremely valued friendship. When she encountered an assassin that night, she'd blocked Jingchen's attack and rescued him. Because of this friendship, if he were to warn her to stay away from this person, it would surely cause her to be displeased, so he'd never asked her about the matter with Jingchen. However, Shuirui didn't want to see them spending so much time together, whether it was out of concern or selfishness. When Jingchen heard Shuirui's question, he thought in his heart that Yushu was lying again. In order to avoid exposing her lie, he carefully thought about how to answer before he finally said, "There's no progress. Perhaps we'll have to wait for a while longer." Shuirui asked, "Is there any difficulty? If I may be so bold as to ask why you have come to Enling, if there is anything I can help with, I will definitely lend a hand." Jingchen did not know how to lie in the first place. Faced with Shuirui's questioning, he could not answer, so he became silent. Shuirui continued to ask unhurriedly, "Is there something inconvenient to say?" "I want to find a person," Jingchen said slowly. Although he was hiding something, it was the truth. He lost his memory and got a hint in his dream. He went down the mountain to find a fate breaker, but he didn't know who that person was and where he was. "Oh." Shuirui's eyes flashed. He clasped his fingers on the table and looked at Jingchen. He said seriously, "Is it a relative or a friend? If you are looking for someone, why don't you tell me the physical characteristics of that person? I have some connections in the capital and can help you find out." When he finished, Jingchen shook his head and didn't say anything else. Just as Shui Rui was pondering over the meaning behind his shake of the head, Yu Xiaoxiu pushed open the door and walked in with a teapot in hand. As a result, Shui Rui changed the topic and said, "Since it's not convenient to talk about it, you can tell me when young hero needs help." Jing Chen nodded, "Thank you." Yu Xiaoxiu poured a cup of hot tea for Shui Rui and Jing Chen respectively. Then he sat beside Shui Rui and asked shyly, "Brother Shui, how long will you be away?" He was worried that Shui Rui promised to take him on horseback riding. He was worried that once he went out, he wouldn't be able to come back, and then the promise would not be valid. Yu Shu came to the capital and became financially independent. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't have the pressure of living in the Ji family. He played with people of the same age and soon showed his childishness. He was not playful, but he was not the same as before. He only knew how to study and do housework by himself, and didn't care about anything else. Yu Shu hoped that he could be more cheerful and less restrained. Fortunately, Yu Xiaoxiu was very obedient, which made people feel at ease. Shui Rui reached out to touch his head and said with a smile, "I will be back in 6 or 7 days at most. Don't you have a holiday on the 5th and 6th of next month? When I come back, I will take you on horseback riding." Okay. Yu Xiaoxiu was both shy and a little happy that his thoughts were pointed out. His stomach growled. He opened the cooked food on the table and handed a roasted meat to Shui Rui first. Shui Rui said, "I have had dinner." Yu Xiaoxiu rummaged in the oiled paper again and picked up a tea egg. He turned to Jing Chen, who couldn't use his right hand, and said, "Brother Jing, let me peel an egg for you." Okay. About an hour later, Yu Shu came out of the room with various kinds of comments in her hand. She handed it to Shui Rui and said, "It's nothing serious. Just that you might encounter the first snow when you go out for a few days. Be careful of the slippery road and don't rush back and forth. Be careful of being trapped on the road." In ancient times, roads were not accessible in all directions. Not far from the city was the suburbs. The roads in the suburbs were not easy to travel on. Once there was heavy rain and snow, the roads would be muddy and slippery, and it was common for the horses to fall and overturn. The deeper they went into the winter, the colder the weather became. Yu Shu was an expert in the prediction of sunny and rainy days, but she had yet to conduct in-depth research on the more complicated weather changes. She could not tell if there was a sign of snow during the 12th month of the lunar calendar. However, she still intentionally reminded Shui Rui. Shui Rui remembered Yu Shu's instructions and folded the note before putting it into his sleeve. When he saw that it was getting late, he stood up and bid farewell. "I still have to wake up early tomorrow, so I won't be staying any longer." Seeing that he was about to leave, Yu Shu hesitated for a moment. She took the lantern behind the door and said to Shui Rui, "It's dark outside. I'll see you off." She wasn't a person who liked to drag her feet. Since she wanted to make it clear to Shui Rui, since she saw him today, there was no time like the present. If she delayed it until the start of the Grand Yen examination, it would be a burden on her mind and distract her. Before Shui Rui could say anything, Jing Chen said, "I'll see you off." Hearing this, Shui Rui, who had already walked to the door, turned his head and looked at him. Then he looked at Yu Shu and said with a smile, "Don't bother. The sedan is waiting on the street outside. I won't get lost in the dark." Jing Chen's thinking was very simple. In the past, he treated Yu Shu as a man. He didn't think there was anything wrong with her occasionally walking at night. But after knowing that she was a woman, he couldn't help but think more. Yu Shu probably guessed Jing Chen's thinking. She was amused that she suddenly became delicate in his eyes. Because she had something to say to Shui Rui, she said to Jing Chen, "I'll see him off at the entrance of the alley." Jing Chen thought that it wasn't far from the alley, so he didn't say anything else. Seeing that Yu Shu insisted on seeing him off, Shui Rui thought that she had something else to say. He said goodbye to Jing Chen and Yu Xiaoxiu and followed her out with the lantern. At this time, half of the neighbors had closed their doors and turned off their lights. They washed up and went to bed. The stray cats also found a corner of their houses to avoid the cold. The alley was quiet. There was only a lantern illuminating the road 5 feet ahead. 2 figures were an arm's length away from each other as they walked on the potholed path. "How was your preparation? I heard from Zhao Miao that you only went to Taisher Library twice and didn't go anymore." I've read the files over the years and I know what I'm doing. I'm afraid that I'll cause trouble for young Master Feng if I go again. The other subjects are easy to deal with, but I'm not good at choosing words and constructing sentences for Li. I'm afraid that I'll go astray from the topic and do badly. As Yushu answered, she pondered over how to broach the subject to Shui Rui. And don't worry. When the time comes, you just have to write clearly. Remember to take good care of your exam notice and don't lose it. Shui Rui reminded her and changed the topic. Oh right, you won't go out tomorrow. This month, the Supreme Court of Justice will give out offerings, and there will be an extra 30 caddies of coal. I'll send someone to send it to you. The last time Shui Rui came, he found that Yushu's house did not have a charcoal fire. It was fine a while ago, but today there was a winter rain and it was going to freeze. If there was no charcoal fire, the winter would be hard to endure. She also had to take an exam. If she studied at night without a charcoal fire, it would be easy to freeze her hands and feet. If it snowed, she might catch a cold and fall sick. Yushu's expression changed. She turned around to look at Shui Rui, and she happened to meet his gaze that was filled with warmth. She suddenly felt slightly agitated, so she pursed her lips and suddenly stopped walking. Shui Rui also stopped following her. What's wrong? Shui Rui finally found that something was wrong with her. Brother Shui. Yushu looked away and looked at the hazy light and shadow on the road. She lowered her voice. Don't waste any more time on me. We can only be friends. Shui Rui was slightly stunned as he went over Yushu's words that came out of nowhere in his mind. Only then did he come back to his senses, and when he saw the indifferent expression on Yushu's face, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up to reveal a wisp of a mysterious smile. He thought that this girl was born with a lack of a brain. He didn't think that she was clear in her heart. Shui Rui was not impatient at this time. Instead, he lowered his head and quietly asked her, Since we are friends, I should be more concerned about you. What's wrong with that? Sensing his approach and smelling a wisp of the light fragrance of books, Yushu switched the lantern in her hand to another hand, and took half a step back without anyone noticing. She sighed softly and said in a low voice, It's not appropriate. I already have someone I like. I can't accept your kindness for no reason. Yushu's head was lowered so she couldn't see Shui Rui's expression. She was so nervous that her palms were sweating, waiting for his reaction. Actually, this matter was a little unethical of her. As early as when Shui Rui took over the case of Taiheng Commerce, she had already been aware of his intentions. Later on, it was clear that on the day when he came to look for her for the Great Yin examination, she asked him why he was taking care of her so much. At that time, he asked her a rhetorical question. She knew clearly in her heart, but she pretended to be confused. She didn't know what he saw in her. Otherwise, she really wanted to change. With the difference in status between the two of them, it was her bad luck that he took a liking to her. Now that she was being honest with him, it would be a lie to say that she wasn't worried about angering him. It was true that Shui Rui treated her with a good temper, but that day at the Dingbo Hall, she personally saw his sarcastic words with a prince. She knew that he was a person who would turn hostile. This was one of the top debauches in the capital. How could it be easy to provoke him? Just as Yushu was feeling uneasy, a hand gently fell on her shoulder. Shui Rui's overly calm voice entered her ears. It's getting late. I'll send you here. You can go back. Finishing his words, the hand on her shoulder left, not lingering for a moment. Yushu slowly raised her head. She could only see a gradually blurring figure in front of her. She tightly gripped the flickering lantern in her hand and dryly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Logically speaking, with Shui Rui's lukewarm reaction, she should be relieved. However, for some reason, she felt that this matter wasn't over yet. After Shui Rui left, Yushu stood alone in the dark alley for a long time until Jingchen came out to look for her. Xiaoyu, what are you doing standing there? Yushu snapped back to reality. She felt the cold wind blowing on her face. Shrinking her neck, she turned around and jogged towards Jingchen. She handed the lantern to him and raised her hand in front of her face to breathe. I'm freezing. Go home quickly. Chapter 216. The next day, someone went to Huixing Street to deliver charcoal. 2 heavy baskets were carried to the door. Yushu came out to answer the door. She saw that the two porters were sweating profusely, but she was too embarrassed to ask them to carry the baskets back. After breakfast, a few women in the alley came out to wash the dishes and pots. When they saw the baskets, they surrounded Yushu's door to look at them. They pointed at the neatly stacked black kiln charcoal in the baskets and clicked their tongues. For ordinary people living in the south of the city, the charcoal they used in the winter was collected from the cooking stoves. Buying charcoal from the kiln to keep warm was a luxury. Yushing, how much does 1 kilo of charcoal cost? Why did you buy so much? Can you burn it all? Aunt Sue, who lived across the street, had dealings with Yushu's family and asked her in a familiar tone. It's cold this year. It's good to prepare more, Yushu joked. More and more people gathered in front of the door, so she quickly asked the porters to carry the baskets in. Not only did Shuirui send the charcoal over, he even meticulously attached 2 flat stoves. The stoves were squarish and had a charcoal pit dug out in the middle. The stoves were made of iron and were very heavy. It was no wonder that the 2 porters were sweating profusely. Yushu asked someone to put the baskets and the iron stoves in the corner of the central room. She went into the room to get a handful of copper coins. After thanking the porters, she sent them away. She closed the door and returned to the room. She saw Jingchun standing in front of the baskets, curiously looking at a piece of charcoal. Is this also used to keep warm? Jingchun turned to ask Yushu. Yes, to keep warm. Yushu walked in front of him and stared at the charcoal stove on the ground. She felt awkward. Previously, she had been able to treat Shuirui's kindness as a friendship between friends. But last night, she had made things clear. She couldn't accept his kindness with peace of mind, but he had come from afar to carry it. If she refused, could she let him carry it back? That would be too pretentious. She was very grateful to Shuirui. After all, she owed him so much that she could write an account book on it. As the saying goes, the tongue is soft when the tongue is soft, when the hand is short when the hand is taken. She really didn't want to make things difficult for him, unless it was absolutely necessary. Jingchun put the charcoal back into the basket and asked Yushu, Did Mr. Shui send these over? Yes. Jingchun said. He takes good care of you, brother and sister. He is a good man. Hearing Jingchun's evaluation of Shuirui, Yushu's expression changed, and she tilted her head to look at him. Jingchun didn't know why she was looking at him like this. What's wrong? What a fool, Yushu whispered. She bent down to pick up an iron stove and planned to carry it into the bedroom. Jingchun saw that it was heavy, so he hurriedly reached out to take it. Yushu wanted to avoid it, but she wasn't faster than him. Jingchun took the iron stove from her arms and asked her, Where do you put it? Yushu didn't have any temper with him. Seeing that he didn't need his injured hand, she pointed to the remaining iron stove on the ground and said, Me and Xiaoxiu have one in the room, and you have one in the room. Jingchun hesitated and said, I'm not afraid of the cold. No need. Put one in the living room, it will be warm when we eat. He was not afraid of the cold, but Yushu was afraid that he would catch a cold, so she said, It will be colder in a few days. The mattress on your bed is not thick. It's better to put one in the room and burn it before going to bed. As for eating, you can move it out of my room. So one of the 2 stoves was placed in Jingchun's room. Before Yushu transmigrated, her family was very ordinary. When she was young, she lived in the countryside and used a charcoal stove in a relative's house. She tried to burn a few pieces of charcoal that Shuirui sent over. After fiddling with it for a while, she found that there was no smoke, so she lit both stoves and closed the door. It didn't take long for the room to become warm. The little guy, Kim Bao, came out of nowhere and squatted next to the stove. Yushu thought it was dirty, so she took the opportunity to grab it and put it in the hot water basin to wash it. The little Goldie was unwilling to take a bath in the winter, so it almost shouted until its throat broke. In the end, it still couldn't escape the bath. Carrying the half-wet Kim Bao to the stove, Yushu dried its hair while telling Jingchun about the safety precautions to pay attention to the ventilation when burning charcoal. She also taught him how to extinguish the stove. When Yu Xiaoxiu returned home, she saw that there was a stove in the room. It was very rare. Before dinner, she moved a stool around the stove to warm her hands. and her little face was red from the smoke. At night, Jing Chen sat alone in front of the window. Under the light of the candlelight, he flipped through the Taoist classics on the desk. He heard the sound of Yushu closing the door and bolting the door. He put the book upside down on the table and walked to the bed. At the foot of the bed, there was a red stove. It was Yushu who came to the room to burn it for him after dinner. Jing Chen bent down and closed the iron lid. After a while he opened it again. Seeing that the fire in the stove was extinguished, he returned to the table and continued to read. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the first day of the 12th lunar month, the traders in the entire Enling city finally welcomed the triennial Grand Yen examination. There was no grand prologue, but there was a different atmosphere everywhere in the city. The comprehensive examination of the 6 subjects became the biggest topic, and everyone had their eyes on this year's Grand Yen examination. Yushu got up when the sky was dim. She was the one who was going to take the examination, and Yu Xiaoxiu was even more nervous than her. He didn't sleep well the whole night. As soon as he heard the sound of her getting up, he immediately got up, hurriedly put on his clothes, and ran to the kitchen to prepare the stove. Jing Chen got up earlier than the siblings. He had already started a fire in the kitchen and boiled the hot water. Yu Xiaoxiu went into the house to take out a string of copper coins. He carried a big bowl and ran to the street to buy breakfast. The only one who was still in bed was Kim Bao. He was sleeping soundly under Yu Xiaoxiu's pillow. The exam candidates were the oldest, so Yushu was happy to enjoy the special treatment. After washing up, she put on a new set of clothes. Although she didn't need to hide her gender in front of Jing Chen anymore, and the Grand Yen examination was a female school, she still dressed like a young man and didn't change back into female clothes. One reason was that she didn't have a dress for the winter, so she didn't have to change. 2. She felt that wearing a robe was more comfortable than wearing a dress, so she didn't waste money to buy one. Yushu put the brush, ink, and paper she needed for the examination into a small bookcase. She carefully checked it and put away the most important exam paper. She leaned against the door of the bedroom and quietly looked at Jing Chen, who was arranging the bowls and chopsticks in front of the dining table, and Yu Xiaoxiu, who was squatting by the stove adding charcoal. Her heart was at peace. She couldn't help but think of many years ago, when she was still a young student. That big exam was in full swing. Her parents and younger brother were also like this, carefully surrounding her for 2 whole days and 2 nights. That was the last time she was nervous and timid when she said goodbye to her youth. It was the same scene, but now she was in a different state of mind. After experiencing time and growing up, for a person who had crossed 500 years of history, what she felt at this moment was more joy. Joy that she had lived one more life, and joy that she could have today. Big brother, come and eat. Yu Xiaoxiu pulled out a stool and called Yushu over. Yushu walked to the table and sat down. She took the spoon he handed to her and looked up at Jing Chen, who was drinking soup. She turned to Yu Xiaoxiu and said, "Call me big sister, your big brother Jing already knows." Jing Chen's movement stopped. Ah! Yu Xiaoxiu's mouth opened wide in hindsight. Yushu picked up a steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth, saying, "Eat quickly." Putting the sweet porridge in front of Yushu, Jing Chen slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile. Although Shui Rui said that he would send someone to pick up Yushu, she still rented a carriage in advance in case of an accident. As it turned out, it was unnecessary. As soon as she got out of the alley, she saw a carriage waiting at the north end of the street. The red cover of the carriage was pulled by a strong horse. It was clearly not parked in a residential area in the south of the city. Although it was not the carriage that Shui Rui always sat in, Yushu had seen the thin and tall coachman standing outside the carriage several times. That time when Shui Rui took her to visit Xiaozhang's family, it was this coachman named Old Chui who drove the carriage. Yushu wanted to take a detour, but the coachman had sharp eyes and waved at her from afar. She couldn't pretend not to see him even if she wanted to, so she could only walk up with a smile. "Old Chui. Miss, please get on the carriage. I will send you to Taiching Department." Old Chui smiled and rolled up the curtain of the carriage. Yushu didn't want to embarrass a servant, so she got on the carriage. The inside of the carriage was warmed up, which was totally different from the outside. There was a small round table in the middle of the carriage, and the tea was warm. There were 2 plates of snacks, which looked so exquisite that people couldn't bear to eat them. The seat was lined with a thick layer of skin, which was smooth and soft, and she didn't know what animal it was. Yushu sat on the seat for a while. She felt comfortable and uncomfortable at the same time. She was indeed a person who liked to enjoy life. In her previous life, she did some wicked things and spent most of the money she earned on Yulei, but she never treated herself badly. She ate and wore what she needed, and as long as she could afford it, she was not reluctant to spend it. She became stingy after she transmigrated. However, the enjoyment she liked was to be self-sufficient. Even if the money she earned was black-hearted, it was also her ability. She didn't want to sit around and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Fortunately, the carriage ran fast, and soon they arrived at the north of the city. There were 5 departments under the Celestial Commissioner, and this Taiching department was one of them. It was also the largest department. It was located on the main street of Shihua Prefecture, occupying 10 acres of land. In front of the door, there was a wide road that could accommodate 4 or 5 carriages. But today, the street was very crowded. Everyone who came here were examinees. Not to mention the carriage, it was difficult for people to squeeze in. Yushu got off the carriage at the corner of the street, carried her bookcase, and followed the crowd to the gate of Taiching Department. In front of the gate, there were 2 rows of 12 officials. They had swords on their waists and sticks in their hands. They looked very dignified. Therefore, the gate was empty. No one was allowed to come close until the examination time. There was a notice posted on the wall outside the gate. Many people gathered below to look at it. It was noisy and chaotic. Yushu hugged her bookcase and spent a lot of effort to squeeze to the front. She looked up at the notice. It turned out that there was an official ban on documents, similar to what examinees should pay attention to. Yushu noted it down one by one. If there was anything she didn't understand, she would smile and ask the people around her. After a long time, the girls' school had to enter from another gate. Yushu hurriedly asked for directions and squeezed out again. When she was near the end of the street, she found the west gate of Taiching Department. There were a lot fewer people here. What she saw were all women. Of course, there were a few like Yushu who wore long robes and had their hair tied up in a bun. Chapter 217. The first subject of the Dian exam is Ili, which is located in the Taiching Department. Men and women are not separated. One is in the east courtyard and the other is in the west courtyard. There is a long queue in front of the 2 doors. Everyone has to be searched before entering to prevent the candidates from smuggling anything. The only difference is that there are several female servants in charge of the search in front of the west courtyard. Yushu queues with the crowd and looks at the candidates in front and behind her. She finds that there are not many old people here. They are all young girls in their teens. They are well-dressed and obviously come from a good family. Yushu is wondering if she will meet Ji Xingxuan here, but there are too many people here. She glances around and doesn't see the signature veil of the 4th daughter of the Ji family, so she doesn't pay special attention to it. Anyway, she is here, so she is not afraid of running into her. One by one, Yushu goes to the door. She is patted up and down by the female servant, and her book box is turned over. Finally, she gets a number plate. After registering at the writing officer, she is led into the gate of the Taiching Department, and is assigned to a line. Once there are more than 30 candidates, they are led along the high wall to the examination hall of the inner courtyard under the guidance of several officials. Don't whisper or look around. Follow the people in front. Under the orders of the officials, the candidates keep quiet and the atmosphere is very dull. No matter if they know the people in front of them or not, they just look down at the road in front of them. Everyone is afraid of making a mistake and losing the great opportunity of the 3 years, so they don't dare to act rashly. Before entering the hospital, Yushu imagined what the examination hall would look like. She thought it would be a prison like the place she saw in the TV series. However, when she is really led to the place, she finds that it is not a closed place, or rather, it is even worse than the prison examination hall. Rather than calling it an examination hall, it would be more accurate to call it an extremely spacious rooftop. There were entrances on the east and west sides, and 16 flights of stairs leading up to it. On the rooftop, there were hundreds of short tables and chairs set up in a crisscross pattern. Many examinees were already seated on their seats. Dozens of felt blankets were laid out on the walkway. There was a fence every 10 steps. Red, green, and white banners were fluttering in the wind. Yushu was stunned speechless. It was such a cold day, and they still had to take an outdoor test. No matter how unwilling she was, she still obediently followed behind the examiner. Relying on the number plate in her hand, she was arranged to sit in the examination hall. The moment her butt touched the chair, a gust of cold wind blew over, causing her to shiver. She quickly hid her hands in her sleeves, in case her hands froze and she couldn't write properly. She took the opportunity to sneak a glance at her surroundings. It was rumored that the number of female transvestites in the grand examination was, at most, less than 10% of the number of male transvestites. In this examination hall, she estimated that there were no less than 500 or 600 seats. Each seat was separated by a distance of half a zhang, and there were 2 servants patrolling along each aisle. Just by moving their heads, they would be able to see all the seats around them. Apart from that, there was a warm shed on the south and north sides respectively, with a few examiners seated inside. The sound of drums could be heard from the front. After 12 times, Yushu saw a servant at the front carrying a stack of papers and handing them out. She unhurriedly opened her book box and placed paper, ink, and other materials on the table. She wasn't in a hurry to grind the ink. When she received the papers, she first scanned through them. There were a total of 6 questions, and all of them were based on the theory of Li. In Yushu's eyes, 4 of the questions were solutions. As long as one seriously read through the various parts of the Li, one would be able to answer all of them. However, the 2 dialectical questions were the most difficult. One must know that she was a true science student, and the most troublesome thing for her was to ponder over words. Thus, when most of the examinees around her had begun to write with great speed, she was holding on to the papers and worrying. Over the years, the Li examination papers would usually have 1 dialectical question. It was rare for there to be 2 this year. She could only say that she was unlucky. Fortunately, Yushu had a good attitude. She took the time to grind the ink and pondered for a while before picking up the brush to answer the papers. She wasn't in a hurry. Even if there were questions that she couldn't answer, she had to write neatly. The examination went on until noon. Yushu had written everything that she could and pulled apart everything that she could. The wind blew on her nose, and her stomach was growling with hunger. Her hands were so cold that they had long lost their senses. She finally put down the brush and glanced at the front. Seeing that many of the examinees were empty, she sniffled and slowly raised her hand. Thus, an examiner came forward and marked the end of her paper with a red brush. He tied her up with a rope and gestured for a servant to take her away from the examination hall. As soon as she got off the rooftop, Yushu rubbed her palms fiercely. As she blew into her palms, she lightly stomped her feet. She wished that there was a pot of fire for her to jump into right now. It was really freezing. No wonder this examination had to be held for 3 days after the end of the examination. If it continued like this, 7,000 out of 8,000 examinees would fall ill. What was the point of continuing with the examination? After exiting the Taiching department from the west gate, Yushu's steps finally relaxed. The next subject was feng shui. She didn't intend to go there. She was waiting for the next subject, astrology. In between she could relax for a few days. Oh right, she almost forgot that she still had to see Bai Qing and Qiu Biao being beheaded on the 3rd day of the new year. Many people were waiting for the examinees in front of the gate. Some were family members, and some were maids and manservants. When they saw the examinees coming out, they hurriedly went forward to welcome them, helping to carry the bookcase and hand the hand stove. Originally, Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Chen wanted to come and pick up Yushu, but she refused them because it was troublesome. In fact, she didn't want them to wait outside in this cold weather. But now, she saw people greeting her when she came out. She was alone, so she couldn't help but feel a little envious. The coachman, Lao Chue, was waiting for her on the street. When he saw her figure from afar, he waved at her as if he was afraid that she couldn't see him. Yushu was happy. She quickened her steps and trotted to the side of the carriage. She thanked him. "Hey Lao Chue, I'm sorry to make you wait outside in this cold weather." Lao Chue smiled and pulled the curtain of the carriage. "I'm fine. Miss, you must be cold. Get in the carriage and sit down." Yushu nodded and hurriedly climbed into the carriage to avoid the wind. She immediately shivered because of the warm air inside the carriage. She breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but praise Master Shui. "Miss, you have been hungry for the whole morning. Do you want to find a place to eat first before going back?" Lao Chue asked. Yushu took a piece of cake from the plate on the table and stuffed it into her mouth. She swallowed it and waved her hand at Lao Chue. "No, please send me home." When Yushu returned home, the first thing she did was pour a basin of hot water to wash her frozen hands and face. Jingchen saw that her nose was red from the cold, so he moved the stove in his room to her room and stoked the fire. Yushu set up the pot and threw a piece of ginger into it to boil. She sniffed and said to Jingchen, who had come to the kitchen to look for her, "I can't take it anymore. I have to go back to bed." Jingchen, look at the stove. When the water is boiling, pour it into a bowl for me." After saying that, she ran into the room, took off her shoes and jacket, shook off the quilt, and got on the bed. She covered herself tightly. Kim Bao was sleeping at the end of the bed. It was woken up by her movement. It quickly jumped to the side of the bed to her pillow and chirped at her. Its thin tail gently swept her forehead. It seemed to be acting coquettishly. It was hungry. "Go away, I'm still hungry." Yushu pushed it down with one finger and reached under the pillow. She rummaged around and found a pouch. She took out the yellow frost stone hidden inside and rubbed it in her palms. Not long after, she felt her palms warm up. Now that she knew that this small bead was very precious, she didn't dare to take it with her today. She was afraid that she would accidentally lose it when she searched her body. Holding the yellow frost stone in her hand, Yushu lay on the bed and looked at it. This small yellow bead, which was as big as a marble, was smooth. If she looked closely, she could see some natural stone patterns on it. It was different from jade. She still remembered that she saw Ji Xingxuan wearing it on her hand in the library of Taisher Shuyuan. It was hanging with a red string, and it looked very beautiful. Thinking of Ji Xingxuan, Yushu's thoughts jumped to another thing. The exam paper that Yin Hua Ezi took in the Grand Yin examination. She used that exam paper to exchange for the yellow frost stone. Now it was in the hands of the Ji family. At the same time, it proved her guess. There was an old question in this year's Grand Yin examination. It was the 3-star question from 20 years ago. At that time, she was focused on how to get the yellow frost stone back, and didn't think much about other things. Now that she thought about it, Yin Hua Ezi's answer to that question was really interesting. A son will be born in this year. Great fortune will bring disaster. This sentence, literally, meant that a person who carried great fortune and disaster was about to be born. Thinking about this answer, she couldn't help but think of Jing Chun. She didn't know anyone who had great fortune, but from what she knew, there was no one who was more worthy of the words bring disaster than Jing Chun of Tiancheng's K2 star. What was interesting was that this exam paper happened to be 20 years ago. This was a written question, so the examinees back then didn't actually see this celestial phenomenon. She didn't know when the person who came up with this question saw this celestial phenomenon. If the celestial phenomenon happened to appear that year, then Yin Hua Ezi's answer would be thought-provoking. This person who carried great fortune and disaster should be around 20 years old. He was about the same age as Jingchen. If it wasn't for the fact that Jingchen didn't fit the description of carrying great fortune, she would really suspect that the person who came up with this question was him. The same question appeared again after 20 years. Yushu couldn't be blamed for thinking too much. She always felt that this matter wasn't that simple. Maybe there was a deeper meaning behind it. 20 years ago, Yun Mufeng, who answered this question, became Yin Hua Ezi. Then 20 years later, what kind of future would the person who answered the same question have? Yushu's finger lightly stroked her chin. She smiled coldly. Due to all kinds of considerations, she didn't plan to answer this question. Because of this, the astrology exam that she was originally very confident in would be ruined. However, if she couldn't take advantage of it, then Ji Xingxuan wouldn't be able to pass the exam smoothly. Regarding this question of 3 stars, whether or not it was what she thought it was, she had to mess it up. Chapter 218. In ancient times, executions were usually carried out in autumn or winter, not in spring or summer. So there was a saying that executions were carried out after the execution. Executions were usually carried out in crowded and bustling streets. The reason was that executions were carried out in large public places. Firstly, it was to warn the common people, and secondly, it was to suppress the evilness of the dead. Therefore, executions were usually carried out at noon, when the sun was the highest. On the 3rd day of the 12th lunar month, before Yu Xiaoxue went to school, Yu Shu hung the house key around his neck and gave him a tail. She told him to have dinner outside when he came back in the afternoon, and that she and Jing Chen would be back late. Yu Xiaoxue was a sensible person. He knew that the two of them were going to watch the execution. Seeing that Yu Shu had no intention of bringing him along, he didn't make a fuss. Instead, he walked out of the door with a serious expression on his face. While it was still early, Yu Shu cooked the 3 caddies of eggs she bought yesterday. The tea eggs on the street cost 15 copper coins each, and they were bland and tasteless. She had a slightly salty taste, so she cooked them according to her preferences. They wouldn't go bad in the winter, and they could be eaten as breakfast in the morning. When she was hungry, she could peel one. The pot was stewing on the fire. Yu Shu washed her hands and went to Jing Chen's room to change the dressing on his hand. The wound had been growing for almost a month, but the scab hadn't completely fallen off. After removing the gauze, she saw that there was one across the joints of his forefingers and one across his palm. It looked like there were 2 long worms crawling on it, which made Yu Shu frown. Jing Chen tried to shake his hand and felt that there was no problem, so he discussed with Yu Shu. It doesn't hurt or itch, so there's no need to apply medicine, right? Yu Shu said, it's fine if you don't apply medicine on your hand. Then from tomorrow on, you can drink medicine soup instead. Jing Chen obediently extended his right hand to her. Compared to drinking the medicine, it was better to apply it on his hand. After the medicine was changed and the tea eggs were cooked, the two of them tidied up. Yu Shu wrapped a few hot tea eggs and slung a small bag over her shoulder. She locked the door and left with Jing Chen. Since coming to the capital, Jing Chen had almost never gone out during the day. Today they were going to Changchun Street, the place they went to when they changed back to Yellow Frost Stone not long ago in the heavy rain. Therefore, Yu Shu didn't let him wear the distinctive bamboo hat. She was afraid that the Ji family wouldn't give up, and would secretly look for them. Anyway, she was with them, so she was not afraid that he would have any contact with others. With the Yellow Frost Stone, Yu Shu felt was very safe. Here, have a taste of what I made. Is it as good as the one sold in Second Sun's shop? Yu Shu peeled a tea egg and handed it to Jing Chen first. Then she threw the egg skin on the roadside. It was not her fault for being uncivilized. In ancient times, there were no garbage bins on the roadside, and there were no aunties and aunties with armbands patrolling the streets. Littering and spitting didn't warrant a fine. Jing Chen took it and tasted it. After eating it, he commented, "It's a little salty." Salty? Yu Shu peeled another one and took a bite. She secretly frowned. It was indeed salty. He knew that she put 2 more spoonfuls of salt in it, but he still said shamelessly, "Tea eggs are delicious when they are salty." Oh. Jing Chen never argued with Yu Shu. Basically, whatever she said it was. They didn't take a taxi. They walked past Osmanthus Square. Then Yu Shu led Jing Chen to a cloth shop in the alley where she often bought clothes. She picked out the cloth on the counter for a long time. Finally, she chose a color. She gestured on it and asked the shopkeeper to cut a small piece. Jing Chen stood beside her and quietly looked at the decoration in the shop without saying a word. The shopkeeper recognized that she was a regular customer. Seeing that she asked for such a small piece of cloth, he kindly offered to give it to her. Yu Shu didn't refuse. She also asked for a fine needle. They went out of the cloth shop. Yu Shu turned to ask Jing Chen, "Why don't you ask me what I want such a small piece of cloth for?" Jing Chen asked, "What do you want it for?" "I'm not telling you." Jing Chen was often teased by her. After getting used to it, he slowly realized that the more he argued with her, the more energetic she became. It was best not to argue with her. Seeing that he didn't pursue the matter, Yushu lost interest. She touched her nose resentfully and took the initiative to gesture with her hand. I plan to sew a small pocket and sew the yellow frost stone into it. I'll make a talisman with me so that I won't lose it again. Okay. Jingchen nodded. That's good. The two accompanied each other all the way from the south of the city to Qianyuan Street. It was not noon yet. Yushu had eaten 3 salted eggs on the way and was already thirsty. Therefore, she and Jingchen found a restaurant and sat by the window on the 2nd floor. They only ordered a bowl of sweet winter melon soup and a plate of vinegar peanuts. The execution ground was built at the end of the street where people came and went. Yushu opened the window and looked outside. She said to Jingchen, "See that? It's the platform over there. Let's just sit here and watch. There's no need to go down and squeeze with the others." Not long after she finished speaking, a group of officers and soldiers escorted prison carts past on the street below. Inside the 7 or 8 prison carts were all prisoners on death row. All of them had disheveled hair and dirty faces. Their hands were shackled, and their heads were hanging down in a half-dead state. Evil people. Murderers. Smash them. Smash them. No one knew who took the lead, but the people on both sides of the street suddenly became agitated. They threw rotten vegetable leaves and smelly wicker baskets at the prison carts, smashing the prisoners' heads and faces. They were in a sorry state and had nowhere to hide. The officers did not stop them. They only scolded them when someone got too close. After looking for a long time, Yushu finally recognized which carriage Huan Biao and Bai Qing were in. She quickly pointed them out to Jingchen and whispered, "Look over there. The bearded one in front is Qiu Biao. The one in the back is Bai Qing with a head full of rotten eggs." This was the first time Jingchen saw these two people after 3 months of escaping from the ship. Originally, the hatred between them had faded, but when he thought of the killer who killed Yushu in front of his house that night, he couldn't help but frown. He felt that they deserved to die. The prisoners were escorted to the execution platform one by one. More and more people gathered at the end of the street. There were also many people in the restaurant who wanted to watch the hot draw. They all surrounded the windows. When noon arrived, the drum was beaten 3 times, and a few burly executioners carried their swords forward. They removed the death duel cards on the backs of the criminals and raised the countless blades in their hands high, waiting for the next order. Yushu's eyes were wide open. She was afraid that she couldn't help but close her eyes. Thinking of the bloody scene she was about to see, her palms were sweaty. In fact, she was not very brave. She was especially afraid of death. Not only was she afraid of her own death, but she was also afraid of seeing others die. She had lived for decades and lived 2 lives. She had always been unwilling to die without revenge. However, this was the first time she took revenge on someone to death. Once everything was over, besides venting her anger, there was always a little fear in her heart. This was human nature. If there was no fear, then she was really cold-blooded and heartless. Jingchen looked at her like this. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something. However, the judge on the execution platform had already thrown down the fire stick. "It's time to die. Execute." As the knife rose and fell, Yushu's vision suddenly darkened. She held her breath and wanted to push away the palm in front of her. However, her hand fell back halfway. There was a moment of silence on the street, followed by a buzzing sound in her ears. Her throat was dry. She took a breath and asked, "Is it chopped off?" Jingchen blocked her with one hand and looked at the bloody execution platform. "Yes." After a moment of silence, Yushu pulled down Jingchen's hand. She didn't look at the street anymore. She turned around and sat back to her seat. She patted the table and called the waiter. "Bring a pot of wine and a plate of lung slices. The spicier the better." When the dishes and wine were served, Yushu first took a bite of the red ox tongue, and then took a sip of wine. It was spicy enough. When the hot air rushed to her head, she immediately felt comfortable. She looked up and saw Jingchen looking at her without blinking. There was a clear worry on his face. She raised the pot of wine and smiled at him. "Come drink a cup with me. I won't blame you for covering my eyes just now." Jing Chen took the empty cup and handed it to her. Yu Shu filled his cup and poured a cup for herself. She clinked glasses with him and thought for a moment before saying, "Let's have a happy ending." "Yes, happy ending." Jing Chen also copied her and clinked glasses with her. Yu Shu drank the cup in one gulp. Jing Chen drank slowly, but he also finished the cup in one gulp. Yu Shu looked at his empty cup with satisfaction. Then, she drank the wine and ate the plate of spicy lung slices. She didn't pour another cup for him. She had a good capacity for alcohol, but Jing Chen didn't drink. One cup was enough. After all, he still had business in the evening. After watching the execution, Yu Shu and Jing Chen went to another tea house. They found a seat in the corner and listened to the storyteller at the center of the tea house tell a Jianghu joke. They asked for a pot of green tea to relieve the alcohol. Let's talk about the young lady that Prince Xiang met on the boat earlier. She is actually a wealthy merchant in Guangdong. He is said to own 100 boats and is known as the over 1,000 sails. She is Wen Suisui, the precious daughter of Wen Huakun. When they met on the boat that day, Wen Suisui was attracted by Prince Xiang's beauty and admiration grew in her heart. However, when they met again in such a scene, she fell in love with him. Prince Xiang is also a romantic and passionate person. He is infatuated with Wen Suisui. Even though he already has a beautiful wife at home, he cannot help but be moved. The storyteller was not bad. As Yu Shu listened, she understood something. Prince Xiang? Wasn't this the father of heir Lu Jiong? It turned out that this joke wasn't about a novel, but the romantic affairs of a prince. No wonder everyone in the tea house was listening with great interest. However, as a prince, a relative of the emperor, his private affairs were made up and spread by others, but no one cared. It was really unbearable. Yu Shu didn't like to listen to this joke about a prince picking up a girl. She was also afraid that Jing Chen would learn bad things from it. After drinking the tea, she pulled him away. "Where are we going now?" Jing Chen followed Yu Shu aimlessly. He wasn't afraid that she would sell him out. "South of the city, Perrin Hall." Yu Shu told him the location. Feeling that it was too far, she hired 2 sedan chairs at the south of Kuan Street. At first, Jing Chen didn't want to sit and said that she would sit alone in the sedan chair, and he would follow. In the end, he was still pestered by Yu Shu and pushed into the sedan chair. Sitting in the enclosed sedan chair, there was no one to talk to. Yu Shu was still drunk, so she leaned against the window and dozed off. She only opened her eyes with a yawn when the sedan door was opened, and the cold wind blew into her neck. Chapter 219. Training Hall in the south of the city is the gathering place for Dayan candidates from the 13 provinces in the north and south. Anyone with a letter of recommendation from a diviner in Anling can stay there after paying a certain amount of money. Training Hall is open all day long, probably because the food and accommodation here are cheaper than ordinary inns and restaurants. Every year in August it is always crowded. But this does not prevent diviners from coming during the day to ask about it. By the time Yu Shu and Jing Chen arrived at the Human Cultivation Hall, the sky had already darkened. After sending away the sedan bearers, the 2 of them entered the hall one after the other. In the front courtyard was a 2-story tea room. It was filled with people. Some were chatting, some were chatting. Their voices were not loud, but when added together, it created a buzzing noise. A few waiters walked back and forth with tea trays, and the shopkeeper occasionally called out, "Guests, there are seats inside. Please come in." A waiter takes the time to greet Yu Shu and Jing Chen who have just entered. Yu Shu waved her hand and said, "I am looking for someone. Where is the guest room?" The waiter smiled and said, "Who are you looking for?" Yu Shu said, "Zhao Wen." The waiter raised his head and thought for a while. He pointed in a direction and said, "Please go through the hall and turn right. It is the second building on the east. It should be the 3rd room from the left." Yu Shu was surprised and said, "Brother waiter, you have a good memory. There are hundreds of guests in this training hall. How can you remember all of them?" "Haha, I serve tea and food all day long. I get to know them all." Yu Shu nodded and went to the backyard with Jing Chen to look for someone. As soon as they entered the hall, Jing Chen asked her, "Who is Zhao Wen?" Yu Shu spread out her hands and said, "I don't know." Jingchen felt strange and asked, "Then why are you looking for him?" Yu Shu said, "I just wanted to visit the guest room in the backyard and made up a name." Hearing this answer, Jingchen was shocked and asked, "What if there is no one named Zhao?" Yu Shu said nonchalantly, "Then I'll find someone else. There are many people with the surname Zhao. If it's not Zhao, then it'll be Zhao Wu or Zhao Bin. I'll be able to fool one of them." Yu Shu did not really go to find Zhao. Instead, she brought Jingchen up to the second floor. She casually knocked on a door and used the excuse of asking a guest to look around the room. She knew where the desk and bed were placed. Then, she knocked on 2 or 3 rooms to confirm the layout of the guest room before going downstairs with Jingchen. They strolled around the first floor and finally found a spot. She pointed at the 8 to 9 feet high wall and asked Jingchen in a low voice, "Can you use your lightness ability to jump over this wall?" Jingchen glanced at it and said, "Sure." Yu Shu clapped her hands happily. "That's great. Let's find a place to have dinner and come back later." They went out of parent training hall and found a nearby restaurant to have some fried pancakes and hot noodle soup. They didn't leave until the restaurant was about to close. It was already late at night. There was no one on the street. Occasionally, a carriage would pass by in a hurry. Yu Shu and Jingchen walked along the wall to avoid the wind. They went around to the back wall of parent training hall. It was pitch dark here. If it wasn't for the moonlight in the sky, they wouldn't be able to see anyone. Yu Shu raised her head and looked at the exposed floor above the wall. She found the windows facing the desk and the bed. She looked around for a while to make sure no one was around. Then, she took out a stack of carefully folded notes from her bag and handed it to Jingchen. She pointed to the top of the wall. She whispered, "You go up the wall, turn over to the other side, and from that window, put these notes through the crack of the window. Put 1 note every 2 windows, and 1 note every 3 windows downstairs. Don't make a mistake." Jingchen took the stack of notes. He had internal force and night vision, so he felt it was familiar at first glance. He asked her, "Did you ask me to write this the other day?" Not long ago, Yu Shu came home one day. She said that she had a way to get back the yellow frost stone. So she asked him to write an anonymous letter. Then she took an old piece of paper and asked him to add another sentence on it. She made more than 20 copies of the letter, but she didn't say what it was for. Hee, that's it. Yu Shu urged, "Hurry up, I'll keep a lookout for you. Be careful not to be seen by others." This girl didn't do anything good, but she also led Jingchen astray. In the middle of the night, she instigated him to climb over the wall and open the window. Fortunately, Jingchen always regarded her as kind-hearted. He knew it was inappropriate, but he didn't refuse her request. "Wait for me downstairs." Yu Shu watched as Jingchen took a few steps back. Then with a leap he jumped 5 feet into the air. His feet tapped on the wall, and his whole body soared up. His clothes fluttered as if he was flying. His movements were clean and beautiful. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared on the other side of the wall. Seeing him easily flip over such a high wall, Yu Shu clenched her fists in excitement. She thought to herself that when Jingchen regained his memory in the future, she would definitely ask him for some advice. She wondered if she could still learn at such an old age. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, Jingchen's figure appeared on top of the wall again. Yu Shu looked up and saw him jump down. She hurriedly asked in a low voice, "Did you stuff them all in?" "Yes." Yu Shu happily patted his dust. "You've worked hard. Come, let's go home." Next, she just had to wait for the examinees to wake up the next day and find the notes that were stuffed in through the window. At that time, it would be interesting. Previously, in order to exchange for the yellow frost stone, she had written an anonymous letter to threaten Ji Xingxuan. In the letter, she had deliberately vaguely revealed that she was this year's examinee. Ji Xingxuan must have gone back to discuss with the old master of the Ji family. The Ji family must have determined that she was this year's examinee. For their own selfish reasons, they must not leak this question. So if nothing unexpected happened, including her, Ji Xingxuan would still be in the top 3 of the astrology course. But they never thought that she would be so single that she would give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She asked Jingchen to make many copies of Yanhua Ez's test paper. Tonight, she came to the parent training hall to submit it. In addition to the solution of the question, there was another paragraph on the note, which indicated that this question was this year's astrology exam. It also threatened the examinees not to leak it to others, lest they would be killed. If a person with a normal brain received such a note, 99% of them would not say anything. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, if this matter was leaked out, they would be implicated regardless of whether it was true or not. Yushu was not worried that they would not believe it for a while. When they saw the test paper during the exam, she was not afraid that no one would copy it. She could not count on Ji Xingxuan to be in the top 3. As for whether the person who made the question in the Celestial Commissioner office would find out that the question was leaked, or whether he would pursue the matter, it was not something she needed to consider. She would leave it to the Ji family to worry about. The next day Yushu went to the parent training hall alone. She pretended to ask for a room, and asked the manager about the guest rooms. With a few words she got the information. It was said that several guests had checked out early in the morning, and the manager was puzzled. Yushu understood in her heart that the people who checked out must have received the note this morning. They were afraid that there would be more trouble, so they sneaked away cleverly. Yushu took a book and sat in the tea room for the whole morning. When she did not hear anyone mention what happened last night, she felt relieved and left. When she returned home, Jing Chen was practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard. He was slightly sweating, and holding a rough wooden sword. He opened the door. When Yushu saw him, she had an idea and called him into the house. "Greedy, wait. I'm going in to get something." Jing Chen watched her go into the house, and after a while he came out with a long rusty sword in his hand. "Here, use this from now on." Yushu handed him the heavy sword. He took it with one hand and spun it half a circle in his hand. He raised it in front of him, and his fingers rubbed the little green marks on the sword. He was very happy. He looked up at Yushu and said, "Can I borrow it?" He still remembered that she said that they met because of this sword in Yiyang City. Yushu sat down across from him. She held her chin with one hand and said with a smile, "I'm giving it to you." The imperial court strictly forbade the manufacture of weapons. The blacksmiths on the market only sold hammers and kitchen knives. Only the people of Jianghu had a way to get swords and knives. Even if you had money, you couldn't buy a weapon. She happened to have this ready-made sword. Ever since she knew that Jing Chen's martial arts had recovered, she wanted to give this sword to him. Previously, his hand had not healed, and she was afraid that it would be too heavy for him to use, so she didn't give it to him. Speaking of which, the reason she and Jing Chen got to know each other was because of this ancient treasured sword. Half of the credit went to Jing Chen for her being able to steal this sword. Now that she had given it to him, it was a good thing for him. Jing Chen could vaguely sense that this sword was not an ordinary object. Seeing that Yushu was offering to give it to him, he shook his head and said, "No need. Just lend it to me." Yushu said, "What do you mean lend it to me? I'll give it to you. I don't know martial arts, so why would I need a sword?" "I don't want it." Jing Chen put the sword on the table and shook his head again. He had already received too much from her. How could he be greedy? Seeing him repeatedly refuse, Yushu was unhappy. "I said I'll give it to you. Don't be so hesitant. If you don't accept it, then I'll give it back to you." As Yushu said this, she put her hand into her collar and pulled out a thin yellow ribbon. She untied it and put it on the table. There was a small green sachet hanging on the ribbon. The sachet was sewn into a ball. It was the yellow frost stone that had been lost and found not long ago. Last night, after returning from Parent Hall, she stayed up late to sew an amulet. When she got up the next day, she originally planned to give it to Yu Xiaoxiu to get rid of bad luck for a few days. However, she got up late and Yu Xiaoxiu left early, so she hung it on her neck first. Jing Chen looked at the thing she took out and knew what it was. After thinking for a moment, he picked up the simple embroidered amulet and handed it to her. "Put it on." Jing Chen knew that the yellow frost stone was also called adversity blocking stone. From the name, it was an item that could attract good luck and avoid bad luck. He had been with Yushu for a long time. He could see that she was not very lucky and had bad luck every 2 or 3 days. So when he got this thing back that day, he gave it to her. "No." Yushu crossed her arms and looked up at the ceiling. Her face clearly showed that she was not happy. Jingchen laughed. I'll accept this sword. Seeing him compromise, Yushu lowered her eyelids and smiled triumphantly. She stretched out her fingers to take away the yellow frost from his palm. She lowered her head and put it on her neck. She patted her chest and said to Jingchen, "Then I'll also accept it. When you remember that this stone has other uses, you can ask me for it. I'll give it back to you." Jingchen picked up the rusted sword on the table and nodded to her. It was a silent agreement. Chapter 220. Yili had been taking the feng shui exam for 3 days, but Yushu did not plan to go. Instead, she stayed at home to sort out what she had learned and heard in the past 6 months, and focused on preparing for the exam of uncanny arts. Uncanny arts, as the name suggested, must be a rare or even rare art of disguise. For example, the Chiman arts, Jiazi Na'in, and so on, which were usually used by the people who changed their fortune, could not be called uncanny. Only the more obscure divination arts, such as the spiritual chess scripture and the Duke of Zhou's dream interpretation, could be considered uncanny. However, the scope of the exam for uncanny arts was not limited to the content of a specific uncanny art. The questions were usually about current affairs and focused more on application, so the questions were often tricky. For example, Yushu had seen in the Dian dossier over the years that there was a question that asked the examinees to predict the top 3 of the year's imperial examination. The time limit was 5 days, and the examinees were allowed to go home to answer. Once the 5 days were up, they had to go to the Taiching department to submit their papers. This kind of open book exam had advantages and disadvantages for Yushu. The advantage was that she was good at the application of Yili, but the disadvantage was that it benefited the examinees who had a backdoor. For example, people like Ji Xingxuan, who came from an aristocratic family of Yili and had elders who were proficient in Yili, helping them to plan in the dark. This was not considered cheating. In other words, this subject was the most unfair among the 6 subjects of the Dian. It was the subject with the most tricks. The examinees did not compete on knowledge, but on family background. Because of this, there were very few people who participated in this subject. Most of them had some family background, and they relied on this subject to get a good ranking in exchange for the title of Teacher E, to act as a facade. However, there was no lack of people with real talent among them. For example, Yunhua Ez, who appeared out of nowhere, took the first place in the uncanny arts, and forcibly suppressed the children of the aristocratic families, not allowing them to show their faces. That was called boldness. Because of the leak in the astrology subject, Yushu did not plan to take it again. Now among the 6 subjects, she had the most confidence in the uncanny arts and mathematics. Mathematics was a special subject, and it was also given a title. If she could not get into the top 3, it would be a waste. In this way, if she wanted to enter the Taisher library, she had to take the subject of the strange arts. At the very least, she had to enter the 100 yuan. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be able to get the title of Teacher E. There were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this grand examination. Who could guarantee that there wouldn't be another Master Ezizi? She didn't have full confidence that she would be able to enter the top 3. If she got the 4th or 5th place, she would have gotten the title of Master E for nothing. If she wasn't even a Master E, then she wouldn't be able to enter the gates of Taisher Library. These days, there were things that gave Yushu headaches, but there were also things that made her happy. Ever since the yellow frost stone returned to her hands, the successive disasters around her showed signs of abating. After a few days, Yushu found that sometimes, she didn't have to deliberately avoid them. Those small disasters that she had predicted earlier were inadvertently resolved. For example, half a month ago, she predicted that she would have a patient on the first day of the first year. She did suffer from the cold in the examination hall for the whole morning, but when she got home, she drank a bowl of ginger soup, wrapped herself in a blanket, and slept. Another example was that she predicted that she would lose money on the 3rd day of the first year. In the end, when she went to Changchun Street to watch the execution, she got a little drunk in a restaurant and left her purse on the table. However, Jingchen saw it, and in the end, she didn't lose a single copper coin. Another example was this morning. When she got up to cook, she tripped at the kitchen door. When she got up and went into the kitchen to add firewood to start the fire, the pot hanging on the door finally fell with a clang. It was a scare, but not a real danger. Such an immediate effect made Yushu pleasantly surprised. She repeatedly sighed that the yellow frost stone was indeed a good treasure. In the past, she really didn't know what it was. She didn't lose anything by exchanging Easy's test paper for it. Yushu carried the amulet made from the yellow frost stone for 2 days. She hung it on Jingchen in front of Yu Xiaoxiu. She didn't hide it from him. Jingchen didn't say anything, but Yu Xiaoxiu vaguely heard them talking about this stone before. He knew it was a treasure. When Yushu hung it on him, he took it off and gave it to her. As an elder sister, she always put her younger brother first. Naturally, the younger brother also cared about his elder sister. In the heart of Yu Xiaoxiu, as long as Yushu was good, he would be good. Yushu had said all kinds of soft and hard words, but Yu Xiaoxiu still refused to wear the amulet. She had no choice but to not go too far in front of Jingchen. In private, she knocked on Yu Xiaoxiu's head several times and hung it on his neck. Yu Xiao finally submitted to Yushu's violence and wore it reluctantly. "Why are you pouting? I didn't give it to you. Take it off for me when I take the exam in a few days." Yushu rubbed Yu Xiaoxiu's head and said angrily, "You don't even know that you are good to you. Really?" Yu Xiaoxiu snorted, touched the amulet in his collar, and asked Yushu, "Sister, when will Brother Shui come back?" When Yushu heard the words Big Brother Shui, she went silent, and the blurry figure of Shui Rui's back when he left that night appeared in her mind. Moreover, when he lightly descended on her shoulder, it caused her to have an extremely uncomfortable feeling in her heart. She'd rather have a falling out with him than have such an ambiguous attitude. Who knew if he would forgive her or not listen to her after he heard her confession? She didn't have any confidence in Shui Rui at all. "I don't know. Didn't he promise to take you to ride horses? He should come to you when he comes back." Yushu perfunctorily answered Yu Xiaoxiu, but in her heart, she thought that Shui Rui had better forget about it. Otherwise, when they met, she didn't know how embarrassing it would be. "Oh, you must be hungry. Sister will cook. Let's eat egg pancakes tonight." In winter, ordinary people didn't have much to eat. The best they could do was to eat meat, then fish and eggs. Yu Xiaoxiu said, "Then make 2 more pancakes and heat them up for breakfast tomorrow morning." "Okay, let's go. Help me." Since the day Ji Xingxuan lost the yellow frost stone in Changchunfang, Ji Huaishan had been sending people to inquire about the nearby area, trying to find the person. However, after 7 or 8 days, there was no result. Ji Xingxuan lost the thing she loved and felt uncomfortable for several days, but she didn't show it in front of Ji Huaishan. She had to participate in all 6 subjects of the Dian examination, so she had to work harder than others. After 2 subjects, she lost a lot of weight. Ji Huaishan loved his granddaughter dearly. 3 times a day, he ordered the housekeeper to send supplements to her courtyard. In order to make her happy, he spent a lot of money to buy a pair of colorful parrots that could talk and sing as a gift. After yesterday's feng shui exam, Ji Xingxuan rested at home, waiting for the next subject. Last night, she spent half the night watching the stars, so she woke up a little late in the morning. The pair of parrots stood side by side in the birdcage. From the living room, they could be heard chirping. "Lucky star shines, fortune rolls in. Lucky star shines, fortune rolls in." It was a cold day, so the stove in the room was burning brightly. Ji Xingxuan was helped up by 2 servant girls. After washing up, she drank a cup of white fungus to get rid of the bitter taste in her mouth. Carrying the hand stove, she walked to the living room. Breakfast had just been placed on the table. There was porridge and hot dishes, a small plate of peeled quail eggs, and a bowl of steaming fresh goat's milk. As soon as she woke up, Ji Xingxuan didn't have much of an appetite. After drinking half a bowl of porridge, she washed her hands and rinsed her mouth. Then she took a small plate of peeled peanuts and fed them to the parrots. The pair of birds were also clever. Seeing that there was good food, they fought to be the first to say auspicious words. Their sweet words made Ji Xingxuan smile for the first time that morning. The head servant, Yin He, reminded her, "Miss, don't feed them too much at once. The birds can't eat too much." This servant girl, Yunhee, had served Ji Xingxuan for 3 years. She was assigned to her by Ji Huaishan after she was selected to enter the Imperial Historian's Library, and came to the capital to study. She was skilled in both literature and martial arts. She was reliable in her work and was older than Ji Xingxuan by 2 years. As a result, Ji Xingxuan treated her differently from the other servant girls, and was willing to listen to her. And Ji Xingxuan handed the plate to Yunhee, and was about to go to the study to read when she heard someone panting outside the curtain. Miss, Master has sent this servant to summon you to the front courtyard. Someone from Yang City has arrived. Hearing this, Ji Xingxuan hurriedly gestured for the servant girl to roll up the curtain to let the person in. She asked, "Who has arrived?" "It's third master, second young master, and young master Ma's entire family. I heard that young master Ma has been promoted, and is going to the capital to be an official," the errand boy replied excitedly. "Is that so? My little aunt is also here?" Ji Xingxuan stood up. Her face, which was not covered by a veil, clearly showed a happy expression. She turned to Yunhee and said, "Go get a cloak and come with me to the front courtyard." "Yes." Yunhee saw that she was full of energy again, so she responded with a smile. She ran into the room and picked out a blue furry cloak. She draped it over Ji Yunshu's body and tidied her hair. Then, she helped Ji Yunshu out of the room and hurried to the front courtyard. When the pair of parrots in the cage saw that everyone had left and there was no more peanuts to eat, they flapped their wings and kicked over the small dish on the bamboo pole with a ding-dang sound. The millet grains inside the dish spilled out and fell onto the ground. Mrs. Lucky, Mrs. Lucky. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, Yushu went to Tai Chingxi's house early in the morning. Tai Chingxi looked at the notice. The astrology exam was set on the 9th day of the Lunar New Year. There was also a physiognomy exam after that. On the way back, she deliberately passed by Autumn Osmanthus Lane and went to Fuan Escort Agency. Zhao Qinghui was out, but his uncle Boss Zhou was there. When Yushu came, he warmly invited her to the tea room. He lit the stove and served her tea. The two of them sat and chatted for a while. This was the first serious business that Yushu had gotten from setting up a stall in Autumn Osmanthus Square. The red packet of 20 taels a month was not a lot, but the escort agency rarely looked for her if there was nothing important. Last month, she decided to take the Dian exam, so she told Boss Zhou about it. At that time, Boss Zhou politely gave her 50 taels as a gift, but Yushu tactfully declined. Recently, Fuan Escort Agency was smooth sailing. After sitting for a while, Yushu got up and said goodbye. Boss Zhou knew that she was preparing for the exam, so he did not ask her to stay for dinner. He said that after she finished the exam, he would treat her to a drink. Yushu walked back to Huixing Street. It was almost noon, but Jing Chun was alone at home. She was wondering if she should buy food or cook for lunch when she heard someone shouting behind her. "Little brother, slow down. Can I ask you something?" Yushu turned around and saw a carriage stop not far from the street. The coachman was waving at her. The other party spoke with a southern accent, so she took the initiative to walk forward. The coachman smiled at her and said, "I'm asking for directions. How do I go back to Huixing Street?" Yushu pointed to the street behind her and said, "This is it." "Thank you. You're welcome." Yushu saw that there was nothing else for her to do, so she turned around and walked away. Behind her, she heard the coachman's report. "Master, this is Huixing Street. The road is narrow, and the carriage can't go in. Do you want me to go inside and ask for directions?" "No need, let's get off and walk." At first, Yushu thought the voice in the carriage was familiar. After walking for more than 10 steps, she curiously looked back. But when she saw it, she suddenly stopped. Chapter 221. Yushu's eyes were not deceived. The people who came down from the carriage were Zhao Hui, Pei Jing, and He Fengji, Hui Aunt Huai. When Yushu saw who they were, she immediately shouted and ran towards them. Her face was full of surprise. Pei Jing and He Fengji were persuading Zhao Hui to wait in the carriage while they went to look for Yushu. When they heard the shout, they turned their heads and saw Yushu running towards them. They did not recognize her at first, but when they were in front of her, they suddenly realized who it was. Xiaoyu. Zhao Hui let go of Hifangji's hand and reached out to Yushu. She hugged her, not caring about her bulging belly. Hifangji panicked and repeatedly said, "Slow down." But how could Zhao Hui listen to him? Hugging Yushu, she cried tears of joy. Choking with emotion, she said, good child, it's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine, thank the heavens." A few months ago, when Zhao Hui heard the news from the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce that a merchant ship had been robbed and all the merchants on board had been killed, she fainted on the spot. When she woke up, she could not believe that Yushu and her brother had lost their lives. She begged Pei Jing to go to Kaifeng Prefecture. When she found out that they were dead, Zhao Hui could not eat or drink and almost lost the child she was pregnant with. Under Hifangji's careful care, Zhao Hui finally accepted the death of Yushu and her brother with great difficulty. However, 3 months later, Pei Jing received a letter from the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce in the capital, asking him to bring his family to the capital. The letter also stated that Yushu and Qiu Biao had embezzled what was supposed to be their property and had been exposed for murder. Pei Jing guessed that Yushu had escaped death. After informing Zhao Hui, the latter, after discussing with Dr. He and his mother, resolutely decided to go to the capital with Pei Jing to find them, even if the two siblings were still alive. Because they had left half a month earlier, they did not receive the letter that Yushu had sent to Yang. They arrived in the capital the day before yesterday. Fortunately, Pei Jing had some connections in the capital. After looking around, he found the yamen. On the day that the case of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce was heard, Yushu, as a witness, had left her address at the yamen. As soon as Pei Jing heard about it, he immediately brought Zhao Hui and her husband to find her. That was why there was the part where the coachman asked for directions. When Zhao Hui saw with her own eyes that Yushu was safe and sound, a large stone in her heart was lifted. She wrapped one arm around her and used the other to affectionately brush the stray hair in front of Yushu's forehead. She wanted to hug her and kiss her a few times. Yushu also felt a lump in her throat. 10 months ago, she fell into the sea and transmigrated to the ancient times, losing her parents and brother. If Yu Xiaoxiu was her spiritual sustenance, then Zhao Hui was her emotional support. Although the two weren't as close as mother and daughter, they weren't that far off. When she left Yang that day, the person she couldn't bear to part with the most was Zhao Hui. A few months ago, she had narrowly escaped death. She was afraid of Zhao Hui's power, so she didn't dare to contact Zhao Hui for fear of bringing trouble to her. Aunt Hui, why did you run all the way to the capital? And what about Dr. He and Grandma He? Yushu still didn't know that Zhao Hui hadn't received the letter she sent. She's still in Yang City. We've hired someone to take care of her. Zhao Hui was very happy. After suffering came happiness. She now had a caring husband and an open-minded mother-in-law. Dr. He smiled and comforted his beloved wife. All right, it's good that she's fine. Now you can be at ease, right? And I'm at ease. Yes, Zhao Hui repeatedly said. Pei Jing patted Yushu's shoulder and was filled with emotion. I knew that you, this child, had a tough life. It's been hard on you. I didn't think that Bai Qing, that servant, was a beast in human skin. It was my negligence to let you follow them to the capital and cause you to suffer for nothing. Yushu hurriedly said. It was them who did evil. How can I blame you? Pei Jing had gone to pay a visit to the head of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce yesterday and heard the inside story of Bai Qing and Qiu Biao. He knew that Yushu had played a role in this. He secretly sighed. That day, Bai Qiu hadn't been able to harm Yushu. Now he was controlled by her and lost his life. However, he wasn't surprised at the fate of Qiu Biao and Qiu Biao. When Yushu helped Zhao Hui to sue the Dou family's Ji family, he could see that this junior was a vicious person who would take revenge for any grievances. However, he heard that this case could be resolved so smoothly, and that there was even a noble person who helped from the side. What made him curious was, where did Yushu get to know this noble person? Hifangji's heart ached for Zhao Hui. He said to Yushu, let's not stand on the street. Let's find a warm place to sit and talk. Your Aunt Hui is pregnant and can't stand for a long time. Yushu now discovered that under Zhao Hui's clothes, her abdomen was bulging. She was so shocked that her eyes turned round. She stammered, Hui, Aunt Hui, you? Zhao Hui nodded. Her expression was soft and somewhat bashful. She lightly glared at Dr. He and said to Yushu, "It's almost 5 months. It won't be a problem. This child knows her place." Yushu curiously touched Zhao Hui's abdomen through the thick cotton clothes. She carefully held her arm and said to the 3 people, "The place I live now is too narrow. It can't fit anyone. There's a tea house on the street next door. Let's go there." In fact, Yushu thought that Jing Chen was at home. It wasn't that she didn't want them to know of Jing Chen's existence, but that Zhao Hui was pregnant now. It was not good for anything to happen to her. If Jing Chen did something to her, and something happened to her, it would all be her responsibility. It would be too late even if she cried. Zhao Hui heard Yushu's words and saw that she was even thinner than when she left Yang. She thought that she was living in a bad place and was not living well. Her heart ached for her. She warmly said, "Tomorrow I'll get the doctor to arrange a bigger house for you." Pei Jing said, "Why go through so much trouble? Tonight, all of you can stay at my place." Yushu still had Jing Chen at home. How could she leave with them? She quickly changed the topic. "Let's find a place to sit down first." "Yes, let's get in the carriage." Thus, the few of them took the carriage to the tea house that Yushu mentioned. Yushu and Zhao Hui sat in the tea house for the whole afternoon. Yushu told them everything that happened after she escaped from the ship. She even talked about Jing Chen's part, but she left out the parts that could not be mentioned. For example, Jing Chen's K2 star was something that could not be mentioned. She did not even mention half a word about Yu Xiaoxiu. Listening to her talk about the dangerous escape that night, Zhao Hui was so scared that her face turned pale. Dr. He was a hot-tempered person. He slapped the table and angrily scolded Bai Qing and Qiu Biao. Pei Jing, on the other hand, was more interested in Jing Chen. "You said that this young Master Jing who escaped with you. Do you know him from before?" Yushu looked at Zhao Hui and brought up an old story. Jing Chen had a martial arts competition. That day, when Aunt Hui was on the verge of death, I asked him to help raise enough money for Aunt Hui's medical fees. Hearing this, Pei Jing looked suspicious, as if he had vaguely thought of something. Zhao Hui said emotionally, "If that's the case, I should go see this young Master Jing personally. Where is he now?" Yushu hesitated. He's living with me and Xiaoxiu now." Zhao Hui was stunned. "Living with you? You?" Before she could finish, Pei Jing suddenly slammed the table and stared at Yushu with glowing eyes. He blurted out, "You and that young Master Jing are the beggars and Taoists of Wanxiang Street." Pei Jing was talking about Yushu and Jing Chen gambling in the Baran casino owned by the Ji family. They won 43 rounds in a day and almost destroyed the reputation of the Ji family's casino, causing a sensation in the entire Wanxiang Street. Yushu smiled and nodded. This time, there was no need to hide it. She had participated in the Dayan examination. After she passed the mathematics exam, her name would be on the roll. She would definitely reveal what she had learned. Instead of surprising them at that time, it was better to let them know first. Haha. Pei Jing laughed out loud. He was excited to see the prey. "I was wondering why you thought of pretending to be that beggar when you complained on behalf of Huinyang. When I asked you, you didn't admit it. Xiaoyu, you're really good at hiding things." After sighing, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. "To think that I wanted to take you as my apprentice. I'm so ashamed that I almost made a fool of myself." Yushu said seriously, "Uncle Pei, you're too humble. I learned accounting from you in Tihan and learned a lot. I've already considered you as half a teacher." Pei Jing was pleased to hear this. He thought of another question and was about to ask it when Dr. He interrupted. "What is beggars and Taoists?" Pei Jing saw that Zhao Hui was also confused. He was happy to tell them about Yushu's exploits. He studied mathematics and was also a businessman. He looked favorably on people who were good at calculations. That was why he recruited Yushu to work in Tihan. "Taoist? Is that young Master Jing a Taoist?" Zhao Hui exclaimed. As a commoner, she had an instinctive reverence for Taoists who had a high status. Yushu waved her hand. "No, he's just pretending. He's a Jianghu man, a chivalrous warrior." Jing Chen's identity as a Taoist could not be revealed. It was not that she did not believe in Zhao Hui, her husband, and Pei Jing. But if this matter was revealed, it would implicate Jing Chen's memory loss. Otherwise, how could a Taoist master end up living with a commoner and almost getting killed? Yushu did not want too many people to know about Jing Chen's memory loss. Firstly, she did not want others to see him in a different light. Secondly, she did not want Zhao Hui to worry. As for Yushu's words, Zhao Hui did not doubt it at all. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Where are you staying? I want to thank young Master Jing personally." Zhao Hui had a thought. She felt that it was inappropriate for a girl like Yushu to live with a man, even if there was Yu Xiaoxiu among them. Yushu looked at the dark sky outside and said, "It's too late now. Aunt Hui, it's not convenient for you to walk around. You should go back first and leave your address. I'll bring Xiaoxiu over tomorrow." She did not mention that she would not allow Zhao Hui to see Jing Chen, but she also did not say that she would go with Jing Chen tomorrow. Zhao Hui had been out for a long time. After hearing Yushu's words, she felt that her waist was a bit sore. It had not been easy for her to conceive this child, and she had almost lost it. She had been rushing all the way to the capital. If it wasn't for Dr. He's attentive care, her body would not have been able to endure it. Although she was reluctant to part with Yushu, she knew that there would be plenty of time in the future. As long as she was safe and sound, she did not care about this short period of time. Thus, Lu Jing called for the waiter to come in and settle the bill. The three of them left the private room and walked to the door. Pei Jing suddenly turned his head and asked, "Xiaoyu, did you take the exam for this year's Great Yen examination?" Yushu almost forgot about this. After he asked, she remembered. "I did." Pei Jing happily said, "That's good. With your ability, you should be able to rank among the best in mathematics. I'll wait to hear your good news. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask Uncle Pei." Yushu thanked him and saw them off to the carriage. She watched them drive away and then happily left. Chapter 222. When Yu Xiaoxiu got home from school, it was still early. Jing Chen was practicing his swordsmanship, so he opened the door and sat by the stove to warm himself while watching Jing Chen practice. He did not disturb him and only clapped when he finished a set of swordsmanship. When Jing Chen heard the applause, he turned to look at Yu Xiaoxiu and asked, "Xiaoxiu, can I teach you this set of swordsmanship?" Jing Chen's intentions were good. Ever since he started practicing swordsmanship, his body has become stronger day by day. He knew that this set of swordsmanship contained mysteries. But when he saw that Yu Xiaoxiu was small and skinny, he wanted to teach him swordsmanship so that he could strengthen his body as well. Yu Xiaoxiu shook his head. "I can't learn it." Which ordinary youngster didn't have a Jianghu dream in their heart? They longed to practice martial arts to strengthen their bodies, to be chivalrous and help the weak. But Yu Xiaoxiu was not an ordinary youngster. In this child's heart, the most powerful person was not the Ji family's great master who was a high-ranking official in the capital, nor was it the highly skilled Taoist Jing Chen, nor was it the legendary Master Yi. It was Yushu, that narrow-minded person who was full of lies. In Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes, those who practiced martial arts were not as smart as his sister. Those who were smart were not as cunning as his sister. Those who were cunning were not as thick-skinned as his sister. And those who were thick-skinned were not as capable as his sister. Comparing them like this, his sister was the most powerful person. Compared to wasting time on martial arts, he was more willing to spend more time on easy and arithmetic. He wanted to be able to calculate and be more observant. He wanted to follow his sister's example and participate in the Great Yen examination in 3 years. Although a child's admiration was a little blind, it wasn't completely unreasonable. Even though Yushu had a lot of problems, her ability was something that others rarely had. Jing Chen did not know that Yu Xiaoxiu was just being polite, and thought that he was worried that he could not learn it. He said, "Don't worry, I will teach you carefully. This set of swordplay is easy to learn. There are only 14 moves." At this time, there was a knock on the door of the courtyard. Yu Xiaoxiu was worrying about how to dispel the idea of Jing Chen teaching him swordsmanship. When he heard Yushu's shout, he immediately ran out to open the door. As soon as Yushu entered the door, she excitedly pulled Yu Xiaoxiu in a circle. "Xiaoxiu, I have good news for you. Aunt Hui has come to the capital." "Ah." Yu Xiaoxiu was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted and looked outside the door excitedly. Where is it? Where is it? Yu Shu pulled him in and closed the door with her left hand. She held his arm with her right hand and waved to Jing Chen to follow her. The three of them entered the central room. Yu Shu told Yu Xiaoxiu that Pei Jing came to see her with Xiao Hui this afternoon. Seeing Jing Chen was confused, she explained to him. Didn't I mention it to you? Before you lost your memory, you helped me raise the medical expenses for an elder in Yang City. It was for Aunt Hui. Yu Xiaoxiu interrupted. Then where are they? Why didn't they come to our home? Yu Shu said. It's too late. Aunt Hui is pregnant. It's inconvenient for her to run around. We will go to see her tomorrow. As for Zhao Hui's pregnancy, Yu Xiaoxiu was not as surprised as Yu Shu when he heard it. Well, the academy is on holiday. I don't have to go to class. Speaking of this, Yu Xiaoxiu muttered to himself. Shui Rui said that he would take him to ride horses, but he didn't have to go to the academy tomorrow, and he didn't come back. Yu Shu turned her head and said to Jing Chen. You don't have to go. I haven't told Aunt Hui and the rest about your situation in detail. If they know that you're a Taoist, they'll feel very uncomfortable. Secondly, it'll make their imaginations run wild and it'll be hard to explain. Jing Chen nodded. He knew that it was inconvenient for him to interact with others without knowing his identity. He turned to look at Yu Xiaoxiu and said to Yu Shu, Xiaoxiu's physique is not strong enough. My set of swordsmanship has the effect of strengthening the body. I want to teach it to Xiaoxiu. What do you think? Hearing this, Yu Shu hesitated and said, Can your swordsmanship be taught to others? Jing Chen was confused. Why not? Yu Shu said, I want to say that your swordsmanship has to be passed on to the sect. If there is any rule that forbids you from teaching it to outsiders, won't you break the rules? Compared with Yu Shu's cautiousness, Jing Chen didn't care much. It's just a set of swordsmanship. Why not? I can't remember anything now. Even if I break the rules, it is unintentional. Hearing this, Yu Shu was happy. She thought that he was not a pedantic person. She said happily, If that is the case, you can teach Xiaoxiu swordsmanship. You can also teach me Qinggong at the same time. It was Yu Shu's dream when she was young to be able to leap onto roofs and vault over walls like characters in wuxia novels. Just thinking about it made her eager to try it. Originally, she wanted to wait until Jing Chen recovered his memory to see if he could teach it to others. Since he didn't mind, she naturally wouldn't let go of this great opportunity. Facing Yu Shu, who was climbing up a pole, Jing Chen hesitated for a moment and said, I won't teach you Qinggong. Qinggong was different from swordsmanship. Qinggong relied on internal force. He remembered all the moves of swordsmanship and could teach it to Yu Xiaoxiu one by one. However, he didn't know where he obtained the internal force of Qinggong. He really didn't know how to teach Yu Shu. Knowing that he didn't refuse, Yu Shu said disappointedly, Then forget it. You can teach Xiaoxiu. Seeing that Yu Shu agreed, Yu Xiaoxiu was afraid that he would really spend time learning martial arts every day. He hurriedly said, Sister, I don't want to learn. Jing Chen and Yu Shu looked at Yu Xiaoxiu at the same time. The latter asked in surprise, Why don't you want to learn? She thought that all boys liked to learn martial arts. Why didn't Yu Xiaoxiu want to learn? Yu Xiaoxiu was too embarrassed to look at Jing Chen. He braced himself and said to Yu Shu, I have to go to school every day. There is a lot of homework in the academy. I don't have time to learn martial arts. Jing Chen said, It doesn't need much time. You just need to get up an hour earlier every day. Yu Xiaoxiu lowered his head and didn't say anything, but his attitude was obvious. He still didn't want to learn. Yu Shu knew that this child was stubborn. She thought for a while and didn't force him to learn. She reached out to touch his head and smiled at Jing Chen. He is too lazy to learn. How about you teach me? She was an open-minded parent. Learning martial arts was not the same as going to school. It was not necessary. If he didn't want to learn, then so be it. She didn't expect him to be an all-rounder. He just needed to be able to support his family in the future. Hearing Yu Shu's words, Yu Xiaoxiu immediately raised his head and looked at her. Jing Chen wasn't blind. Seeing that Yu Xiaoxiu was really unwilling, he didn't force him anymore. He shook his head at Yushu and said, learning martial arts consumes energy. You don't have extra energy now. Concentrate on the exam. We'll talk about it later. Yushu said, it's just an hour a day. Don't worry. I can handle it. I just need to use my brain. It's good to use up some energy. I can sleep well at night. Jingjian saw that she wanted to learn, so he agreed. I'll start teaching you tomorrow morning. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard someone say, I'll learn too. Yushu squinted at Yu Xiaoxiu. She didn't know what was wrong with this child. He was the one who said he didn't want to learn, and now he was the one who wanted to learn. Yu Xiaoxiu was embarrassed to say that he changed his mind because Yushu wanted to learn. He awkwardly said to Jing Chen, Brother Jing, teach me too. Okay. Jing Chen didn't care that Yu Xiaoxiu changed his mind again. Yushu didn't know what Yu Xiaoxiu was thinking. She reached out and patted the back of his head. She laughed and scolded, You child. He then teased Jing Chen, This is great. You've taken in 2 disciples at once. Do you want us to call you master? Jing Chen chuckled. He actually agreed with her joke. He said, Okay, go ahead. Yushu was just joking with Jing Chen. She didn't really want him to be her master. She smiled and touched her nose. It was the first time she lost to Jing Chen. I'll go make dinner. After saying that, Yushu slipped into the kitchen. The night passed. The next morning, Yushu woke Yu Xiaoxiu up. Jing Chen had already washed up and was waiting for them in the courtyard. He gave each of them a wooden sword that he had made last night and taught them the first move. It was said to be a single move, but it wasn't simple at all. Just the movement of drawing the sword required Yushu and Yu Xiao to practice for an hour. They were so tired that their foreheads were covered in sweat, and they only managed to learn an empty move. Luckily, Jing Chen wasn't strict and taught them in detail, so the siblings didn't give up on the first day. When the sun rose, Jing Chen asked them to stop. That's all for today. Don't you have to go out? Don't be late. Okay. Yushu wiped the sweat on her forehead. She was slightly out of breath, but her body was warm and her face was ready. She just needed a hot bath to feel comfortable. There was a bathtub at home that she bought a while ago. Unfortunately, it was getting late. She had to rush out to see Zhao Hui, so she didn't have time to boil the water slowly. The siblings could only wash their faces with warm water. Xiaoxiu, go back to the room and tidy up your hair. We'll leave later. Yushu was about to pour the water out of the door with the basin. When she walked to the door of the courtyard, she vaguely heard someone talking outside. Is this the place? Yes, they live in this house. Then knock on the door. As soon as Yushu pricked up her ears, she heard a knock on the other side of the door. She turned to Jing Chen and raised her chin, signaling him to leave. Jing Chen understood. He turned back to the room with the rusted sword and closed the door. Who is it so early in the morning? Yushu didn't rush to open the door, but asked outside. There was a moment of silence outside the door. After a few whispers, someone cleared their throat and said, Open the door. It's me. Yushu heard the woman's voice outside the door. It sounded familiar, but she couldn't remember who it was. She asked suspiciously, Who are you? The person outside the door answered in a muffled voice, I'm your mother. Yushu thought it was the wrong door, so she said, You're at the wrong door. When she finished speaking, she heard the voice outside the door suddenly raised. Wicked girl. You don't even recognize your mother. Open the door. Yushu's hand trembled, and she almost dropped the basin. This sharp voice and scolding tone, if it wasn't Aunt Cui, who else could it be? Chapter 223. In the central room, Yu Xiaoxiu stood behind Yushu and stared unblinkingly at the woman who sat down at the table after entering the room. Aunt Cui held a heater in her hands and looked around the room before turning to look at the siblings. Her eyes skipped over Yushu and fell on Yu Xiaoxiu. Only then did she show some parental concern on her face. She raised her hand and said, Xiaoxiu, come here. Let me take a good look at you. Yu Xiaoxiu hesitated and did not go forward immediately. Instead, he stretched out his hand and quietly pulled Yushu's sleeve. He was happy to see his biological mother, but he felt sad at the same time. Half a year ago, they were driven out by the Ji family. His mother did not ask them to stay and watch them leave. They had suffered a lot before they came to Chang'an. His sister had taken care of him along the way. No matter what happened, she had never left him. Compared to his biological mother, he was closer to his sister. Aunt Chui saw that Yu Xiaoxiu was standing still and felt embarrassed. She pulled down her face and said angrily, "What? You don't even recognize your mother like your sister?" "No," Yu Xiaoxiu said in a muffled voice. "Then you didn't answer when I asked you. Are you unhappy to see me?" Aunt Chui's face was full of displeasure. Any mother in the world would be unhappy to see that their son was not close to her. Yushu knew Aunt Chui's character. She was afraid that she would make Yu Xiaoxiu sad if she continued, so she interrupted and pushed Yu Xiaoxiu, saying, "Go and make a pot of tea for me." Yu Xiaoxiu bowed his head and went out. Yushu turned her head and asked Aunt Chui, "Mother, how did you find us?" In fact, when Yushu saw the maidservant next to Aunt Chui, she had already guessed what was going on. Last time when Ji Xingxuan talked to her, it was this maidservant who knocked on her door. The siblings depended on each other for survival. Back then, they were ruthlessly driven away by the Ji family. Now, if the Ji family wanted anything from her, it would be the 6 lines technique. Although Yushu didn't admit it, Ji Xingxuan was sure that she learned the 6 lines technique from Taoist Qingzheng. Yushu knew that Ji Xingxuan wouldn't give up on the 6 lines technique, but she didn't expect that they would directly bring Aunt Chui from Yiyang City. No wonder after that time, Ji Xingxuan didn't look for her again. She had this plan, so she didn't do anything else. Aunt Chui was not as kind to Yushu as she was to Yu Xiaoxiu. She sneered. "You asked me how I found you, but I have to ask you. You ran to the capital with Xiaoxiu without saying a word. You've been in the capital for so long. You didn't even send me a letter. Are you deliberately making me unable to sleep?" If this was really her mother, Yushu might feel wronged and sad to hear this accusation. But for Yushu, this woman in front of her was an outsider who had nothing to do with her. If it wasn't for Yu Xiaoxiu, she wouldn't let her enter this courtyard. Yushu didn't want to argue with her, so she said, "I didn't think it through. I made you worry. People's hearts were made of flesh. How could it not be painful?" Aunt Chui saw that Yushu was indifferent to her, so she didn't have anything good to say to her. So she came straight to the point and said, "You should pack your things and go back with me." Yushu looked suspicious. "Where are we going?" "Where else? Go back to the Ji family with me." Yushu frowned. "Mother, you didn't forget that Xiaoxiu and I were driven out by the Ji family, did you? Now you want us to go back?" Before concubine Chui could open her mouth, the servant girl who led the way coughed lightly and forced a fake smile at Yushu. "Young lady Yu, the old master didn't know that you and young master Yu were driven out of the clan. When he found out later, he reprimanded third master. The old master is a generous person. When he heard about the matter between you and your brother, he was moved by the fact that the two of you were alone and had no one to rely on. He specially allowed the two of you to return home and asked concubine Chui to personally pick you up." Hearing this dignified reason, Yushu almost burst into laughter. People who weren't from the same family wouldn't enter the same family. How could the reason that old master of the Ji family asked them to go back now be exactly the same as the reason that Ji Hyotani asked her to go back to be a concubine of the Shui family? It was obvious that they had other plans, but they put on a compassionate attitude to coax them back, and then asked for the Gui's Liudiao technique. If she didn't agree, would they beat Yu Xiaoxiu badly again to force her to give in? "Did the third master come with you to the capital this time?" Yushu didn't answer, but asked concubine Chui instead. Aunt Chui said, "Yes, why do you ask this?" Yushu thought hard. What did she want to do? Of course, she was thinking about how to get this dizzy and silly mother out of the Ji family, so that she could cut off the last connection with the Ji family, so that they wouldn't hold this against her. "Mother." Yushu sighed softly and sat down next to Aunt Chui. She took her hand and coaxed, "After half a year, Xiaoxiu and I miss you very much. I don't know if third master made things difficult for you after we left. Did you suffer in the Ji family?" Faced with Yushu's sudden concern, Aunt Chui was stunned. She was reminded of her sad past, and her expression was unnatural. "So you also know that because of you too, I suffered a lot." Yushu glanced at the Yahuan behind her and smiled bitterly. Of course I know what third master's temper is. At that time, because I was disobedient and refused to replace fourth miss and be a concubine, he beat up Xiaoxiao and almost lost his life. Only then did I learn to be obedient. Unfortunately, the marriage didn't go through and Xiaoxiao and I were chased out. There was no other way, so I came to the capital to make a living. Hearing Yushu mention that past, Aunt Chui's expression became more and more uncomfortable. Her hand struggled in her daughter's hand to avoid having other thoughts. She had come to find Yushu because she had been instructed by Ji Hyotani to bring Yushu back. He had also promised that when they returned to Yang, he would give her a courtyard to live in. But she had been a concubine for all these years. How could she not know how much truth a man's words could have? She knew very well what kind of temper Ji Hyotani had. Her son and daughter were bad-natured. If they really made him unhappy, they might be beaten and chased out again. At that time, it would not only be her son and daughter who would suffer, but she would also have to suffer once again. Yushu caught the change in Aunt Chui's expression. She squeezed her daughter's hand again and changed the topic, saying, "But mother, don't worry. I will participate in this year's Dian examination. I will definitely do my best to become a teacher for you. When the time comes, you will have a teacher daughter. Let's see who dares to bully you and look down on you." Hearing this, Aunt Chui was stunned again. You participated in that Dian examination? Aunt Chui was a little dazed. As a concubine in the Ishua family, she more or less knew what the Dian examination was all about. Since when did her ignorant, incompetent, and unrepentant daughter become so capable? Looking at Aunt Chui's reaction, Yushu knew that the Ji family did not tell her everything about herself. Grandfather Ji was working for the Celestial Commissioner. How could a scheming person like Ji Xingxuan not investigate whether she was a candidate this year? She was now a Dian examinee, not a nobody who needed to live under someone else's roof. Otherwise, she would have sent people to capture them like she did in Yang. Why would she need to play the family card? That's right. If you don't believe me, wait. Yushu let go of Aunt Chui's hand and ran into the room. She took out her exam slip and pointed at the seal on it for Aunt Chui to see. Afraid that Aunt Chui did not understand, she explained. Look, this is the proof to participate in the Dian examination. Not everyone can take the exam. You must have a letter of recommendation from teacher E. Don't be fooled by your daughter's failure in the past. For the past 6 months, I've been studying hard to learn teacher E. I'm no longer the same as before. Otherwise, why would he write a letter of recommendation for me to take the exam? She was spouting nonsense again. It was obvious that Xue Rui had used his connections to get her this exam slip after the examination deadline. However, Aunt Chui did not know about this. She only thought that Yushu had really become capable. She asked in shock. Is this true? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiaoxiao. Coincidentally, Yu Xiaoxiao came in with a cup of tea. Yushu waved at him to let him talk to Aunt Chui. Of course, Yu Xiaoxiao would not let Yushu down. It's true. Sister is very good at teachery. There's even an escort agency that specially invited her to be a trader. She will definitely pass the exam. Only then did Aunt Chui believe everything. She couldn't help but ponder. No matter what, this child was her biological daughter. If she really passed the exam and angered him again, she would be Teacher Yi's mother in the future. Her status would be very different. Even if Ji Hyotani wanted to treat her in the future, he would have to think twice. Seeing that it was about time, Yushu changed the topic. Mother, it's not that we don't want to go with you if you want us to go back, but think about it. Third Master has always disliked me. If I go back and say something wrong to anger him, being punished or beaten would be a light punishment, but not being able to participate in the exam would be terrible. How about this? You go back today and tell Third Master that I will bring Xiaoxiao back to the Ji family after the Grand Yen exam. Seeing that it was about time, Yu Xiaoxiao became anxious. He did not want to go back to the Ji family. Before Aunt Chui could say anything, the maidservant was the first to object. How can this be? Miss, you should quickly pack your things and leave with us. Great Master is still waiting. Yushu ignored the servant and stared unblinkingly at Aunt Chui. waiting for her reply. Then I'll go back and talk to Master, and see if I can postpone your return for a few days. In the end, Aunt Chui was instigated by Yushu and changed her mind at the last moment. Yushu happily said, "Mother, you're still the most reasonable. Don't worry. When your daughter passes the exam, I will be filial to you." Aunt Chui heard this and felt comfortable. She pretended to be brave. "I'm your biological mother. I've worked hard to raise you up. If you don't filial to me, who else can you filial to?" Yushu repeatedly said, "Yes." Then she said, "This room is cold. You should hurry back. I also need to prepare to study." "Okay, then study hard." Aunt Chui stood and gave Yushu a rare bit of gentleness. She patted her hand and pulled Yu Xiaoxiu. "Mother will come see you in 2 days." Yu Xiaoxiu held back his words and nodded unhappily. He hadn't seen his birth mother for half a year, but when he saw her again, she didn't even say a word of warmth. The maidservant who led Aunt Chui here was anxious but had no choice. She couldn't force people to leave. She had no choice but to temporarily leave with Aunt Chui and go back to report. Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu walked them to the door. When they left, Yushu closed the door. She turned her head and heard Yu Xiaoxiu ask her, "Older sister, why did you agree to go back?" "Who wants to go back?" Yushu patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Not only will we not go back, we will also bring mother out." Chapter 224. Ji Hyotani didn't come to the capital for Yushu. As early as last year, he had planned to move his family's business to Lian City. Therefore, when he received the letter from Old Master Ji, he rushed to the capital with his family the next day. Ji Hyotani hated Yushu. That day in the court, when he recognized that the boy who sued the Ji family was Yushu, he didn't mention it to anyone in order to avoid being blamed by his parents and brothers. He held his breath and sent people to search for the siblings in Yang. Unexpectedly, they had already sneaked to the capital. No wonder he couldn't find them. His father said that Yushu had learned one of Taoist Qing Zheng's unique skills, so he had to find her. Therefore, not only could he not do anything to the siblings for the time being, he had to be polite to them, which made him even angrier. Aunt Chui returned to the Ji family's office in the capital. Ji Hyotani was waiting for her in the courtyard. Seeing that Aunt Chui didn't bring the siblings back, his face darkened. When he asked about the situation again, he immediately scolded her. "What do you mean by afraid that I will make things difficult for her, and won't let her take the exam? Am I so narrow-minded in your eyes? Now it's father who wants them to come back. How do you want me to tell him? Should I tell him that the children are afraid that I will make things difficult for them, so they don't want to come back?" Aunt Chui was afraid that Ji Hyotani would lose his temper. She curled up into a ball and almost admitted her mistake. But when she thought that her daughter would become a master soon, she became more confident. She said timidly, "Yes, it's Yushu who said that. She said that she will come back after the exam. Master, why don't we wait a little longer? They just said that they will come back a few days later. It's not like they won't come back at all." "Nonsense." Ji Hyotani roared and pointed at Aunt Chui's head. She was so scared that her shoulders trembled. She shrank her neck and stepped back. "What do you think our Ji family is? How can they come back whenever they want? I think you've eaten too much and your brain is cramped." "Sob, sob, sob." Aunt Chui cried after being scolded. She wiped her tears and dared not to talk back. Ji Hyotani was in a rage. He didn't have the heart to show mercy to the fairer sex. He flung his sleeves and walked away. He had brought 3 concubines with him to settle down in the capital. Except for Aunt Chui, who he had to bring, the other 2 were especially spoiled. They lived with Aunt Chui in the small courtyard of the side room. When they heard Ji Hyotani's scolding, they stuck their heads out of the door and looked around. When he left, they ran to Aunt Chui's room one by one to see the joke. Aunt Chui was mocked and ridiculed by them for half a day. Her heart was sour and bitter. She was afraid that they would scold Ji Hyotani in the middle of the night, so she didn't dare to talk back. But in her heart, she thought angrily, "When this old woman's daughter becomes a teacher, you'll all have to bow your heads and apologize to me." Ji Xingshuan accompanied Ji Huaishan to drink tea in the warm room. She listened to the servant girl who followed Aunt Chui to find Yushu report the situation. Ji Xingxuan waved her hand to dismiss the servant girl. She said to Ji Huaishan, "It seems that she has her guard up. That's why she delayed coming back. It's a pity that Shifu Qingzheng's 6 lines technique was passed on to such a clumsy person. When I saw her face that day, I knew that she was mediocre. Even if she learned this technique, she wouldn't be able to use it. If she was smarter, she would know that treasuring a jade ring is a crime." Ji Huaishan's eyes flashed. He said, "Whether she is willing to come back or not, the 6 lines technique can only belong to our Ji family. It's not up to a little girl like her to decide. It's not something she should have." Ji Xingxuan's eyes flickered. She asked, "What do you want?" Ji Huaishan's eyes flashed. "You just need to focus on preparing for the exam. Don't worry about this. Grandfather will plan everything for you." Ji Xingxuan wanted to say something but stopped. She looked at Ji Huaishan's expression. In the end, she didn't ask any more questions. She said meekly, "Then grandson will return to my room. Tomorrow is the astrology exam. Grandfather, don't worry. I will definitely pass this exam." Not long after Ji Xingxuan returned to her room, Ji Hayotani came looking for her. He entered the tea room and bowed in greeting. "Father." "Rise." Father and son rarely saw each other. Compared to grandfather and grandson, they seemed a little distant. "Father, this morning your son sent that lowly concubine to find." "I already know," Ji Huaishan interrupted, sweeping his gaze over him. "You do have some strange abilities. None of your sons and daughters are capable. Yet you let an outsider obtain good fortune in our Ji family." Ji Huaishan's eyes swept over Ji Huaishan. Ji Hayotani said shamefully, "Father, you are right. Don't worry. I will definitely bring that girl back home and make her hand over that strange technique." "Bring back? How are you going to bring her back? Are you going to send someone to kidnap her?" "Humph," Ji Huaishan said angrily. "Put away your dirty tricks. This is Anling City, not Yang City. Our Ji family can do whatever they want. If you make a mess, no one will clean it up for you. Besides, I don't know how that girl managed to hook up with the eldest young master of the Xue family. If something really happens, I can't guarantee that he'll stand up for her." Ji Xiaogu's expression changed slightly. "Father, are you saying that we can't do anything to that little girl?" Ji Huaishan leaned back in his chair. He thought for a while and said coldly, "I have many ways to deal with her. She is a traitor. She raised us, but in the end, she helped outsiders to slander our Ji family. She bears a grudge against our Ji family. This kind of evil cannot be left alive." Ji Huaishan's fingers knocked heavily on the armrest. Ji Hayotani raised his head in shock. "You know, so he only knows that the girl went to complain about the Ji family? Do you think that I know nothing about Yang City just because I am far away in Anling? I may be old, but I'm not deaf or blind. It's best if you put away your petty thoughts as soon as possible. Since you're a merchant, you should know your place and do your business. In the future, the Ji family's master can only be your eldest brother. The one who can bring glory to the Ji family can only be Xingxuan." Ji Xiaogu said in a low voice. Ji Hayotani panicked. He lowered his head and said, "I know. I don't dare to think too much. Go and do your work." "Yes, I will take my leave." After Aunt Chui left, Jing Chen came out of the room and looked at the closed door. He asked Yushu, "Was that your mother?" He had heard concubine Chui's voice when she entered the room. He had thought that Yushu and her brother were dependent on each other, but he didn't think that their mother was still alive. Yushu did not hide this from him and explained, "My brother and I lost our father when we were young. Our mother went to a rich family to be a concubine. Because I angered my stepfather, I was chased out of the house. That was why I came to the capital. That was our birth mother." This was the first time Jing Chen heard Yushu talk about her past. He did not expect it to be like this. He asked with concern, "Then why did she come today?" Yu Xiaoxiu pouted. "She came to ask us to go home." Jing Chen was surprised. "Go home? You are going back?" "No." Yushu reached out and patted Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder. She smiled at Jing Chen. "We are not going back. That place is not our home. Our surname is Yu, and their surname is Ji. We are not a family. Hearing this, Jing Chen's expression relaxed. Just now, when he heard that they were going to leave, he thought about where he should go. As a result, he found that he had nowhere to go. Yushu did not know Jing Chen's thoughts. She looked up at the sun and suddenly patted her forehead, urging Yu Xiaoxiu to hurry up. Xiao said, "Hurry up, pack up and we'll leave. Look at the time, Aunt Huai must be waiting anxiously." He said that he was going to see Zhao Hui today, but Aunt Chui suddenly came looking for him. Yushu and the Yu family. Xiao went out late. It was almost noon when he arrived at Pei Jing's residence. Zhao Hui had been waiting for them since early in the morning. She waited for the whole morning and didn't see their shadow. If it wasn't for Dr. He stopping her, she would have gone to Huixing Street to look for them. Yesterday, she didn't see Yu Xiaoxiu. Today she saw him. Zhao Hui held the child in her arms for a long time, just like yesterday when she saw Yushu. She thanked the heavens and shed a few drops of tears. Pei Jing went out to work during the day and wasn't at home. Zhao Hui asked why Jing Chen didn't come and if she should go see him. Yushu gave Yu Xiaoxiu a look and made an excuse. Jing Chen is a cold person and doesn't like to interact with people. I can't force him to come. Aunt Huai, don't think too much. Dr. He, who was at the side, said, I heard that the people of Jianghu are usually solitary. Since he doesn't want to see us, it's not good for us to force him. Zhao Hui nodded. She pulled Yu Xiaoxiu's hand and said to Yushu, I still have a serious matter to discuss with you today. She looked at He Fangji and said, Your Uncle Pei has to work in the capital. We won't have anyone to look after us in Yang. We're worried that the Ji family will be put in a difficult position. Dr. He has discussed with him and decided to open a small medical clinic in the capital. After everything has been arranged, we'll send someone to Yang to pick up Popo. We'll settle down in the capital. Yixiong has already arranged a place to live. After a few days of tidying up the residence, you and Xiaoxiu can move in and live with us. What do you think? Yu Xiaoxiu turned his head to look at Yushu and asked, If they want to live with Aunt Huai, what about Jing Dage? Yushu thought for a moment and honestly said to Zhao Hui, The two of us also want to live with Aunt Huai, but Jing Chen is still in the capital. It's not good to leave him behind and move out alone. Why don't we wait a little longer? Zhao Hui said, What's wrong with that? There are enough rooms in that residence. Let young hero Jing come with us. She paused and earnestly said to Yushu, No matter what, you two are not related. It's not appropriate for you to live with a man like this. People's words are a fearful thing. If you move in with me, this Changxuan, then it's a different matter. Yu Xiaoxiu rubbed his head and felt that what Zhao Hui said was reasonable. He then looked at Yushu with a thoughtful expression. Dr. He also tried to persuade them. If you two move in together, your Aunt Huai will be able to rest in peace and nurture the fetus. Otherwise, she will always be thinking about you two from day to night. Her body will always be weak, and she won't be able to eat or sleep well. I'm afraid that if she continues like this, it will be difficult for her to endure when her belly gets bigger. Big sister, how about we come and live with Aunt Huai? Yu Men and Xiao were moved and also tried to persuade Yushu. Facing Zhao Hui's expectant expression, Yushu felt very embarrassed. It was fine if she and Xiaoxiu moved in with them, but the key was Jing Chen. He couldn't live with them. Min, you? How about this? It's not good for me to make the decision alone. I'll go back today and ask Jing Chen if he's willing to come over. Chapter 225. In the evening, Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu came back from Zhao Hui's place. They brought the food box that Zhao Hui asked people to prepare in advance. They went home to heat it up and had dinner with Jing Chen and the other two. At the dinner table, Yu Xiaoxiu secretly kicked Yushu's feet under the table several times. He wanted to talk about moving, but he was stepped on by Yushu. After dinner, Yu Xiaoxiu sent Yu Xiaoxiu to wash the dishes. Yushu went into the room and thought about moving. If they had to move, the three of them must move together. No matter what, she would not leave Jing Chen alone. At least before he regained his memory, she would always take care of him and would not leave his side. However, this way, Zhao Hui and Dr. He would inevitably be in trouble. There was only one yellow frost stone, and it could only protect one person. It wouldn't be a problem to give it to anyone. This was something she had verified in the past 2 days. When she wore the yellow frost stone on Yu Xiaoxiu's body, she would still trip when she went out, drop her knife when she was chopping vegetables, and suffer a lot of misfortune. Sister, what are you thinking about? After Yu Xiaoxiu finished washing the dishes, he entered the room and saw Yu Shu sitting by the window in a daze. He walked over, closed the window, and stretched out his hand to let Kim Bao jump onto his palm. Yu Shu turned her head and looked at him. It was said that this child was born in the first month of the year, and he would be 13 years old next year. He looked thin and small, but he was more sensible than some adults. He followed her from the south to the north, and he did not complain. She had a lot of chores, and sometimes she did not even take care of his meals. His clothes, shoes, and socks were all washed by a boy, which made her worry less. Xiaoxiu, do you want to live with Aunt Huai? Yu Xiaoxiu nodded. This child was very sensitive. He noticed that Yu Shu was in a dilemma, so he did not show his desire. He bowed his head and stroked the fluff on Kim Bao's body. Sister, if it is not convenient, we cannot live together. Besides, there is still Brother Jing. Aunt Chui was not reliable. She did not know how to love children. Yu Xiaoxiu received more warmth from her than from Zhao Hui. He did not say it, but in his heart he regarded Zhao Hui as a family member. He longed to get care from Zhao Hui. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiu like this, Yu Shu's heart softened. She immediately made up her mind. Then let's live together. I'll talk to Big Brother Jing later. Jing Chen was important, but she couldn't ignore Yu Xiaoxiu's feelings because of that. One had to know that she was first and foremost an elder sister. In fact, it was not impossible for them to live together. After leaving Yu Xiaoxiu in his room to read, Yu Shu went to Jing Chen's room and knocked on the door. Jing Chen was making his bed. When he heard Yu Shu's voice, he shook off the blanket and went to open the door. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? I have something to tell you. Yu Shu stood at the door and did not go in. Ever since Jing Chen found out that she was a girl, he had been keeping a distance from her. Even if she wanted to, he would not let her into his room in the middle of the night. Go ahead. Aunt Huai's family is going to stay in Jing City. She wants us to move in with them so that we can take care of each other. She also invited you to go with her. What do you think? Jing Chen fell silent for a moment. Is it inappropriate for me to follow you? Why not? Yu Shu denied. How is it inappropriate? We're living together anyway. We just moved to another place. Don't worry. Aunt Huai and her husband are very nice. You've also helped me save Aunt Huai's life. They're very grateful to you and asked me to invite you along. Jing Chen looked at Yu Shu, who was eager to explain herself. He vaguely felt that he had become her burden again. Although he did not want to cause her trouble, he could not refuse. All right, I'll go with you. That's great. Aunt Huai will be very happy when she finds out. You should rest early. I'm going back to my room to read. Yu Shu said happily. Yu Shu skipped away. When she reached the door of the house, she heard Jing Chen calling her from behind. Xiaoyu. Yu Shu turned around. What's up? Nothing. You should rest early too. You'll wake up early to practice your swordsmanship tomorrow. He actually wanted to ask her why she was so nice to him. Was her concern and care for him out of friendship or out of pity? On the 9th day of the 12th lunar month, Yu Shu did not go to the astrology department. Instead, she went to greet Zhao Hui. Pei Jing was very efficient. In the past 2 days, he had vacated the empty house. They could choose a day to move in. After discussing with Yu Shu, Zhao Hui decided that she and Dr. He would move in tomorrow. She asked Yu Shu to go home and pack her luggage first. Pei Jing would send a car to pick them up the day after tomorrow. Before leaving, Yu Shu took out an amulet from her bosom and hung it on Zhao Hui's body. She repeatedly reminded her to keep it well and never let it leave her body. This amulet was indeed the one with the yellow frost stone sewn on it. Yu Shu was not worried about the others. She could use the time of calamity to keep an eye on them. However, Zhao Hui was pregnant. She could not afford to make any mistakes. She could only let Jing Chen move in with the yellow frost stone. Didn't you give me one before? Why are you giving me another one? Zhao Hui rolled up her sleeves and showed Yushu the bead that she had tied to her when she left Yang City. Zhao Hui still remembered Zhao Hui's auspicious words, wishing her many blessings and longevity. Zhao Hui cherished it like a treasure and never let it leave her hand. She was afraid that she would break it. She even refused to wear the family bracelet on the same hand. This is different. Yushu stuffed the amulet into her arms and coaxed her. Aunt Hui, this belongs to someone else. Wear it first and keep it safe for me. You can give it back to me later. After coaxing Zhao Hui to put away the yellow frost stone, Yushu was relieved. She hitched a ride with Pei Jing and went home to pack her luggage. She had lived on Huixing Street for 3 months. Although there was not much in the house, when she really packed it up, there was a lot. Yushu Xiu heard that he could move in with Zhao Hui the day after tomorrow. He excitedly rummaged through the drawers and cabinets. Yushu found 2 sheets for Autumn and asked him to wrap up all the clothes he wanted to take away. Then she went next door to help Jingchen organize his clothes. Jingchen didn't have many things. There were only 3 or 4 sets of clothes for autumn and winter, and 2 pairs of shoes. Yushu packed them for him quickly. Jingchen couldn't help, so he tidied up the things on the desk, mainly some calligraphy and paintings. Yushu packed the 2 bags and stuffed them into the cabinet. She turned around and saw Jingchen standing by the bright window, holding a painting in his hand. He was lost in thought. She tiptoed over and tiptoed to take a look. She saw that the black and white figure in the painting was sitting on a chair and was 70% drunk. Her eyes lit up and she reached out to snatch it. Hey, when did you draw this? Jingchen was afraid that she would tear the painting, so he let go and gave it to her. Once you came back drunk and asked me to draw it. When he mentioned it, Yushu remembered that day. Xia Mingming and she were drinking in a restaurant. When she came back drunk, she pestered Jingchen to draw a painting for her. Later, she got drunk and splashed ink on him. She scribbled on him and dirtied his clothes. Thinking of this, Yushu was a little embarrassed. She stuffed the painting in her hand to him and pretended to be stupid. Is there such a thing? I don't remember it. Jingchen smiled and didn't say anything. He rolled up the painting and wrapped it with a few layers of paper. He placed it in a corner of the bookcase. At this time, the courtyard door rang. Yushu ran to answer. She was afraid that the Ji family had come again. She didn't forget to ask who opened the door. Who is it? It's my big brother Yu. You're home. When she heard the voice, Yushu's lips twitched. It was too late to pretend that no one was home. Big brother Yu opened the door. It's me. The knocking on the door didn't stop. Yushu had no choice but to open the door. She faked a smile at the little girl outside. Fong Fong, are you here to visit your aunt? Zhou Fongfong was wearing a floral pomegranate-colored cotton-padded jacket. She held a basket in her hand and smiled sweetly at Yushu. Yes. My mother asked me to thank Big Brother Jing for helping me write a letter to my uncle last time, Yushu said. Oh. She remembered that it was Xiaoxiu who helped this little girl write a letter last time. How did it become Jing Chen's credit? Yushu blocked the door. She didn't want to let her in, but she couldn't stop Zhou Fongfong from squeezing in. Especially when she saw Jing Chen appear in front of the door. She used all her strength to push Yushu to the side. She was indeed the daughter of a butcher. She was strong. Big brother Jing, is your hand better? My mother was sick a while ago. I was taking care of her at home and didn't have the chance to visit you. Don't be unhappy. Zhou Fongfong stood in front of Jing Chen. She raised her head and looked at the handsome Jing Chen with a blushing face. She didn't know if it was because of the east wind or because of the person in front of her. No. Jing Chen didn't think there was anything to be unhappy about. But to be cared for, he still asked politely, "How is your mother now?" Zhou Fongfong said, "She's fine. That's why she asked me to bring a gift. Here, my mother steamed these buns with pork filling. I'll give them to you to try. Big brother Yu, I'll use your kitchen to heat up the buns." She didn't wait for Yushu to reply and went into the kitchen. Not long after, she poked her head out and made a fuss. "Why is it so messy here? Things are everywhere." Yushu said to her, "We're planning to move. We're packing." The little girl was dumbfounded. Move? You're moving?" Seeing Yushu and Jingchen nod at the same time, Zhou Fangfang immediately ran out of the kitchen and ran to the two of them. Where are you moving? When are you leaving? Aren't you going to live here? Jing Chen looked at Yushu and didn't know how to answer. Yushu coughed lightly. She wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of this little troublemaker. She didn't want to spend an hour calculating her misfortune every time she came back. So she lied. We're leaving the capital and going back to our hometown. We're leaving the day after tomorrow. Zhou Fangfang let out an ah and was stunned for a long time. She looked at Jing Chen with a sad face and said, Why are you leaving? Can't you stay? Jing Chen didn't understand why Yushu lied to him, but he didn't expose her. He shook his head gently. This made Zhou Fangfang anxious. She stomped her feet and looked at Yushu and Jing Chen. Her face was red. Finally, she reached out and pulled Jing Chen's sleeve. She pushed him into the room. Brother Bao, come in with me. I have something to say to you. Jing Chen didn't want to be pulled by a woman. He didn't resist and was pushed into the room behind him by Zhou Fangfang. Yushu didn't react in time. She watched the door close in front of her. Yu Xiaoxia was disturbed by the noise outside. He poked his head in the central room and asked, Sister, what's wrong? Yushu snorted and waved at him. It's nothing. Go and pack your things. Chapter 226. In the room, Zhou Fangfang stood in front of Jing Chen nervously. She twisted her fingers and lowered her red head. She did not dare to look at Jing Chen directly. She mustered up her courage and said, Brother Jing, I like you. Hearing the young lady express her feelings, Jing Chen could not react for a moment. He had never had such an experience, so he did not know how to respond. His silence made Zhou Fangfang even more embarrassed and nervous. She sounded like she was about to cry. I know that you don't like me. I don't even know how to read, and I'm not very beautiful. You must think that I'm very thick-skinned, but I really like you. I don't want you to leave. Brother Jing, can you not leave? Faced with Zhou Fangfang's sudden tears, Jing Chen was at a loss of what to do. Outside the door, Yushu was also anxious. How could this ancient girl be more daring than modern girls? Miss Zhou, you're a very good girl, but your kindness. I'm sorry, Jing Chen can't accept it. Even though he did not understand the relationship between a man and a woman, Jing Chen knew that he could not easily accept the girl's kindness. Zhou Fangfang suddenly sobbed, and then there was no more sound. After a moment of silence, she lifted her sleeve to wipe away her tears. She looked up at Jing Chen and asked with red eyes, Will you come back after you leave? Does that mean I won't be able to see you again in the future? Faced with Zhou Fangfang's questions, Jing Chen could not answer. The young lady's worries became empty. She only thought that this was the last time they would meet. She cried her heart out, took a step forward, and threw herself into Jing Chen's arms. She hugged him and choked with sobs. Miss Zhou, don't be like this. Jing Chen helplessly raised his two hands. Being tightly hugged by her, he didn't know what to do. Yushu heard the noise from outside, but could not see what was happening inside. She was worried that Jing Chen would be taken advantage of. She scratched her ears and cheeks and finally reached out to push the door. Zhou Fangfang did not close the door properly when she entered. Yushu pushed the door twice and it opened. She stumbled half a step forward and held on to the door frame to steady herself. When she looked up, she saw Zhou Fangfang hugging Jing Chen and crying on his chest. She felt a headache and went forward to pull them apart without thinking. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Quickly let go of me. Jing Chen saw Yushu suddenly rush in and sighed in relief. He let Yushu pull Zhou Fangfang down from his body and pull her to the side. Fangfang, don't cry. Yushu comforted Zhou Fangfang and gave Jing Chen a look, asking him to go out first. Jing Chen was smart for once and awkwardly left the room, leaving Yushu to comfort Zhou Fangfang. Come, let's sit down first. Yushu brought Zhou Fangfang to the bed and sat down. She searched her body but couldn't find a handkerchief, so she used her sleeve to wipe her tears. Zhou Fangfang calmed down a little. She grabbed Yushu's sleeve and blew her nose hard. She hiccuped and said hoarsely, You dage. Yushu resisted the urge to wipe the snot on her sleeve onto Zhou Fangfang's face. She pretended to be gentle and said, You dage is here. If you're unhappy, tell me. Don't cry anymore. If she cried anymore, it would attract Auntie Sue next door. That would be bad. Brother Jing, he doesn't like me. Zhou Fangfang was full of grievances and complained to Yushu after her first love's confession was rejected. Well, he doesn't like you because he doesn't have good taste. Yushu's flowery words worked at this time. She patted Zhou Fangfang's shoulder and coaxed. Look, you're cute and beautiful. You can cook and do housework, and you're innocent and cute. It's hard to find such a good girl. Don't blame him for not liking you, but many people like you. Zhou Fangfang pouted. But I like Brother Jing. Looking at the undisguised expression on her face, Yushu suddenly felt a little more admiration for the girl in front of her. To be able to express her feelings in front of the person she liked, regardless of morality or etiquette, just this courage alone was something that many people didn't have. After a moment of silence, Yushu asked, What do you like about him? Zhou Fangfang lowered her head and almost didn't think much about it before she listed a lot of good things about Jing Qin. Brother Jing is a good person, he has a good temper, his handwriting is good, and he's good-looking. Yushu had to admit all of these, so she couldn't refute it. She coughed and said, Then you only know these good things about him. Do you know any bad things about him? Zhou Fangfang tilted her head and said to her unhappily, There's nothing bad about Brother Jing. Of course there is, it's just that you don't know about it. Yushu put one leg on her knee and put on a look of a gossipy old woman. She stretched out her hand to count for her and said, Your Brother Jing is lazy. He stays at home all day and doesn't want to do any work. He just stretches out his hand and opens his mouth to eat. He's not like me, who cooks and washes all day and does everything. Your Brother Jing is delicate and can't bear hardships. Last time, he even cut his hand chopping firewood. He's not like me, who has to go out to earn a living in the wind and rain. Your Brother Jing. Yushu spoke without thinking. On one hand, she smeared Jing Chen's name, and on the other hand, she didn't forget to put gold on her own face. She was trying to make Zhou Fangfang change her mind and not feel that she was despicable and shameless at all. Sure enough, under Yushu's bluff, Zhou Fangfang was more or less disillusioned. She forgot to cry and forgot to be sad. She asked her suspiciously, Really? Brother Jing is usually like this. Yushu clicked her tongue and said, Really more real than real gold. Why would I lie to you? Besides, your Brother Jing is a picky eater. He doesn't eat meat or fish. He can't smell meat. He's very difficult to serve, unlike me. Zhou Fangfang frowned and interrupted Yushu's words. He doesn't eat meat. Yushu shook her head with certainty. He doesn't eat meat. He doesn't eat pork? Never. Zhou Fangfang's expression changed. No one knew what she thought of. She grabbed Yushu's sleeve and wiped her snot. Suddenly, she stood up and said to Yushu with a straight face, Brother Yu, I'm going back. Yushu was stunned. Eh? Are you leaving now? Don't you want to stay for a while? No. Then I'll see you off. Yushu couldn't wait for her to leave. She stood up and saw her off. At the door of the house, Zhou Fangfang suddenly turned around and said to Yushu seriously, My father is a butcher. How can he find a son-in-law who doesn't eat meat? Brother Jing and I are not destined to be together. Please help me tell him that I don't blame him. What the hell was this? She wasted half a day talking. If she had known earlier, she would have told her that Jing Chen doesn't eat meat. Jing Chen was standing in the yard. As soon as he heard the sound of the door opening, he turned his head and saw Yushu coming out behind Zhou Fangfang. His expression was a little strange, but fortunately, the little girl didn't cry anymore. Brother Yu, I'm leaving. I wish you a safe journey. I won't see you off on the day you leave. I won't forget you. Zhou Fangfang glanced at Jing Chen for the last time, and remembered this girl's feelings. Then she walked to the gate of the yard, opened the door and ran away. Jing Chen stammered. It's okay. Yushu waved her hand at Jing Chen. Fangfang is a sensible girl. She'll think it through slowly when she goes back. Jing Chen stammered. Don't worry. Yushu interrupted Jing Chen's words again, and forced a smile. It's not your fault. When it comes to feelings, it's not just wishful thinking. Yushu scratched her head. Zhou Fangfang's bold confession today had touched her heart. Some words had been buried in her heart for a long time, and she could not hold them back anymore. However, the timing was not right. Jing Chun had not recovered his memory, and his future was uncertain. She did not want to be impulsive and lose her composure. "I'll clean up the kitchen. You can go back to your room," Yushu said to Jing Chun as she walked past him. Just as she was about to pass him, he suddenly grabbed her sleeve and stopped her from entering the kitchen. "Xiu Yu." Yushu turned around and looked at him absent-mindedly. A look of concern appeared on Jing Chun's handsome face as he said, "Are you feeling unwell? You don't look well. Why don't you go back to your room and rest? If there's anything else, I'll do it." Yushu pursed her lips. The impulse that she had suppressed just now had resurfaced. She clenched her fists and released them. With a sigh, she suddenly raised her hand and pulled her sleeve back from Jing Chun's hand. "Jing Chun, let's go for a walk." After saying that, he took the lead and walked out of the door. He didn't even look to see if Jing Chun was following him. He tucked his sleeves and walked forward. He walked out of the alley and onto the street. He seemed to be walking aimlessly, but in fact he was walking towards a place with fewer people. "Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu?" Jing Chun called her a few times, but she did not respond. He had no choice but to follow her step by step. The two of them walked to a remote grove in the south of the city. Yushu stopped and leaned against a tree. She lowered her head and kicked a small stone under her feet. Seeing her like this, Jing Chun could not help but worry. Just as he was about to ask again, Yushu spoke first. "Jing Chun, how do you think? I treat you?" Jing Chun was confused. "You treat me? You treat me very well." Yushu was not satisfied with this answer. Crossing her arms, she looked up at him and raised her eyebrows. "How have I treated you well? Tell me in detail." Jing Chun thought for a moment before answering. "You saved my life, took care of my injuries, took me on a journey, helped me recover my memory, cared for me, and took care of me. Isn't that good enough?" There was already a smile in Yushu's eyes. "Is there anything else? Go on." Although Jing Chun did not know why she asked these questions, he still cooperated and continued. "You took me to the Taoist temple for sightseeing, found books for me to read, helped me find the whereabouts of the adversity blocking stone, gave me the ancient sword, mended my clothes, brewed medicine, and often chatted with me." With every sentence he said, the corners of Yushu's mouth curled up a little. In the end, her eyes narrowed. Her back left the trunk and her body leaned forward slightly. Her slender index finger gently tapped on Jing Chun's chest. She raised her head. Her cheeks were rosy, but her eyes were bright. She looked straight into his eyes, and her tone was 70% serious and 30% coaxing. Chapter 227. I'm so nice to you. Do you like me? Under a withered tree in the forest, Jing Chun looked at Yushu. He always felt that she was more serious than ever. A gust of winter wind swept past, sweeping up the end of her voice and brushing past his ears. He blinked his eyes. He clearly heard what she said, but his mind was a little blank. He tried his best to figure out the meaning of her words. Seeing that he is in a daze at this time, Yushu raises her eyebrows discontentedly. She pokes his chest with her finger without any pretentiousness that a girl should have. "I asked you a question. Did you hear me? Or you don't understand? Then I'll make it clearer. Didn't I let you read the biography of Lu Yi a while ago? The like, I said, is the kind of love that Lu Yi has for the Dongting dragon girl in the book. Do you understand?" Jing Chun comes to his senses, and his white face suddenly blushes. He can still calm down when facing Zhou Fangfang's bold expression, but in the face of Yushu's straightforward question, he is completely at a loss. Seeing that he has not answered, Yushu is a little impatient. She laughs at him shamelessly. "If you don't speak, I will take it that you like me." "Xiao Yu," Jing Chun helplessly calls Yushu. His mind is a mess now. He has no clue at all. He can't tell whether he likes or not. Yushu is born cheeky. She is a little shy before she speaks, but after she speaks, she is unscrupulous. As early as that night when Jing Chun stopped the dagger for her with his bare hands and vowed to protect her, she was moved. She carefully considered the relationship between them, and decided not to miss such a good man who is willing to die for her. Now that she was in ancient times, it was impossible for her to remain single. When a woman reached a certain age, she had to talk about marriage. Otherwise, it would be against the moral code. She had no intention of going against the entire feudal society. Since she had to find a man sooner or later, there was a ready-made one by her side. He was good-tempered and obedient. Why should she give up what was close at hand and seek what was far away? She originally wanted to wait a little longer, at least until Jing Chun remembered some things and recovered some of his memories before explaining it to him. However, Zhou Fangfang's confession today had touched Jing Chen's heart. Jing Chun was a simple-minded person. If she didn't explain it clearly, perhaps he wouldn't be enlightened even after 8 to 10 years. It was better to take advantage of the fact that he didn't have any memories, and that he didn't have the knot in his heart about the Fate Breaker and Ji Du Xing. On this point, Yushu was quite confident. Yushu admitted that it was a bit despicable of her to do so, but she had already made it clear to him. How could she return in failure? No matter what, she had to take him down today. She rolled her eyes and suddenly had a bad idea. She suddenly pulled a long face and said to Jing Chen, "What? Don't you like me?" Jing Chen shook his head subconsciously, obviously denying her words. However, Yushu deliberately misinterpreted his meaning. She reached out and pushed his chest. She said angrily, "Well, then I'm thinking too much. You forgot what I said just now. Just pretend that I didn't say it." After pushing him away, Yushu put on a hurt expression. She looked at Jing Chun and turned away. Seeing this, Jing Chun hurriedly pulled her hand. As soon as he touched her sleeve, she threw it away. "Didn't you say that men and women shouldn't touch each other? From now on, stay away from me." Xiaoyu. Seeing that she was really angry, Jing Chun anxiously grabbed her wrist and pulled her around to face him. "Don't be angry. It's not that I don't like you. It's just that I don't understand. Let me think about it, okay?" Jing Chun tried to coax her gently. "Xiaoyu, it's not that I don't like you. I just don't understand. Let me think about it, okay?" He could refuse Miss Zhou, but he couldn't easily say no to the person in front of him, because he didn't want to make her unhappy, let alone make her sad. Yushu snorted discontentedly and put on airs. "What's there to think about? Either you like me or you don't like me." Jing Chun shook his head. "It's not that simple. I read in the book that Dragon Lady Lu Yi didn't communicate with each other from the beginning. Now he was smart." Yushu's eyes flashed. "Okay, then think about it. I'll count to 10. After 10 counts, you have to answer whether I like you or not. If you don't answer from now on, I'll ignore you." Then, without waiting for Jing Chun to agree, she raised a hand in front of him and started counting. 1, 2, 3. Yushu was aggressive. Jing Chun had no way to deal with it. He could only concentrate on thinking about whether he had feelings for her like Dragon Lady Lu Yi. However, the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. As he listened to her counting, his expression became extremely serious. 8, 9. When she counted to the 9th count, Yushu suddenly paused. She smiled and put one hand on Jing Chen's shoulder. Without warning, she tiptoed and moved closer to his left cheek. 10. The soft breath that fell on his cheek stunned Jing Chun. When he realized what it was, his ears turned red in an instant. His mind couldn't help but be shaken. Yushu's heels fell back. She was a little shy at first, but when she saw Jing Chen's red ears, she burst out laughing. She raised her chin and winked at him proudly. "I asked you a question. Are you angry that I molested you just now?" Jing Chen didn't dare to look at her. He looked away and shook his head slightly. "Then are you happy?" Jing Chen hesitated for a moment. Although he was uneasy, he still nodded. He could clearly tell whether he was happy or unhappy. "Then do you like it?" Jing Chen was in a daze. Vaguely, he had an answer. He turned his head to look at Yushu, who was smiling slyly. His cheek, which had been kissed by her just now, was still burning. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind. He likes Xiaoyu. "You like me?" Yushu smiled confidently. This time, Jing Chen did not hesitate. He had an answer in his heart. His face turned red and he nodded seriously. "Yes." Yushu's face was full of smiles. She enjoyed Jing Chen's shy look and giggled for a while. Then, she went along with the flow. "It's good that you admit it. Remember, from now on, The two of us are no longer brothers. We should be boyfriend and girlfriend. Jing Chen was confused. Boyfriend and girlfriend? What's that? Yushu hesitated. She didn't know how to explain it to him. It was a term that would be used 500 years later. So she made up a story. In other words, between a man and a woman, there is a relationship before they get married. Once this relationship is established, they must be devoted to each other. In other words, you can only have me as your girlfriend, and I only have you as my boyfriend. Jing Chen nodded as if he understood. Also, after becoming a boyfriend and girlfriend, you must be honest with each other. You must care for each other and respect each other. Yushu took the opportunity to instill some other knowledge into his mind. She did not hesitate to sign her name on Jing Chen's blank piece of paper. She did it quickly and steadily. The two of them came out for a long time and stood in the forest for almost an hour. Jing Chen was fine, but in this winter, Yushu sneezed twice after taking in a few mouthfuls of cold wind. Let's go back. It was only then that Jing Chen noticed that Yushu was only wearing a cotton-padded shirt. She didn't even put on a small jacket. However, he didn't wear much either. He couldn't take it off for her. Yushu rubbed her nose. Her fingers were cold and uncomfortable. She looked up and down at Jing Chen. Then she consciously held his hand. Sure enough, martial artists' bodies were warm. Jing Chen's arm stiffened when she held his hand, but he didn't let go of her. Thinking about the fact that they were boyfriend and girlfriend just now, his heart skipped a beat. He slowly retracted his hand and held her cold hand. Let's go. Yushu and Jing Chen didn't go home hand in hand. A man and a woman holding hands on the street would be criticized by others. But two men holding hands on the street would be shocking. They let go of each other when there were more people on the street. When they got home, Yu Xiaoxiu wondered what they were doing. He asked Yushu. She rolled her eyes and said, "Children shouldn't worry about adults." Yushu didn't intend to hide her relationship with Jing Chen from Yu Xiaoxiu, but she also didn't intend to tell him seriously. Go in and warm yourself. I'll boil some water for you to make ginger tea. Jing Chen asked Yushu to go back to her room. He lowered his head and went into the kitchen. He just changed his relationship with Yushu and realized that there were some differences between them. Facing Yu Xiaoxiu again, he was a little embarrassed. Yushu pulled Yu Xiaoxiu into the house and ordered him to light the stove. She took off her shoes and got under the quilt. From time to time, she hugged the quilt and rolled around. Yu Xiaoxiu squatted by the stove to light the charcoal. Kim Bao squatted by his feet and wagged his tail. One man and one mouse looked at Yushu in a daze. Sister, what are you laughing at? I'm happy. Can't I smile? Then why are you happy? I'm not telling you. Yu Xiaoxiu was a little depressed. He raised his head and asked, What's wrong with Miss Xiao? I saw her crying when she left. Yushu's expression changed. She stopped smiling and turned her head. She heard that we are moving, so she must be sad. Yushu felt a little guilty towards Zhou Fangfang. Whether it was lying to her that they were going to leave the capital, or that she took down Jing Chen today. She felt guilty, but it wasn't to the extent that her conscience would be disturbed, and it wouldn't affect her mood. She was an experienced person. She knew that Zhou Fangfang's feelings for Jing Chen were just a young girl's infatuation. It couldn't be said that she really liked him. After all, they had only known each other for a few days. How deep their feelings could be. It was a good thing for her to give up as soon as possible. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't know the inside story. He said with disdain towards Zhou Fangfang's crying, Girls are troublesome. They cry all day long. They are all water bags. Yu Xiaoxiu, who are you scolding? Don't forget that I'm also a girl. Yushu reprimanded in a bad mood. Yu Xiaoxiu said stubbornly, How can there be a girl like you? You're fierce all day long. You don't even care about your appearance. You don't even know how to wear a skirt. If you continue like this, you might not be able to get married in the future. You'll be an old woman for the rest of your life. Hearing his sharp tongue, which she hadn't seen for a long time, Yushu was angry and amused. She bent down to pick up a shoe from the foot of the bed and threw it at him. Brat! Yu Xiaoxiu dodged sideways, and Jin Bao climbed up his trouser leg with a squeak. Yu Xiaoxiu made a face at Yushu, and before her next shoe flew over, he ran out. Old woman, old woman. Yu Shu threw the shoe away and turned around to lie on the bed. She covered her forehead with one hand and smiled. She whispered, I won't be an old woman. Chapter 228. After the first astrology exam, Yu Shu went to the human training hall the next day to ask around. As expected, this exam was a unique question. It was the 3-star omen that Yin Hua Ez had solved 20 years ago. Yu Shu was relieved. She was waiting to see the Ji family make a fool of themselves. The celestial commissioner would also have a headache. With so many correct answers, how would they rank the papers? A dozen of them would be ranked first? Thinking of that scene, Yu Shu was overjoyed. The next exam was physiognomy. Yu Shu did not need to take the exam. She went home early to pack her luggage and waited for Pei Jing to send someone to pick them up to move. On the 11th day of the 12th lunar month, Yu Shu brought Jing Chun and Yu Xiaoxiu away from Huixing Street. They arrived at Zhao Hui and her husband's residence in the city. It was a house with 2 entrances and 2 doors. The horse carriage stopped. Pei Jing and He Fangji were waiting outside the door. When they saw Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu get off the carriage, they knew it was the friend Yu Shu had been talking about. Pei Jing had a good eye and knew how to read people. Otherwise, he would not have taken a fancy to Yu Shu and taken her as his apprentice. He looked at Jing Chun. His forehead was full and his expression was clear. He knew he was a righteous person. He immediately had a good impression of him. Yu Shu introduced Pei Jing, and he to Jing Chun. Jing Chun cupped his hands and bowed. Mr. Pei, Dr. He. You must be young hero Jing. I've heard of your name for a long time. Now that I've met you, you are indeed handsome. Come, please come in. Pei Jing invited them in. He and Zhao Hui were sworn siblings. He was also He Fangji's elder brother. Although he was not in front of the house, he could be considered as half a master. He Fangji directed 2 porters to help Yu Shu carry their luggage. Yu Shu left Yu Xiaoxiu at the door and accompanied Jing Chun into the courtyard. Zhao Hui, who was pregnant, was waiting in the front hall. When she heard the footsteps at the door, she asked the servant girls to help her up and watched as they entered the room one after another. Her eyes immediately fell on Jing Chun, who was standing tall and straight. She sized him up and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. What a handsome young man. Aunt Hui, this is Jing Chun. Yu Shu introduced them and helped Zhao Hui to sit on a chair. Zhao Hui looked at Jing Chun gratefully. Young hero Jing. I heard from Xiaoyu. Thank you for your help when I was critically ill. Xiaoyu has been taking care of me on the way to the capital. Now that we've reunited, you can rest assured and stay here. Treat this place as your home. If you need anything, just tell me, okay? Thank you, Madam He. Jing Chun was not good at interacting with people. He kept his words short. Coupled with his cold temperament, he gave people the impression that he was not easy to get close to. Zhao Hui remembered that Yu Shu said he was unsociable. She didn't take it seriously. She still smiled. Then I'll take you to the backyard. I've arranged the rooms. If you're not satisfied, you can change. They moved to the backyard. Although the house was not spacious, there were many rooms. There were courtyards on the east and west sides. Jing Chun was arranged to live in the west wing. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu were arranged to live in the east wing. Zhao Hui and her husband lived in 2 rooms in the north. In the front yard, there were rooms for maids and doormen. After looking at the rooms, there was nothing to be dissatisfied with. Yu Shu knew that Zhao Hui deliberately separated her from Jing Chun. Jing Chun didn't have any objections. It was Yu Xiaoxiu who had objections. Whether in the Ji family or in Huixing Street, he and Yu Shu always slept in the same room. At night, they could hear each other snoring. They were so close to each other, but suddenly there was a wall between them, which made him feel reluctant. Zhao Hui persuaded. I heard from your sister that you'll be 13 after the new year. You'll be a man. How can you sleep in the same room with your sister? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Listen to Aunt Hui. We live next door. It's not far. We see each other every day. Are you afraid of losing your sister? Yu Xiaoxiu was shy. After being criticized, he didn't ask to live with Yu Shu anymore. Yu Shu was happy to see Zhao Hui preaching to him, and didn't interrupt. Although Yu Xiaoxiu listened to her, he would talk back occasionally. Sometimes his words could make her angry. But he didn't do that to Zhao Hui. The room was cleaned and the bedding was ready-made. They just put their luggage in the room and then officially moved in. The house on Huixing Street was empty. She didn't contact the seller and didn't plan on selling it. She wanted to leave a way out for herself. If something happened in the future, she would at least have a place to stay. Because Yushu still had to prepare for her exams, Pei Jing didn't want to take up too much of her time, so he didn't have a banquet. At noon, everyone ate a simple meal together at the new residence. Then he and Dr. He went out to prepare for the opening of the medical center. Yushu heard that Pei Jing had a part in this. When the medical center opened, he would have 30% of the shares. Yushu knew Pei Jing's personality and didn't think that he would covet benefits from Dr. He and his wife. As expected, Zhao Hui explained, "It's not easy to do anything in the capital. Your Uncle Pei said that when the medical center opens, we can use his name to hang it under the name of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce. At that time, it will be cheaper to buy medicine than outside, and the higher-ups will take care of us." Yushu nodded. "Aunt Hui, do you have enough money? I have 1,000 taels of silver to spare. If it's not enough, you can use it first." She was talking about the hush money that the Xiaojiang family had given her. It was still in storage and hadn't used much. Zhao Hui was shocked. "Where did you get that much money?" "Naturally, I earned it." Yushu thought of it as a debt to repay her for saving Xia Mingming. When she thought of Xia Mingming, she was a bit distracted. She didn't know if she was doing well, or if she had returned to Jiangnan. Zhao Hui didn't want Yushu's money. "Don't worry, there's enough money. I asked for the Dou family's property and sold most of it. In addition to the 500 taels you left behind before you left, it's more than enough to open a medical center." Zhao Hui told her to put the money away, and went to the back room to find a metal money box for her to store. Kim Bao had been sleeping in Yu Xiaoxiu's pocket. Yushu was afraid that it would scare Zhao Hui, so she didn't let it show its head. However, when the little guy woke up, it was hungry and started to squeak. Zhao Hui heard it and asked them suspiciously, "Why do I hear the sound of a mouse? Do you hear it?" Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Yushu. Yushu thought for a moment and decided to give Zhao Hui a heads up first, in case Kim Bao ran around the room and scared her. "Aunt Hui, it's not a mouse. It's a little thing that Xiaoxiu and I raised. It looks like a mouse." Yushu prepared Zhao Hui's mind before she reached out and asked for Kim Bao from Yu Xiaoxiu. She held it out for Zhao Hui to see. She combed Kim Bao's soft back hair with her fingers and let it lie obediently on her palm. "Ah, isn't this a mouse?" Zhao Hui pointed at Kim Bao, who was licking its paws in Yushu's hand in surprise. "It's not a mouse," Yu Xiaoxiu defended Kim Bao. "Its name is Kim Bao. Kim Bao is much cleaner than a mouse. My sister and I give it a bath every 2 or 3 days. It followed us from Yiyang to the capital. It's good and obedient." Kim Bao didn't know if it heard that Yu Xiaoxiu was praising it. The tip of its ears twitched alertly, and it stood up from Yushu's palm. Its 2 little paws were crossed in front of its chest, and a pair of black eyes looked at Zhao Hui. The dark circles under its eyes made it look silly. Zhao Hui giggled and looked at it with interest. She wasn't afraid. Instead, she asked Yu Xiaoxiu what it usually ate, where it slept, and other questions. Obviously, she had accepted such a little guy living in their house. Yushu chatted with Zhao Hui for a while. Seeing that she was tired, she let her go back to bed to rest. She took Yu Xiaoxiu back to the room to tidy up its clothes and find some food for Kim Bao. When they went out to the yard, she didn't forget to poke Kim Bao's head and point to Zhao Hui's room to warn it. "Don't run over there, and don't climb onto the bed in that room. Do you hear me?" Kim Bao chirped twice. It wasn't clear if it understood, or if it was annoyed by Yushu. Yushu experienced the first advantage of living with Zhao Hui that night. When it was time to eat, she didn't need to light the fire or cook the stove. Someone had prepared the food in advance and called her to eat. Jing Chun was a male guest. He Fangji was not at home, so it was inconvenient for him to sit at the same table with them. Zhao Hui asked the manservant to send the food to his room. After the meal, Yushu asked Yu Xiaoxiu to stay with Zhao Hui and talk to her. She went out of the dining room and went to the west wing. There were several rooms in the yard, and the layout was similar. Each house had 2 rooms, a small living room and a side bedroom. There was a thick cotton curtain hanging at the door to keep out the wind and cold. Yushu entered the room. Jingchen just put down the bowl. There were 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table. They were all vegetarian dishes that Yushu had specially told Zhao Hui. "Are you done eating?" "Yes." Yushu walked around the room and touched a painting on the wall. She turned her head to Jingchen and said, "When Dr. He comes back, I'll ask him to examine your body. Is that okay?" Jingchen said, "Haven't I already recovered?" Yushu shook her head and said, "I'm not talking about the injuries on your body, but you've lost your memory for so long. There must be something wrong with you, that's why you're not feeling well." Dr. He has 3 generations of medical practitioners. His medical skills are excellent. Other doctors might not be able to see the problem, but maybe he can. It was because she was chatting with Zhao Hui today that she suddenly had the idea to ask He Fengji to treat Jingchen. Originally, Yushu did not want too many people to know about Jingchen's memory loss. However, if she could help him recover his memory, it would not be a big deal to keep it a secret. Back when Zhao Hui's head was bleeding profusely, and she was pulled back from the gates of hell by He Fengji, Yushu realized that Dr. He was not an ordinary doctor. Jingchen's memory loss could be considered a problem with his head. Coincidentally, He Fengji was an expert in this field. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, she felt that Dr. He should give Jingchen a good checkup. When Jingchen heard that there was hope for his memory loss, he was overjoyed. It would be best if it could be cured. As time went by, Jingchen's desire to recover his memory grew stronger. He wanted to know where he came from, who he was being persecuted, and who he was. He also wanted to remember who he was, and how he met Xiaoyu. Seeing how happy he was, Yushu could not help but pour cold water on him. "That's good. But aren't you afraid that you'll remember some unpleasant things after you remember them? That'll make you even more distressed?" Jingchen's gaze shifted slightly. He raised his head to look at her and smiled. "No matter what, I want to remember." Chapter 229. He Fengji came back very late that day. Yushu waited in Zhao Hui's room until the sky turned dark. She first told Zhao Hui about Jing Lu's accidental amnesia, but did not tell her about the details of him being severely injured and almost dying in the river. Even so, it made Zhao Hui sigh endlessly. Dr. He came back from outside and heard Zhao Hui's story. He immediately agreed to diagnose Jingchen. Because it was late at night, it was inconvenient to do so, so the matter was postponed to the next morning. Yushu thanked him in advance and returned to her room. She was not in the mood to sleep, so she burned the lamp and studied at night. The next subject would be the strange arts, and she did not know what kind of unconventional questions she would encounter. For the past half a month, she had studied the laws of time of calamity, the prediction of rain and clear weather, the 8 gates of life and death, the miscellaneous knowledge of feng shui, the art of stargazing, and the art of 6 lines. She had organized all these easy to learn in detail, striving to put them to use. Yushu was used to waking up early in the morning. The next day, when it was just dawn, she got up and folded her quilt. There was water in the basin that was prepared last night. She left it there overnight. In this cold winter, when it was splashed on her face, she immediately woke up. Early in the morning, the courtyard was empty. Zhao Hui and Yu Xiaoxiu's doors were closed. There was only a rough servant squatting outside the main room, using a small shovel to wipe away the frost that had formed last night on the stairs. This was what He Fengji had instructed him to do, to prevent Zhao Hui from slipping when she went out. Yushu walked to the small courtyard in the west wing. At the entrance of the courtyard, she could hear the sound of Jingchen practicing his sword. She walked to the door and stopped in her tracks, admiring the posture of Jingchen's sword. Jingchen sensed that Yushu was watching from the side. After the white snake spitting tongue, he retracted his sword and turned his wrist behind his back. He looked back at her, his clear eyes shining with the light of dawn. He said, "Have you forgotten the move I taught you yesterday?" With a smile on her face, Yushu tiptoed to break a branch on the side of the road. She walked forward and stood up straight. She took a deep breath and pointed the branch in front of her. She took a big step forward and drew a circle with the branch in her hand. She made a serious gesture and stopped at the swing of the tail. She turned her head and raised her eyebrows at Jing Chun. She looked very proud of herself. Although she did not use enough strength, she did learn it well. Not bad. Jing Chun praised her generously. He held the hilt of the sword in his hand and held it gently at her elbow. Raise your arm a little higher and don't look away from the sword. After correcting her 2 details, Jing Chun had Yushu demonstrate it a few more times. Satisfied, he said, "You can learn the next move now. You won't learn anything new today. Go back to the room and wash your face. When Dr. He wakes up later, let him treat you." Yushu casually threw the branch down the wall and pushed him into the room to wash his face. After He Fangji got up, she found Jing Chen's courtyard. She first asked about Jing Chen's symptoms before she took his pulse. Then she gestured for him to stick out his tongue and opened his eyes to check. "How is it?" Yushu stood to the side. Seeing Dr. He shake his head repeatedly, she couldn't help but worry. "His young hero Jing's pulse is stable. There's nothing wrong with it. But this amnesia is clearly a sign of a body injury. It's strange that the arteries and veins are blocked." He Fangji was also very puzzled. After thinking for a moment, she said to Jing Chen, "If you offend young hero Jing, may I examine your head?" Jing Chen nodded. "Go ahead." He Fangji had Jing Chen move to a brightly lit place in front of the window to sit down. She went around to Jing Chen's back and first felt a few acupuncture points on the top of his head. Finally, she untied his hair and reached into his scalp to carefully press inch by inch. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yushu waited anxiously. Suddenly, she heard He Fangji click his tongue. She had Jing Chen lower his head to look at the back of his neck. With one look, his expression changed. "Dr. He? Shall you come look?" He Fangji gestured for Yushu to come over. She brushed aside the hair on the back of Jing Chen's neck and pointed at an area below his occipital bone. With a serious expression, she said, "Feel it." A doctor had the heart of a parent. There was no taboo. Yushu touched it. At first, she didn't find anything strange. It was Dr. He who reminded her. This is the Yamen acupuncture point. The main symptom is to disperse sound. Under normal circumstances, it should be concave inwards. But young hero Jing's acupuncture point is protruding outwards. Yushu didn't understand. She asked worriedly, "What's wrong with this?" He Fangji said, "The Yamen is injured and the yang heat doesn't disperse. If it's light, it will cause headaches and vomiting. If it's serious, it can cause aphasia." Jing Chun and Yushu were stunned at the same time. The latter hurriedly said to He Fangji, "That's right." Jing Chun couldn't speak for a period of time. Could it be that he was injured here? He Fangji nodded. Then he guessed, young hero Jing can speak now, but this Yamen acupuncture point is still acting strangely. It's very strange. In addition to young hero Jing's amnesia, I'm guessing. Seeing that he wanted to say something but stopped, Yushu asked, "What are you guessing?" He Fangji looked at her. He reached out and pressed the back of Jing Chen's neck a few times. He said to Yushu, "I'm just guessing. Whether it's true or not, we still need to examine it carefully. Xiao Yu, go out first. I want to help young hero Jing take a look. Maybe there's something wrong with his body." Yushu actually didn't have much hope. She had the idea of trying everything in a desperate situation. Seeing that He Fangji had discovered something, she couldn't help but be surprised and happy. She nodded and patted Jing Chen's shoulder. "I'll go out first. Dr. He will take a look at you." Okay. Yushu went outside to wait. Zhao Hui sent a maidservant to the west wing to ask about the situation. Yushu was afraid that Zhao Hui would come back again. So she sent the maidservant back to report that the diagnosis was not clear. After waiting for a long time, the sun rose from the east. Yushu finally heard He Fangji call her name from the room. She quickly lifted the curtain and went in. She saw Jing Chen sitting at the table with his hair down. Dr. He was wiping his hands with a towel. A box of silver needles was opened on the table. Jing Jian frowned. He didn't even notice Yushu coming in. He Fangji waved his hand and called Yushu to the side. He whispered to her with a complicated expression, "After my examination, Young hero Jing's body has signs of having silver needles buried in his acupuncture points. Therefore, although his pulse is normal, there's a problem that cannot be solved. Yushu's heart tightened. She knew it was not a good thing when she listened to him. What are silver needles buried in acupuncture points? Yifangji's face was filled with disgust. Silver needles buried in acupuncture points are originally used to treat illnesses. However, some evil people in Jianghu use it to harm people's lives. Young hero Jing's yamen and sinew acupuncture points each have a short needle buried in them. That's why the acupuncture points are suddenly swollen. I think the reason why he lost his memory is because of this. After saying that, he looked at Yushu's bewildered expression and asked in a low voice, Xiaoyu, did young hero Jing offend someone outside? Yushu was stunned. She smiled bitterly at Yifangji and said, To be honest, I'm not sure either. However, Jing Chen is a gentle person. He's not a troublemaker. If you're worried, I'll move out with him tomorrow, so as not to cause trouble for you and Aunt Huai. Yifangji looked displeased. What are you talking about? If your Aunt Huai knew about this, she would not let me off. I'm just worried about your safety. Don't let your imagination run wild. Just stay here peacefully. This is under the rule of the emperor. No one in Jianghu dares to be presumptuous. Yushu smiled gratefully and said with concern, From what you said, you must have seen someone use silver needles to harm people. Can you cure them? Yifangji pondered and said, When I was young, I practiced medicine outside. I was once kidnapped by people in Jianghu to save a patient. I spent some time in a mixed place. Although it's rare to use silver needles to harm people, it's not impossible to cure them. It's just that there are some risks. What risks? It's not easy to remove the needles from the yamen acupoint. I might lose my voice again. It was not Yifangji who spoke, but Jing Chen. Yushu's eyelids twitched. She looked at Jing Chen and heard Yifangji sighing. I'm only 50% sure. Even if the needles are removed successfully, he might not recover. The worst-case scenario is losing his voice again. Hearing this, Yushu was silent for a moment. She walked in front of Jing Chen and lowered her head to ask, Then what do you think? Do you want to remove it or not? Jing Chen hesitated. He had lost his voice before. He knew the pain of losing his voice. Now there were two paths in front of him. Neither of them was optimistic. It was difficult to choose. He wanted to recover his memory. However, he was afraid of losing his voice again. He looked up at Yushu with a blank expression. Xiuyu, do you think I should give it a try? Yushu opened her mouth, but she couldn't find any light words to say. Normally, he shouldn't make a decision for her, but seeing the struggle in his eyes, she couldn't say it out loud and let him choose for himself. Instead, she pretended to smile lightly and said in a firm tone, I think you should give it a try. In fact, to be safe, she should persuade him not to give it a try. If something went wrong, she would not be able to bear the responsibility. However, she could see his desire to recover his memory. The reason why he hesitated was because he was not convincing enough. If this was what he needed now, why not give it to him? As expected, after listening to Yushu's suggestion, the confusion in Jing Chen's eyes quickly disappeared. Do you think so too? Seeing that Yushu nodded, Jing Chen immediately stood up and cupped his hands towards Yifangji. Thank you for your trouble, Dr. He. I am willing to give it a try. Yifangji originally wanted to persuade Jing Chen not to give it a try. However, when she saw that he had made up his mind, she did not say much. She sighed and said, Then let me prepare for 2 days. I will take the needles for young hero. Although they were just 2 small needles, it was not easy to take them out. They had to prepare tools and medicinal herbs in advance. Furthermore, they had to find a sunny and warm day to avoid the wind and yin. Yifangji happened to be going out today to look at the shops and buy medicinal herbs. Yushu believed that she was good at feng shui, so when she heard about this, she went with them. Pei Jing and Yifangji had their eyes on 3 shops. They were all in the east of the city. They had not made a decision yet. Today they were going to ask a feng shui master to pick them. It just so happened that Yifangji had brought Yushu. When the 2 saw that she was so confident, they did not invite anyone else. Yushu followed them to the 3 shops. She explained the pros and cons of the 3 feng shui shops. She wanted to show off her skills so that Pei He and He Fengji, who were skeptical of her, would believe her. In the end, they chose one of them. It was a shop with a small courtyard for drying medicinal herbs. In Yu Shu's words, although this shop would not bring wealth and treasures, it would have the good fortune of maintaining harmony. It was suitable to open a medical center. When the time came, they only needed to add decorations and make up for the 5 elements. There was no need to move the ground. Seeing that Yu Shu was so thoughtful, Pei Jing could not help but praise. Xiao Yu, your skills are getting better and better. It just so happens that I have 2 shops. After your Dian examination, help me look at them. That's no problem, Yu Shu said with a smile. If Uncle Pei and He Fengji believe in me, when you open for business, I will also choose an auspicious day and time. I guarantee that this medical center will have good weather. Good. Then it's settled. I won't invite a master anymore. I'll leave it all to you. He Fengji immediately signed the deed and bought the shop. Pei Jing went to the yamen to transfer the ownership. Chapter 230. After dinner, Yu Shu was sitting in the room calculating for He Fengji and Pei Jing. When she heard the sound of curtains moving, she didn't turn around and asked, Xiaoxiao? Yu Xiaoxiao walked in with Kim Bao in his arms. He sat down on a stool on the other side of the desk and asked, Sister, are you done? No. Yu Shu wrote the numbers on a piece of paper and put down the pen. She turned to Yu Xiaoxiao and asked, What's wrong? It's nothing. As soon as Yu Xiaoxiao let go, Kim Bao ran along the table to the lampstand and lay down. Unlike other mice, it liked to stay in bright places. If you have something to say, just say it. The day after tomorrow is Hu Tianer's birthday. He invited me to his house for a banquet. I want to prepare a gift for him. Yu Xiaoxiao said awkwardly. Oh, I thought it was something important. Wait a moment. Yu Shu smiled knowingly. She had heard Yu Xiaoxiao mention Hu Tianer several times. Once, Yu Xiaoxiao was almost shot by that child with an arrow. In the end, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't do anything, but the child was scared half to death. Later, the 2 of them played together. She got up and took out the money pouch from her clothes. She rummaged through it and took out a 10-tael note and gave it to him. Do you need it? Yu Xiaoxiao took it and looked at it. He pushed it back to her and said, It's too much. Just give me 1 tael of silver. Yu Shu didn't take it. She waved her hand and said, What can you buy with 1 tael of silver? Take it. In fact, she knew that Hu Tianer's family was a government official. Although a child's birthday was like a family banquet, if the gift was too shabby, people would look down on Yu Xiaoxiao. She didn't want Yu Xiaoxiao to be a spendthrift, but she also didn't want him to be unable to lift his head. Moreover, she was rich now. There was no reason not to give money to her child. Yu Xiaoxiao blushed and said, Then I'll take it back if I don't use it all. This child was used to being poor and had never held a large amount of money in his hands. One must know that in the past, when he was in the Ji family, concubine Shui would even secretly give him a jiao. 10 taels of silver was a huge sum. Yu Shu touched his head and said, Why did you take it back? If you can't use it, keep it as pocket money. Sometimes you can treat your classmates with snacks and sugar cakes. Don't always eat others. Yu Xiaoxiao was dissatisfied and said, I don't eat others. Every time they go out to play after school, I go home early. After saying that, he saw the mischievous smile on Yu Shu's face. He scratched his head in embarrassment and didn't know where to put his hands and feet. He wanted to grab Kim Bao, but it turned over and dodged him. He suddenly said, Oh yes, Brother Shui has been away for a long time. I don't know if he has come back. He promised to take me to ride horses, but I haven't seen him after the holidays in the academy. Yu Shu smiled and sat back at the desk as if nothing had happened. She picked up the brush and said, Maybe he was delayed on the road. Yu Xiaoxiao said suspiciously, Sister, we have moved. Do you think Brother Shui has come back? He didn't come to see us? Why not? Doesn't he know where you study? If he can't find you at home, he will go to the academy to find you. Well, I have something to do. Go back to your room and sleep early. Oh. Yu Xiaoxiao put the money in his pocket and grabbed Kim Bao and took him away. After the sound of the door, Yushu was left alone in the room. She looked down at the messy numbers on the paper and frowned. She crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it to the side. She picked up a clean piece of paper and wrote down the 4 pillars and 8 trigrams that she had memorized by heart. She used the law of calamity to write down the numbers and whispered, "Don't tell me she's really in trouble." At breakfast, Yushu yawned again and again. Zhao Hui put food in her bowl and asked with concern, "Are you not used to the bed and didn't have a good rest?" "No, I slept late." Yushu shook her head and yawned again. It was true that she didn't have a good rest last night, but not because of the bed. It was because of someone. She did not know what was wrong with her. In one breath, she calculated Shui Rui's time of misfortune to 3 months later. For fear of missing anything, she calculated it twice in a row, which was equivalent to doing 180 complex mathematics questions. In the end, nothing happened to Shui Rui until dawn. Uncle Shui had a good life. He did not even suffer from a minor illness in the past 3 months. This really made her, an unlucky person who fell down every 3 days and lost money every 2 days, envious. Zhao Hui was worried about her and insisted that he Fangji take Yushu's pulse after breakfast. Zhao Hui thought that the kitchen would make her a tonic soup later and give Yushu an extra portion. The sky was cloudy today, and it was unfavorable for blood to be shed. Yushu calculated the weather for the next few days, and together with Hifangji, they set the day to remove Jing Chen's needles for tomorrow. It was a sunny day, and there were no signs of rain or snow for the next 3 days. Yifangji and Yu Xiaoxiu went out together. One went shopping with the servants, and the other went to school. Zhao Hui didn't let Yushu accompany her. She urged her to go back to her room to read, because she knew that she had an exam on the 15th of this month. Yushu stayed in the room alone for a while. Then, she carried a few abacuses and tools to the opposite courtyard to look for Jing Chen. Jing Chen was wiping his sword in the living room. He treasured the rusty sword that Yushu gave him very much. Even though it was rusty, he still carefully wiped it with a dry cloth after using it every day. Yushu didn't knock on the door when she came in. She sat directly opposite him with the things in her arms and smiled at him. She arranged the tools and began to do her work. Although Jing Chen felt strange why she came to his room to read, he didn't ask much. He was worried that he would disturb her if he sat beside her. He took the sword and was about to go back to the room to wipe it. As soon as he turned around, he heard Yushu ask, "Where are you going?" Jing Chen turned back. "I'm going inside." "What are you going to do inside?" Yushu moved the compass with one hand and pointed to the opposite side with the other. "Sit here." Jing Chen asked, "Won't I disturb you?" "Haha." Yushu was amused. She looked up and grinned at him. "Why do you think I came to your room to study?" "It's because I want to spend more time with you. We are boyfriend and girlfriend now. It's different from the past. We should spend more time together. Sit together." Hearing this, Jing Chen didn't know why, but he was happy. He took the sword and sat back at the table. He glanced at her and lowered his head to continue wiping the sword. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Seeing him sit down, Yushu returned her attention to the compass in her hand and continued to calculate her 8 gates of incarnation. After a while, she felt thirsty. She reached out to pour some tea. She picked up the teapot and shook it. It was empty. "Do you want some tea?" Jing Chen asked. "Yes. I'll go and refill the tea. You sit here." Jing Chen took the teapot and went out. Yushu didn't stand on ceremony and continued with her work. She didn't even know that Jing Chen came back with hot water. Jing Chen saw that she was so focused. He didn't want to disturb her. He poured the hot tea into the cup. Seeing that it was too hot, he took an empty cup and poured it back and forth. When the water temperature was warm, he called out to her. He handed the cup to her. "Drink some water." Yushu took the cup without even looking at it. She finished it in one gulp and casually passed the cup back to him. Her eyes moved back and forth between the compass and the paper. She was so focused that she didn't even look at the handsome man in front of her. Yushu said that a boyfriend and girlfriend should spend more time together. The two of them just sat like this for the whole morning. They didn't even talk much. Fortunately, Jing Chen didn't feel lonely. Because of Yushu's words, he quietly cleaned his sword for the whole morning. He didn't disturb her. Other than pouring tea for her, he didn't leave his seat. The next day, Fangji woke up early and didn't go anywhere. After breakfast, he carried his medical box to Jing Chen's courtyard and waited for the sun to rise to remove the needles for him. Yushu originally wanted to watch from the side, but Dr. He used the excuse that Jing Chen wanted to undress. He chased her to the kitchen to supervise the servants to boil the water and decoct the medicine. Uncle He, wear this amulet first. It can protect you. Good luck. Last night, Yushu specially asked Zhao Hui for the yellow frost stone and insisted that Dr. He wear it on his body. First, she was worried that he would get into trouble when he treated Jing Chen. Second, she wanted to have some good luck to protect him so that he could successfully remove the needles for Jing Chen. Fangji saw that Yushu was even more nervous than Jing Chen and found it funny. She said, "You gave it to the wrong person. If you want to give it, you should let young hero Jing wear it." Yushu relied on her understanding and said, "The matter of removing the needles depends on you. Of course you have to wear it. Believe me, it won't be as useful as you wearing it." In order to make her feel at ease, Fangji could only wear the amulet on his body. Jing Chen, relax. Dr. He's medical skills are very good. There won't be any mistakes. You have to believe in him. I'll go out and wait for you guys. Yushu patted Jing Chen's shoulder to cheer him up, but she was not confident. Since Jing Chen had already decided to remove the needles, he didn't have any more misgivings. He nodded at Yushu with a calm expression. After Yushu cheered him up, she went to the kitchen to help boil the medicine. Today was indeed a sunny day. In the middle of the morning, Fangji had someone bring a basin of hot water into the room and boil a pot of strong wine. She left a nimble manservant at the side to help. She closed the door and began to remove the needles for Jing Chen. Yushu had asked Dr. He about the process of removing the needles. The skin and flesh around the acupuncture points had to be cut open, and the blood had to be seen. It was very painful. She was so worried that she didn't sleep well the whole night. She was in the kitchen brewing the medicine and was absent-minded. There were a few times when she almost scalded her hands. She wanted to sneak over to take a look, but she was afraid that it would affect Dr. He. After boiling for an hour, a manservant ran over to ask about the medicine. When Yushu asked and heard that it was done, she immediately threw the pot of medicine to him and ran away. Yushu rushed to the door of the west wing and almost bumped into Fangji, who was walking out. "Slow down. Why are you running?" "Dr. He, how is it? Did you remove all the needles?" Dr. He's forehead was covered in sweat, but there was a trace of a smile on his face. The needles in young hero Jing's body have been buried for less than half a year. It was easier to remove than I had expected. Don't worry, there are no problems with his throat." "That's great." Yushu jumped in joy at first, but then she remembered the most important point. She grabbed him and asked, Then did he remember anything?" "It's not that fast." Dr. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He used a handkerchief to wipe the sweat on his forehead and explained, "Right now, we're just removing the needles. He won't remember anything for a while. But you don't have to worry. He needs to rely on the medicine to recuperate. If the situation is good, maybe after 3 to 5 days, he will slowly remember what happened in the past." Yushu listened and nodded repeatedly. She felt that Jing Chen's memory recovery was just around the corner. She was overjoyed and kept thanking Fangji. Fangji was also satisfied to be able to cure an illness and save a person. "All right, young hero Jing has just had the needles removed. He still has some symptoms of unconsciousness. Go in and take a look at him. If he wakes up, feed him the medicine. I'll go back to my room to wash up. I'll come back later. Oh right, this amulet is for you. It seems to be really useful." Okay. Chapter 231. Because of the removal of the needles, Jing Chen lay on the bed in a daze. The 2 wounds were on the back of his neck, so he couldn't turn over. His black hair was scattered around the pillow, looking slightly messy, but it made his fair side profile look even more handsome. Yushu moved a chair over to sit by the bed. "Xiaoyu." Jing Chen opened his eyes slightly. "It's me." Yushu heard that his voice was hoarse. Fortunately, he could speak. She sighed inwardly and tucked his hair to one side. Gently, she asked, "Do you feel dizzy?" Hearing her voice, Jingchen closed his eyes in relief and whispered, "I'm fine." Yushu passed on Dr. He's words to him. Dr. He said that after the needles are removed, you won't be able to remember for a while. He told you not to worry and to drink the medicine regularly. After a few days of rest, you should get better and remember things slowly. Is that so? Jingchen smiled. That's great. Yushu was happy for him. In her opinion, it was already a blessing that Jingchen didn't lose his voice again. If he could recover his memory, it would be a pleasant surprise. Then let's make this clear. When you remember what happened in the past and realize that I lied to you, you can't be angry at me. Also, we're boyfriend and girlfriend now, so we should go through thick and thin together. If you encounter any difficulties, you can discuss it with me. You can't hide it from me. Also, Jingchen. Yushu said a bunch of things to herself and didn't hear Jingchen respond. She called out to him twice and realized that he had fallen asleep. She scratched her ear and angrily covered him with the blanket. She yawned and crossed her arms as she leaned against the back of the chair to guard him. After the excitement passed, she felt tired. Her eyelids started to droop, and she soon fell asleep with her head tilted to one side. About a quarter of an hour later, Hifengji walked in with a bowl of medicine. At the door of the room, he saw Yushu sleeping slanted on the chair beside the bed. He was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to go up and wake her up, he hesitated for a moment and left with the bowl of medicine. He shook his head along the way as he muttered to himself. Back in the room, Zhao Hui was comparing two pieces of cloth, thinking about which color to choose for Yushu's dress. Hifengji came back with a bowl of medicine, so she asked him curiously. Hifengji asked the maidservant to leave first and walked to sit next to Zhao Hui. "Wife, in your opinion, don't you think Xiao Yu cares too much about young hero Jing?" Zhao Hui looked doubtful and turned to look at him. "You mean the two of them?" Hifengji nodded. "I think so. Didn't you see how Xiao Yu slept next to young hero Jing's bed just now? If there's nothing between them, why would she care so much about him?" This made Zhao Hui's expression change. She pondered for a moment, and hurriedly put down the needle and thread. She grabbed Hifengji's hand and said, "How can this be good? He's a man from Jianghu. Although he looks like a good person, I don't know his background. How can Xiao Yu be so muddle-headed? No, I have to go ask her." In Zhao Hui's eyes, Yushu was like her own daughter. At that time, she thought that she didn't have long to live and even made her last words to Yushu, leaving the deed to the house to her. Now, she took Yushu to live with her because she wanted to raise her daughter. In Zhao Hui's opinion, Jing Chen was an erratic man from Jianghu who didn't know his background. No matter what, he wouldn't be a good match for Yushu. If the two of them really got together, Zhao Hui wouldn't even have time to cry. "Wife, don't be anxious." Wait. Hifengji hurriedly pulled Zhao Hui, who was about to get up, back and advised her. "This matter isn't confirmed yet. If you ask rashly and there isn't such a thing, wouldn't that make things difficult for little you? Let's wait and see for a while longer. We live under the same roof, so with us watching over them, there won't be any problems." After being comforted by Hifengji, Zhao Hui didn't have the mood to choose any more materials. She sat restlessly in the room and worried. This made Hifengji regret telling her all this. On the second day after the needle was taken out, Jing Chen's memory didn't show any signs of recovery. The Dian examination began first. On the 15th day of the 12th lunar month, Yushu was sent out by her family. She sat on the sedan that Pei Jing had prepared and went directly to Taiching office. This time, Yushu learned to be smart. She wore an extra cotton padded jacket on the inside and an extra layer of clothing on the outside. She added a hat on her head and wrapped herself up like a bear. Who cared if she was fat or not? She didn't have to worry about the cold first. Just like last time, a group of female transvestites queued up at the west gate of Taiching office. After being checked, they were sent into the examination hall by the bailiffs. It was still the same rooftop as last time. The difference was that there weren't as many tables and chairs in the examination hall this time. There were only 2 greenhouses built on the south side. Inside the greenhouses sat 5 or 6 examiners wearing red robes. The servants led the group of female students to the front of the greenhouses and arranged them into 4 lines. Yushu was puzzled about what was going on when she heard a series of drumming sounds in the square. The girls in front all stood on their tiptoes. There was a crowd of people moving. Seeing that there was no one to control them, Yushu also stuck her head out to look ahead. She saw 2 officials wearing hats leaving their seats in the greenhouses. A servant came up with 2 boxes, one for each of them. They unlocked the boxes and took out 2 scrolls from inside. Yushu guessed that the scrolls weren't the examination questions. Today is the 15th day of the 12th month of the 12th year of the Great Injiaoqing Festival. The first examination of the Great and Strange Technique. Question. This voice dragged on for a long time. Everyone could hear that it was the examination question. They all pricked up their ears to listen. Question. Xiang Wangye returned to the capital after paying his respects to the immortals. On the way, he lost a treasure. You are given 10 days to go to Xiang Wangfu to inquire about it and help His Highness find the lost item. On the 25th day of the same month, at 3/4 noon, you will hand in your papers at Taiching office. The Celestial Commissioner has given his orders. As soon as the voice fell, the crowd was in an uproar. Whether they heard it clearly or not, or understood it or not, everyone's faces were gloomy. Everyone studied easy and knew what questions were difficult and what questions were easy. This question was obviously asking them to search for something. Where to search for it, what to search for, they had no clue. Even if they had strange techniques, they were afraid that it would be like picking sand from a well or searching for a needle at the bottom of the sea. It would be a waste of effort. On the other side, Yushu raised her eyebrows. Search for something? This Great Yen examination's questions were really sinister. Were they treating them like police dogs? Following that, the examiner did not explain in detail. One by one, he called out their names and went forward to collect their exam token. He clearly stated that with the exam token, they could go to Xiang Wangfu to inquire about it. Otherwise, if a commoner wanted to enter Xiang Wangfu's front door, they would not even be able to climb the walls. Wang Tingting. Su Huihui. Sun Ye. Yushu perked up when she heard Ji Xingxuan's name being called. She knew that Ji Xingxuan would definitely come for the exam. She looked left and right, waiting to see where 4th Miss Ji was when her name was called. However, she did not need to wait for the name to be called. She found Ji Xingxuan. The number of female students who came for the examination this time was less than half of the previous one. There were less than 300 of them. It was easy to find people, especially Ji Xingxuan's signature veil. Almost immediately, Yushu spotted her. Ji Xingxuan was standing in the middle of the line to the left of Yushu. Compared to Yushu, she was standing further back. She wore a pearl blue feather satin dress and a short silver cloak. Her hair was tied up in a bun and her earrings flowed with fragrance. Her slender figure was rarely seen in the line. It was hard not to notice her. Ji Xingxuan was discussing the new topic with Zhao Luer. She raised her head and saw Yushu looking at her not far away. She did not look surprised at all. It was as if she had expected that Yushu would come for the examination. Seeing that Ji Xingxuan was looking at her, Yushu turned her head away. She followed the line and moved forward. After getting her name tag, she left with the servant. However, when she walked out of the main entrance of Taiching Department, she was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, she stood across the street and waited for the person inside to come out. Not long ago, Aunt Chui came to Yang. She found Ji Xingxuan and Ji Xingxuan on Huixing Street. When they returned to the Ji family, Yushu coaxed them away. After 2 days, she did not see Aunt Chui again, so she moved in with Zhao Hui. She did not know what the Ji family was up to. Were they trying to catch her, but could not find her? Or were they thinking of other ways to make things difficult for her? With doubts in her heart, Yushu had long planned to meet Ji Xingxuan during the examination today. She wanted to meet her and see what she was up to. Not long after Yushu waited, Ji Xingxuan came out of the main entrance of Taiching Department. Zhao Luer followed beside her. As soon as Yushu saw her, she immediately called out, "Miss Ji." Her voice made many people turn their heads. They saw a young man in a green cotton padded jacket, and a black cotton-padded hat standing on the side of the street, waving his hand. He looked very silly. Ji Xingxuan had good self-restraint. She did not pretend to not know Yushu. After saying goodbye to Zhao Luer, she walked towards Yushu alone. "You were waiting for me?" Ji Xingxuan asked. Her entire face revealed only a pair of eyes. It was difficult to tell whether she liked Yushu or hated Yushu. "That's right." Yushu blew a breath of hot air into her palms. She rubbed her palms together and said, "I know that my mother has come to the capital. I wanted to ask how she has been these days." Ji Xingxuan said, "If you miss her, you can come to the Fu to see her." Ji Xingxuan did not mention a word about Yushu returning to the Ji family. It seemed that Aunt Chui had gone to Huixing Street to look for someone that day. It had nothing to do with Yushu. Yushu laughed foolishly and said, "I can't for the time being. The Deyan examination is just around the corner. I have to work hard and not run around. When I pass the Yishu exam, my mother will also be proud." "Oh, that's right. Can I ask you to pass a message to my mother for me?" Ji Xingxuan said, "Go ahead." She couldn't help but praise Ji Xingxuan's self-restraint. The last time they met, she had been teased by Yushu and parted on bad terms. Now that they met again, she didn't have the slightest intention of being hostile. Yushu's eyes turned and she said, "Please tell my mother that I am preparing for the exam and can't see her. If she can go out, she can come to Huixing Street to see me. Xiaoxiao and I miss her very much." Ji Xingxuan nodded. Yushu stared at her face. Seeing that her expression didn't change, she understood. The Ji family hadn't sent anyone to Huixing Street to look for her. Otherwise, how could they not know that she had moved? It seemed that they didn't dare to openly arrest her. They had other ways to deal with her. An alarm went off in Yushu's mind. She became cautious. She still had a fake smile on her face. She thanked Ji Xingxuan. "That's fine. I will go back first. Thank you for helping me pass the message." Chapter 232. Yushu left the Taiching Bureau, but she did not go home directly. Instead, she had the bearers send her to the People Training Hall. This was the place where the 8,000 examinees of the Dayan discussed, so there was no lack of eyes and ears. Regarding this strange technique, she wanted to hear the opinions of others before deciding what to do next. When she arrived at the front of Parent Training Hall, some of the candidates had already returned and were discussing about Prince Xiang's treasure. Yushu picked a tea house in the crowd and ordered a pot of oolong tea. She listened to others. In a crowded place, there would always be someone who liked to show off and did not hesitate to show off their tongues. The period of 10 days is neither long nor short. We only need to calculate the whereabouts of Prince Xiang's treasure within these 10 days. We don't need to look for it. 10 days later, we will hand in our papers at Taiching office. After that, it will be up to Prince Xiang's mansion and the Celestial Commissioner. Before the examination in April next year, they will send people to look for it according to the answers on our papers. Those who can find the lost item will be selected in one go. Yushu nodded inwardly. She didn't know much about the process of the exam, but after listening to them, she had an idea. It turned out that this question didn't require them to find the item for it to count. They only needed to calculate the whereabouts of the item within 10 days. If you ask me, what could Prince Xiang have lost? He actually used it as this year's Dayan examination question. Since there are so many people here, it must be a priceless treasure, such as a golden horse or a jade carriage. Anyway, it is something that ordinary people like us have never seen before. No, it can't be such a big treasure. I think it should be a small thing, perhaps a jade pendant or a painting. That makes sense, that makes sense. When this person spoke, people upstairs and downstairs in the tea house responded one after another. However, someone preferred to sing a different tune and snorted. Who said it must be a dead thing? Maybe it is a living thing. Maybe it is a bird or a cat. Maybe Prince Xiang has lost a living person. Everyone in the tea house looked at each other in dismay, and whispers could be heard everywhere. Yushu touched her chin, and felt that this person's speculation was interesting. Keeping it in mind, she waited for another hour, and inquired about the location of Prince Xiang's residence. It was almost noon. Seeing that there were no other useful discussions, she paid for the tea and left. She expected that on the first day, the entrance of Prince Yang's residence would definitely be crowded with visitors. Yushu didn't join the crowd and returned to Zhao Hui's residence. Zhao Hui had been waiting in the front hall for the whole morning. As soon as she saw her return, she hurriedly asked, "How was it? How was the exam today?" "The exam hasn't been conducted yet. Today, only the topic has been announced." Yushu then told Zhao Hui about the topic of the strange arts and said, "I will first think about the method of divination. Tomorrow, I will pay a visit to Prince Yang's residence and ask about the situation." Zhao Hui didn't understand this and could only agree. She ordered a maid to bring the ginseng wine and pigeon soup that was prepared this morning. She watched her eat 2 bowls before allowing her to return to her room. Yushu returned to her room and put down her bookcase. She took off her hat and tidied up her hair. She went to the kitchen to see that Jing Chen's medicine was ready and brought it over to him. After being warned by Dr. He not to move around for 2 days, Jing Chen only got out of bed this morning. He couldn't practice his swordsmanship, so he sat in the room and read. Yushu came to deliver the medicine. After hearing the content of her exam, Jing Chen saw that she was talking about how difficult the question was, and how difficult it was to solve. But her face didn't show much panic or distress. He didn't worry for her and said, "Since there are 10 days, you should make good use of it. There is no need to visit me every day. I will take the medicine on time." Yushu gestured for him to drink the medicine first. At the same time, she joked with him leisurely, "Jing Chen, hurry up and recover your memory. Who knows, you might be able to remember the past within these 10 days. When that time comes, you can use the secret arts of your Mount Longhu to calculate with your fingers, and you'll be able to find out where Prince Yang lost his treasure. Then you can tell me, hee." Seeing that she wasn't serious, Jing Chen couldn't help but laugh. He actually nodded and said, "All right. If I can calculate with my fingers, I will definitely help you." The two of them didn't chat much. Yushu took the empty medicine bowl and left. She went back to her room to think of a solution. Sitting in front of the study table, Yushu played with the waste token that she received from Minister Taichung this morning. This item-searching question couldn't be said to be easy. It wasn't related to good or bad luck, nor was it related to the future. It was an ordinary Chiman technique. Within the 60-year cycle of Neian, there was no corresponding divination method. However, to her, this question was a little interesting. When talking about how to solve the question, the first thing she thought of was the law of the time of calamity. She thought that Prince Yang lost his treasure. This should be considered a kind of calamity, similar to losing money. If she used the law of the time of calamity to calculate Prince Yang's 8 characters and 4 pillars, she should be able to find some clues. At least, she would be able to determine when he lost his treasure. If she knew where Prince Yang was at that time and what he was doing, she could basically determine where the treasure was lost. If that was really the case, then it would be too easy for her. However, the problem was that she couldn't be sure that the treasure that Prince Yang lost would always stay at the place where it was lost. There were 2 possibilities. 1, the treasure was found and taken away by someone else. 2, the treasure would leave on its own. Just like what the candidates in the human training hall had guessed, this treasure might be a dead thing or a living thing, big or small. If it was a small dead thing, it would naturally be the best. But if it was a living thing, then it would give her a headache. It seems that I have to go to Prince Yang's mansion to find out what exactly is going on. Yushu put down the waste token and prepared paper and ink. She wrote down the things she wanted to find out in detail on the paper in preparation for tomorrow's news gathering. At night, before going to bed, she used the 6 lines of divination to do 2 complete hexagram. One was to ask if the hexagram would show a small auspicious sign in this examination. Moreover, the brothers' eyes had water and withered trees, which was a sign of the appearance of a noble person. The other was to ask if the Ji family had anything to do with her. Unexpectedly, she revealed her fierce side. Obviously, the Ji family didn't intend to let her go. This made Yushu feel both happy and worried. On the second day after Tai Ching-si announced the topic of the examination, Yushu went to Prince Yang's mansion early in the morning to queue up. As she expected, there was a scene of people and carriages crowding outside the Prince Yong's mansion early in the morning. There were guards guarding the entrance of the Prince Yong's mansion. Only a small door was opened at the south corner. A housekeeper wearing a gauze hat stood inside the door to receive the candidates who came to pay their respects. Don't push. Line up one by one. Male guests stand here and female guests stand there. After showing your waist token, leave your invitation card and wait for your name to be called at the door. Under the watchful eyes of the guards who were armed with iron weapons, the crowd did not dare to make a ruckus. Everyone obediently lined up. In this way, the female transvestites benefited from this. There were fewer of them than the male transvestites, so they lined up faster. Yushu took advantage of the chaos to mix into the middle of the female guests. Even so, she still waited for half an hour before handing the invitation card she wrote last night to the housekeeper. She took the opportunity to look inside the door. She saw that there was a long table in the gatehouse with thick invitation cards piled up. There were 2 clerks copying and organizing them. There were 2,000 candidates participating in this year's examination. It was impossible to let them all in at once. The dignified Prince Yong's mansion would become a vegetable market. How could it be dignified? Not long after, another side door opened. Someone loudly read out the names of 3 people along with their birthplace. Someone excitedly squeezed out from the crowd as if he had won the lottery. After the guards checked the waist token and the examination card, they were let in by the servants of the Prince Yong's mansion. The 3 people went in and came out after the time it took to drink a cup of tea. As soon as they came out, they were surrounded by people. They scrambled to ask them what they had heard. They all wanted to hear the news as soon as possible. But these 3 people were extremely tight-lipped and refused to say a word. It took a lot of effort to escape from the crowd and disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Also, the examination hall was like a battlefield. It was either you die or I live. Who would be willing to give others a chance? Wouldn't that be making trouble for themselves? With these 3 people as an example, several groups of people who were let in later didn't say anything. They all kept their mouths shut and left in silence. Yushu thought that she came early. She counted the number of people and the frequency of the candidates entering and exiting. She estimated that it would be her turn in about 2 hours. So she calmed down and waited, listening to the gossip around her. It was not without any harvest. She waited for the whole morning, until the housekeeper of the Prince Yong's mansion announced that the Prince Yong's mansion would be having lunch, and asked them to come back in the afternoon. During this period, Yushu's name was not called. This made Yushu a little puzzled. It seemed that there were a few people who queued behind her, and had already entered. Why was it that she didn't get her turn for the whole morning? Could it be that she was separated from the others? Seeing that the door of the Prince Yong's mansion was closed, the candidates had no choice but to disperse. Yushu followed the crowd all the way to Perrin Mansion to eat. There was no wall in the world that was impervious to wind. Moreover, this wall was not a dense one. Yushu had just eaten a bowl of Sanxian dumplings when news leaked out from the Perrin Mansion tea house. It turned out that this morning, the candidates who were called into the Prince Yong's mansion didn't see Prince Yong himself, but an old housekeeper who accompanied him for the past 6 months. It was said that after Prince Yong returned to the capital, he fell sick and it was inconvenient for him to meet outsiders. So he asked the old housekeeper to meet the candidates on his behalf and answer their questions. This was human nature. No one could blame Prince Yong for falling sick at the wrong time. But there was another matter that made a group of people who didn't have a high status want to curse. Did you notice this morning that some people came late and were called in before they could even submit their invitation? Hearing this strange situation, a group of people started to ask what was going on. Yushu also pricked up her ears to listen while she was slurping her noodles. TSK, isn't it because he bribed housekeeper Zhao of Prince Yong's mansion, and bribed his connections in advance? Let me tell you, don't doubt me. If this goes on, even if we line up honestly like this, we might not be able to enter the Prince Yong's mansion the day after tomorrow. There was a wave of hissing and complaints. One after another, they scolded the housekeeper who opened the back door. Yushu smacked her lips and didn't vent her anger with them. She had long passed the age of complaining about the injustice of the world. What she was thinking now was how to privately get in touch with the housekeeper. If bribing 2 taels of money could make her wait 1 day less, then this deal was quite worthwhile. Don't be fooled by this group of people's noises. If they really had money and connections, who wouldn't be willing to spend money to gain the upper hand? But to bribe, one must pay attention to connections. If there were no connections and no one who was willing to accept money, there was no way to spend it. After Yushu finished her bowl of noodles, she thought of a person who could help her enter the Prince Xiang's mansion in advance. On the street opposite the Perrin mansion, she sat on the sedan chair. The sedan bearer asked, "Miss, are you going home now?" Chapter 233. Who should Yushu go to Taisher Library to find? That could only be Feng Xiaomiao. As far as she knew, the young master of her mother's family had a good relationship with Prince Xiang's son, Lu Jiong. It should not be a problem for him to help her get in touch with Prince Xiang's mansion. Although she did not like to owe favors, Yushu had never been ambiguous when it was time to be thick-skinned. Not to mention this was a serious matter. Yushu told the guard of Taisher Library the name of Lotus Room and asked someone to go in and find Feng Xiaomiao. She was lucky today. Feng Xiaomiao happened to stay in the library and did not go elsewhere to play. When he heard that there was a young man named Lian Feng outside the library looking for him, he immediately thought that it was Yushu. He did not let her wait outside and hurriedly followed the guard to find him. When he saw that it was indeed Yushu, he raised a smile and greeted, "What wind is it today? Are you looking for me?" Feng Xiaomiao was not unfamiliar with Yushu. There was even some kindness in his words. Firstly, it was because of the relationship between Shui Rui. Secondly, last time in Tibet, Yushu inadvertently reminded him so that he would no longer be in a dilemma of joining the army or learning Yi. "You don't come without a reason. I have something to ask of you." Yushu smiled at him. "Have you heard about the exam question of Qigong?" Feng Xiaomiao nodded. Although he did not participate in this year's Dian, he had heard about the exam. "I have heard about it. Didn't I ask you to help Prince Xiang find something?" "Exactly." Yushu did not beat around the bush and directly stated her intention. "I want you to help me get in touch with the housekeeper of Prince Xiang's mansion and see if you can bribe him to let me go in to inquire about the news in advance. I only have 10 days to solve the problem. I don't want to sit around and waste time." Yushu could see that Feng Xiaomiao, who could sneak into Tibet with her to read the papers, was not a pedantic person, so she blatantly asked him to open the back door. Sure enough, after listening to her request, Feng Xiaomiao did not show a disdainful or unwilling expression. He just looked at Yushu with some puzzlement and said, "You shouldn't come to me for this. Isn't it faster to ask Brother Rui for help?" Yushu's eyebrows moved. She made an excuse and said, "Isn't he away from the capital on business? He hasn't returned yet. Not to mention that Shui Rui was not here. Even if he was here, she would not go to find him." "He's back," Feng Xiaomiao said. "Didn't you know? Brother Rui returned to the capital with Xiang Wangye and has been back for several days. A while ago, he said that he was on official business, but in fact he was assigned to escort Xiang Wangye back to the capital. The day before yesterday, I went to the minister's residence to look for him." Yushu was stunned. Shui Rui had returned. Feng Xiaomiao thought that Yushu didn't know and continued to say to her, "This time you really should go to Brother Rui for help. I can at most let you enter Prince Xiang's mansion. I heard that Prince is sick. If you go there, you may not be able to see him. But if you go to Brother Rui, he will most likely let you see Prince in person and find out more inside information." Yushu asked suspiciously, "What do you mean? What kind of relationship does Brother Shui have with the prince's mansion?" Feng Xiaomiao let out a ha and said with a strange expression, "You don't know? Princess Xiang is old Minister Shui's beloved daughter and Brother Rui's aunt. What kind of involvement do you think this is?" Yushu looked enlightened. "So that's how it is." After half a day, the famous Prince Xiang turned out to be Shui Rui's uncle. Feng Xiaomiao looked at Yushu's expression. It was clear that she didn't know about this. This made him very confused. Brother Rui specifically told him that this Miss Lianfeng was his sister and asked him to take care of her. Obviously, They were not ordinary friends. Why didn't she ask Brother Rui for help with the exam? Instead, she came to him? Miss Lianfang, is it inconvenient for you to go to the Shui mansion to look for someone? How about I accompany you? Feng Xiaomiao had a good impression of Yushu. Putting aside Shui Rui's request, he was quite willing to help her. Yushu came back to her senses. At this moment, she was in a very good mood. She thought that Shui Rui was still outside the capital. She didn't expect that he had already returned, but she didn't receive any news at all. Was it because he was too busy and forgot about her? Or did he understand what she said that night and decided not to see her? Selfishly, she didn't want to lose Shui Rui as a friend. But after thinking about it, she knew that the possibility was not high. If it was her, if she was rejected, she wouldn't be so magnanimous. Then it was very likely that Shui Rui had thought it through and planned to cut all ties with her. Yushu had a plan in her heart, so she gave up the idea of asking Feng Xiaomiao for help. She shook her head at him and said, "No need. I can go by myself. Thank you for telling me this." She came to find Feng Xiaomiao because of Shui Rui's face. However, if Shui Rui wanted to cut ties with her, they wouldn't even be friends. She had no right to ask Feng Xiaomiao for help. This was not appropriate. Yushu ignored the gloominess in her heart and told herself that this was also quite good. Feng Xiaomiao smiled. "Why are you so polite? How did you come? Do you want me to let the carriage send you?" Yushu said, "I am sitting on the sedan chair. It won't be troublesome. You can go and busy yourself. I will see you another day." After bidding farewell to Feng Xiaomiao, Yushu went to the street and sat on the sedan chair. She didn't turn anywhere and went straight to Xiang Prince Fu. The number of people in the afternoon was not lesser than the morning. There were a few who didn't submit their invitation during the day and went to queue again. In the end, after standing for an entire afternoon, Yushu's name was still not called. However, there were a few people who came from the center, who went in early. When the sky darkened, Xiang Prince Fu closed the doors and rejected all visitors. Before closing the door, he left behind a sentence which made the group of people who had waited bitterly for an entire day in front of the door so angry that their mouths twitched. "It's getting late. Those who didn't line up today, please come back tomorrow to submit your invitation." Yushu was silently in the crowd. After listening to the notice, she turned her head and left. The first thing she did when she got home was to take out 100 taels banknotes from the money box. She wrote a new invitation, sealed it with a hard letter and stuffed the banknotes inside. Tomorrow, she would rely on this 100 taels to enter Xiang Prince Fu. If she couldn't enter, then she would wait for another 2 days. There were so many people accompanying her, and she wasn't the only one who was cheated. On the 3rd day of the examination of the art of arcane arts, Yushu waited outside the Xiang Prince's mansion before dawn. As soon as the gates of the Xiang Prince's mansion opened, she squeezed to the front. Yesterday's invitation cards were all wasted, so she had to line up again. Before Yushu went out, she did a divination and knew that today would not go well. But she didn't think that it would be in such a way. The housekeeper opened the letter and saw the banknotes in it. Without saying anything, he hid it in his sleeve and told her without blinking to wait for her name to be called. At this time, Yushu still didn't know whether this matter was successful or not, so she retreated and waited. After lunch, when the door of Xiang Prince Fu closed again, there were guests coming and going, but it was still not her turn to enter. Before the door closed, Yushu squeezed to the front and shouted, "Housekeeper Zhao," a few times. Her voice was so loud that it attracted the attention of the surrounding people. However, the housekeeper in charge of receiving the invitation did not even turn his head, and she was pushed by the guards outside the door. Yushu knew that this was a guy who didn't care about his face. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't angry. 100 taels of silver was wasted. Besides feeling distressed, she couldn't do anything. This was the situation. She had to bow her head. It was no wonder that people joked that this strange skill did not test one's ability, but one's family background. Those with a little family background had already entered the Prince Fu. The rest of the people could only endure and rely on their luck. Being snubbed, Yushu left Xiang Prince Fu and went to the human training hall. There was no other way. She couldn't enter the Prince Fu, so she could only listen to some gossip outside. It was better than nothing. Her trip to the human training hall was not in vain. After 2 days, as more people entered the Prince Fu, 1 or 2 pieces of insider information came out. Those who heard it were surprised. Firstly, the lost item that Prince Xiang was looking for was not a treasure like the golden horse or the emerald carriage, nor was it a bird or a cat, but an ordinary painting. This was guessed correctly. Secondly, the painting was lost on the way back to the capital. Before it was lost, Prince Xiang had been keeping it, but he couldn't remember when he lost it. Someone deduced that it could have been stolen by someone else. Most people thought so. Even Yushu was no exception. Since it was a treasure, of course it would be taken good care of. If it disappeared for no reason, it must have been stolen by someone. If that was the case, then it would be more difficult to find it. Someone was dissatisfied and complained. This theft should be investigated by the officials. Why did it become our exam this year? We are testing Master E, not constables. How can we be involved in solving cases? Yes. This question is not good. Not good. Really, it's even more difficult than the astrology exam. There were people below who agreed, but there were also people who didn't agree. They said coldly from the 2nd floor. This is the Diyan examination. If the questions were too easy, wouldn't everyone be able to pass and become Master E? What's the point of testing? We who study E should aim to know what will happen in life, to become a Master E, and to have a good life. If you don't have this awareness, then why are you participating in the Diyan examination? Go home early. Hearing this, the examinees who were shouting about how difficult the questions were all flushed with shame. Yushu looked up with interest at the person who mocked them. She saw that it was a young man, not more than 17 or 19 years old. He had delicate features and thin lips. He looked like someone who didn't hold back his words. Yushu agreed with his words. She saw that he was magnanimous and wanted to chat. She ordered a pot of wine from the waiter and brought it up to the 2nd floor. The young man was dressed plainly and sat alone at a table. There was only a plate of peanuts and a plate of pickled radish on the table. He held a book in his hand, and there wasn't even a pot of wine. Brother, shall we share a table? Yushu put the wine pot in her hand on the table in front of him and asked with a smile. The young man raised his head from the book and glanced at Yushu. He pointed at the table opposite him and said, "Sit." Yushu took the empty cups on the table and poured 2 cups of wine. She handed one to him. She didn't care if he was drinking or not. She took a sip first and initiated a conversation. "My surname is Yu and my name is Shu. May I ask for brother's surname?" Wen Shaoan. This person didn't beat around the bush. "Brother Wen." Yushu changed the way she addressed him. It was obvious that she was familiar with him. "May I ask, have you been to Xiang Wang Fu?" Chapter 234. Pardon me for asking, but have you entered Prince Yang's residence? I didn't go. Hearing this, Yushu thought that if she didn't misunderstand, when the person in front of her said didn't go, he didn't just mean that he didn't go today, but that he didn't go to the Wang Fu at all. This was strange. On the 3rd day of the exam, why was he so calm? Did he not take the exam? She asked suspiciously. Why didn't you go? Wen Shao, and put down his wine cup and continued to read. He was too lazy to raise his head and said, "It's useless to go if I can't enter." Yushu felt that his words were a little interesting. Other people only knew that it was not easy to enter Xiang Prince Fu's main gate after going there, but he seemed to have long known that he would not be able to enter. To be able to have such foresight, he must have some basis. She was about to ask in detail when she suddenly heard someone calling from behind. Wen Shaoan. Yushu turned her head and saw 2 young men in lined jackets coming up from the stairs. They strode towards their table with unfriendly expressions. Wen Shaoan, you liar. Refund me 5 taels of silver, and say that I can enter Prince Xiang's residence today. You made me wait for the whole morning. Hearing this, Yushu turned her face to the young man at the same table. What did he say? Was this person a liar? It's only the morning. Why are you so anxious? Wen Shao, and frowned and said to the person who came. Isn't there still an afternoon? I said you can enter, so you can enter. I don't care. Refund me. One of them stepped forward and grabbed Wen Xiao's clothes without any explanation. His face was full of anger. Obviously, waiting for the whole morning and being happy for nothing had worn out his patience. Wen Xiao sneered. You are the one who insisted on looking for me. Did I beg you? Ridiculous. Even if you can enter the Prince Yang's residence, you are destined to be at the bottom of this exam. You. Yushu's forehead twitched. This kid was asking for a beating when he talked. Sure enough, the man was tall and strong. Without thinking, he waved his fist at Wen Xiao and then knocked him to the ground. The man flipped over the stool with a crash. There was a commotion around, but no one stepped forward to stop him. Wen Xiao was pressed to the ground and punched twice. His face was bleeding, but there were people who secretly cheered and cheered him on. Yushu furrowed her brows. She had known Wen Xiaoan for a long time, but he didn't seem like a swindler. Instead, he seemed like someone with real skills. After a moment of hesitation, she shouted and threw a cup on the ground, interrupting the dispute. Stop. The person who was beating him stopped and turned to look at Yushu. Who are you? He asked. Yushu revealed a smiling face and said in a friendly tone. He and I are from the same hometown. Big brother, how much money does he owe you? Can I pay you back to appease your anger? The man hesitated for a moment and looked at Yushu suspiciously. You're from the same hometown as this kid? Why haven't I seen you before? Yushu nodded and didn't explain further. She took out her money pouch and poured out all the bits and pieces of silver and silver coins on the table. She counted them with her fingers and picked up 2. She pointed at the small pile on the table and motioned for the man to come and take it. The person hit Wen Xiao and then vented his anger. Seeing that someone was paying for him, he left Wen Xiao and then grabbed the silver coins that Yushu took out. He snorted at Wen Xiaoan. If you dare to lie to me again, I will beat you up again. After that, he left with his companions, leaving the people in the tea house talking. Those who learned the Book of Changes were not like scholars who were well-educated and well-mannered. There were people of all religions and 9 schools of thought. There were many people who were as fierce and unreasonable as him. Wen Xiao was still lying on the ground. Yushu went forward and bent down. She saw that his eyes were open, so she did not help him up. She just asked kindly, Brother Wen, are you seriously injured? Can you get up? Wen Xiao glanced at Yushu and slowly sat up from the ground. He wiped the blood from his mouth and said, You are a busybody. Yushu smiled secretly. It was rare that her kindness turned into ill intent. She watched him stand up shakily and walk to the table to sit down. She also sat down. Wen Xiao poured a cup of wine and drank it. He coughed twice and said to Yushu, I don't have money to pay you back. Yushu said, This matter is not urgent. What happened just now? Why did he say that you lied to him? Wen Xiao shook his head and did not want to say more. He poured another cup of wine and handed it to her. I don't have money to pay you back. Write a word, and I will help you read your fortune. Just take it as I have received 5 silver coins from you. Word reading? Yushu was a little surprised. Word reading was a very common method of divination. There were many fortune tellers on the streets of Automosmanthus Lane who knew this method. She had thought that Wen Xiao had some kind of magic. Could it be that she had misjudged him? Yushu dipped her finger in the wine in the cup and thought for a moment. Then she wrote the word Jin on the table. She did not know much about word reading. She only heard that a good fortune teller could tell a person's worries and predict a person's future with just one word. Your handwriting is really ugly. Wen Xiao first ridiculed her. He stared at the word Jin and his eyes flashed. He reached out and wiped it from the table, leaving a pool of water stain. He looked up and said to Yushu, Recently, things have not been going well for you. What you want often fails. Although there is a benefactor, you are blocked and cannot help. In the end, it is like drawing water with a bamboo basket. I advise you not to waste your effort and give up early. When she heard his affirmation, Yushu's heart skipped a beat. After pondering over it for a while, she felt that the first 2 sentences he said were extremely accurate. These 2 days, it was not smooth sailing for her, and the things she asked for were fruitless. What he said was that she was unable to enter Prince Yang's estate several times. As for that benefactor, he should be referring to Shui Rui. These few points were actually all spot on. If one were to say that his predictions were accurate, then what was up with his last two sentences? Drawing water with bamboo was all for naught? Which thing are you referring to? Yushu was puzzled and asked. You said that I will draw water with a bamboo basket. What are you referring to? How would I know how many things you have? Wen Xiao's words were very irresponsible. He grabbed the scroll on the table and stood up to say to Yushu, you and I do not owe each other anything now. Don't ask me for money. Finishing, he went downstairs under the guidance of others. Yushu looked at his staggering back and pondered for a moment. When he disappeared downstairs, she then stood up to leave. Wen Xiao's assertion did not have much effect on Yushu. Compared to trusting others, especially a stranger whom she had just met, she was more willing to trust herself. But when she got home, she still had an idea. She used the 6 lines to make a divination for herself and asked about the results of the De Yuan examination. Even though she had used the 6 lines to make a divination for herself many times before, she had never directly asked about the examination results like this. This was because the 6 lines divination was not omnipotent. Even though its accuracy was much higher than other strange techniques, its biggest flaw was that its high accuracy could only be used to predict recent events. Its ability to predict recent events was strong, but its ability to predict distant events was weak. There would often be a large deviation. When Daoist Qingzheng was teaching her, he had reminded her that the 6 lines divination could predict recent events, major events, ask questions and predict changes. Only by mastering the 6 lines divination would one be able to predict the results. The results of the De Yuan examination would only be announced in April next year. This was already beyond the scope of recent events. Therefore, she never used the 6 lines divination to ask about the examination results because she knew that it would be inaccurate. Yushu's horoscope was useless. She could use the 6 lines divination to predict other people's fortune and misfortune, but not her own. All she could rely on was the 6 lines divination, passed down by Qingzheng. Yushu used the 6 lines divination to predict the results of the De Yuan examination. Unsurprisingly, she got 2 empty hexagrams. The hexagrams were in a mess, and she couldn't see any clues. She couldn't make any deductions, and she couldn't confirm whether Wen Xiao's all in vain was referring to the results of her participation in the De Yuan examination. Putting away the copper coins, Yushu didn't dwell on this matter anymore. She just thought that her encounter with Wen Xiao in Perrin Hall was a small episode and quickly forgot about it. Tomorrow she still had to line up in front of Prince Yang's mansion. After dinner, Yushu wrote her 3rd visiting card. After hesitating for a while, she made up her mind and put 3 banknotes of 100 taels of silver in it, which was 200 taels more than yesterday. Chirp chirp. Kim Bao climbed up the desk and squatted beside the candlestick. He hugged his paws and called out to Yushu. Yushu reached out and gently grabbed it. Her fingers hooked its little tail. She sneered. She didn't believe that she couldn't get into Prince Yang's mansion. Chirp. On the 4th day of the examination, Yushu was finally able to enter Prince Yang's mansion. Official Zhao, who received the invitation, received 300 taels of silver from her. His face finally relaxed. She waited at the door for less than an hour before someone called her name. Under the envious eyes of everyone, she was led into the Prince Yang's mansion with 2 other people. Just as Yushu thought, the 100 taels of silver she gave yesterday was too little. She spent 400 taels of silver to buy the entrance ticket. Yushu wasn't in the mood to appreciate the garden view of the Prince Yang's mansion. She followed the servant to a flower hall and saw the old housekeeper of the Prince Yang's mansion. Yushu knew that the status of this old housekeeper, who was over 50 years old, was not low. The 3 of them greeted each other and were led to the seats of honor. Knowing that there was not much time left, Yushu did not waste any time and was the first to ask. This examination question is very vague. I would like to ask, what kind of treasure did Your Highness lose? The old housekeeper must have answered this question countless times and very smoothly said, it was a painting. Yushu then asked, "What painting? Which craftsman painted it?" The old housekeeper stroked his beard and said, "It's not a famous work. It's just an ordinary painting." Then was the painting lost or stolen? Yushu heard people guessing in the parent hall. She was afraid that the painting was stolen, and it's not easy to find its whereabouts. The old housekeeper shook his head. "It's hard to say. It should have been lost." What kind of answer was this? Yushu frowned. At this point, the two people who came in with her were already unhappy with her asking 3 questions. They took the opportunity to ask about the process of Xiang Prince losing the painting. The old housekeeper answered them one by one, but there were many parts that were unclear, making one depressed. "All right, that's all I know. Guests, please leave." The old housekeeper answered most of the questions and stood up to send the guests off. Just the time it took to drink a cup of tea had passed. Although the other 2 were not satisfied, they still stood up to leave. Only Yushu greeted the old housekeeper and asked, "May I know Wang Ye's date of birth and horoscope? Allow me to go back and check it." Hearing this, the 2 people stopped in their tracks and turned their heads to look at Yushu in surprise. It's not that they did not want to know Xiang Prince's date of birth and horoscope, but to ask this question was disrespectful. They did not expect that there would be someone so daring to ask for it. The old housekeeper's expression was hesitant, but he did not show any dissatisfaction nor did he reprimand Yushu. "It's not convenient to reveal Wang Ye's horoscope, but I can tell you Wang Ye's date of birth." Finishing, he turned around and took a pen and paper on the table. He wrote down Xiang Prince's date of birth and glanced at the 2 people who were listening intently to take advantage of him. His lips curled into a smile, but he only handed it to Yushu. "You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."